It's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming. UEM is coming home to England. We are going to have a phenomenal performance at UEM this year, Alex, and it is going to be one of these two teams through this last chance qualifier who is going to have a chance to present us. We are here for the best of 5 between Bristol Whipped and Cabbage Family. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker. The unimpressed person to my side is Alex Nymera Hapgood.
Unimpressed, completely unsurprised. If you watch our broadcast, this is what we get. And if you have watched our previous broadcast, you will notice this is exactly the same matchup as we had last time on this stream. Very different situation, though. This is not just the Newell finals. This is the champion of Newell versus NSE. Cabbage Family won the NSE. They might get themselves that chance to face off against Bristol Whipped, who did take them down in that Newell varsity final in a 5-game series. Honestly, if it goes to 5 again, I would be so pleased, because the more games we get of these two historic story teams, the better, Stan.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like here the Newell, so far Bristol Whipped have had Cabbage Family's number this season, but this is a tale as old as time. These two battling it out against each other, as you say, over in NSC. Things were very different. Only one of these two teams, sadly, can go on to represent the UK when we go forwards towards UEM very shortly, getting in towards those knockout phases. Whichever team goes, I know they're going to do England proud, but right now they are fighting out for that spot.
They are, and as you're saying, it kind of seemed like Bristol Whipped had Cabbage Family's number back at the start of these two teams' history, back in 2018, that kind of era. I was talking to Porp Jungle from Cabbage Family, who was recounting their first upset of Bristol Whipped when they were saying, "Oh yeah, we managed to pull out this cheese and beat this team." For so long, Bristol Whipped have been this big contender. They were at the Newell Live finals, which you cast way back in the day as well, and then last year they took the title for themselves, rather, at that varsity 2020 split with huge performances from Evan and Benuxas alike. They came back this year, took another title, but it was kind of against the head. Cabbage Family were seen to be the team to beat this split. They were running over people in this round robin. It wasn't until playoffs that things got very, very close. Overall, this split, they have gone 4 games to Cabbage Family, 5 games to Bristol Whipped. It has been splitting the difference, Stan.
It is going to be a really great game, so let's get in and introduce the 2 teams that we are going to be seeing. Care to introduce Bristol Whipped for us?
Bristol Whipped, our champions of Newell today, are going to be the same.
Over on the other side, Cabbage Family, the team that have made you and I consume far more brassica than we ever intended on cast. They are Alpha Moss, Porp, Cure, Gregors, and mostly Grumpy.
They are, and well, sadly, I couldn't force through the Bristol Sprouts joke, and I actually did go out looking for some extra brassica kind of things, and I actually have completely failed. But as a captain goes down with the ship, the caster must go down with his bad puns. So we now have the lettuce crew versus Strawberry Whipped. And honestly, every time that that one of these teams wins, I will be partaking in either the salad or the snacks. So, well, I mean, you choose, dear viewer.
Well,
healthy or not.
As you can see, the captain goes down with their ship, and as we all know, I am the captain of this cast, and I also made the effort to find Brussels sprouts. I went to a local supermarket. Turns out you don't find them this time of the year, so instead I have found what I deem to be an exceptional replacement. You can see they're small, they're green, they taste disgusting. Ooh, gross. I hate it so much. Yes.
Oh no.
It turns out I really like grapes, so that doesn't work. But anyway, we're coming into this best of 5. An interesting fact to talk about right off the bat is, of course, the side selection. It came down to a coin flip, and we're seeing something slightly surprising on the back of the results.
We are. So, Newell Finals, again, we're going to keep referencing that because we were there, we cast it, and it was a very close series between these 2 teams. Blue side won all 5 games of that series. Coming into today, though, Cabbage Family, they have chosen red side after winning that coin flip. Something must have changed in preparation for these teams. They've both been away in their own secluded practice environments. They've been scrimming lots for this. There's been actually some of the players as well have gone off into other tournaments trying to up their own levels. I mean, Gudernica is currently playing in the UKLC for M&M. We saw Gregors playing the promotion tournament for that with Viperio as well. Lots of these players have had their own ways to increase their own playing potential. In fact, Gregors said that he'd reached a new peak during the off-season, well, the slight off-season between spring and summer for this season. I'm really looking forward to see what's happened in isolation between these 2 teams, and has the Cabbage Family caught up to Bristol Whipped during that break?
I'm sure that in a moment we're going to start talking about some of the specialties each of these players brings to the table, the champions they're going to want to be selecting as we approach the Rift. One of the
Local
lovely things,
like grapes.
One of the things that we love about this particular event, you and I, Nymera, is the fact that we are playing on Tournament Realm. It does mean that for those of you who are used to playing on the live patch, we are rewinding one patch back to, I think it's 11.11, and as a result, we've not got the Mundo change. It's just standard Mundo, which means they will be enabled. We do, however, have the first of those 2 buffs that came through to Hecarim, not the second one. All sorts of other small changes that are worth thinking about as we get towards Champion Select, and joy of joys, we don't have to deal with that 3-minute spectator delay.
No, we don't. We can get right into the thick of things. And as you started mentioning a bit about the meta, I think it's about time we start going onto that side of things, because I'm looking about these teams, particularly Cabbage Family, have been seen as the mad scientists of the Newell, sometimes too mad for their own good. They flex everything, and sometimes they get a bit caught up in it. However, it has led to them having this upper end of their ceiling in terms of drafting, and just sat there just going, well, you cannot win this game after this point. In fact, I remember watching the NSC match between Cabbage Family and DMU. They managed to get themselves a perfect Cho'Gath pick at the right time to support their poke composition, which just ended up kind of winning the game from there. Interested to see if there will be any such draft victories for either of these 2 teams today.
Speaking of draft, we are straight into Champ Select, and interesting to see the Karthus band away first. My next point was I was going to drag us on to our KPK here at the Newell. It's our Kill Participation King, Porp, and he in the jungle, he's been not only running that 73.65% KP at 15, he's also been running a lot of Karthus. So all of a sudden now he's going to be going towards maybe a Poppy, a Nidalee. Some of his other options, the Karthus taken away. Other bans, the Bard and the Zillion taken out by Cabbage Family. Karma and Tristana responses from Bristol Whipped.
Yeah, unsurprising that the Gwen's banned away. We've seen that in competitive as soon as the patch has started up. The thing is, though, when you look at Red 1, Red 2 picks coming through from the side of Cabbage Family, normally you'd be saying something like that Ezreal Karma is a very strong laning duo. Obviously, the Ezreal's been taken away from that and the Karma's been banned. They're going to lock in Kog'Maw, Lulu. Juggernaut is back, ladies and gents. They're here, they're stronger, and there's also a flex potential. You can put that Lulu around into various different lanes. Kog'Maw as well can be a mid laner too. Strong as a bot lane, strong as a flex.
It is here to stay in the first game of this best of 5 series. We, of course, talked about the interesting fact that Cabbage Family had nominated to pick Red Side, something that came as a slight surprise to you and I after seeing their last series. Now they're starting to lock in something where it looks very much like it's going to be a protect the ADC comp. Maybe things like the Shen, the Orianna might start falling into place. Shen, of course, a champion that we are very familiar with seeing in this particular matchup of these two teams.
Absolutely, and we're also used to seeing it between Cabbage Family and DMU. Again, the other kind of team in the trifecta of our top teams in the university scene. That's where Alphamos, Game 4 of Newell Winter, got a pentakill, almost turned the series around. It sadly wasn't to be. Lost that 3-2 in another Newell finals. That was a sad story for them, but they are back at it again at the forefront of UK University League of Legends. They are going to be up against a Senna and a Rumble and an Ezreal ult. Looking at all three of those, that is a lot of what I like to call through damage. It has backline access just from flinging it across the map. This Kog'Maw, notoriously immobile, even with the Whimsy, going to have a lot of damage thrown straight onto their face from a very long distance in these team fights.
I'd really love to see something like maybe a Tahm Kench for that extra little bit of protection, throw the Lulu into a different lane just to really make sure that Greggs is going to be able to pop off to the maximum amount on this Kog'Maw. The Rumble, of course, something that we've been seeing more and more in the jungle in the last few patches. It has taken a minor nerf, as has the Morgana with the jungle pathing and the clear. However, it's still very much viable. It's something that has been locked in by Bristol Whipped. Bans coming through. Victor already taken away from Chentang.
So just trying to take away again some more of that keep away kind of mid laner with that range, which can start threatening the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw can go for something like the Gale Force to take up something like Halo Blades, Gale Force forward, get a couple of autos through, and just try and delete someone like that Victor from a team fight. But it's still a very dangerous prospect because Kog'Maw is never really known to be tanky, even when you do build something like the Wit's End to give you a bit more staying power in fights. What will also give them the staying power, though, as you're saying in terms of the protect the AD carry kind of composition, is the Kindred ult. That's actually something which can be put into the mid lane as well as jungle. We saw it on MSI from Perks. And if this is going to be a flex pick from Bristol Whipped for the Rumble, not from jungle, but into one of the solo lanes, the Kindred can follow them because Kindred is very good into that champion. Cabbage Family, we talked about them sometimes getting lost in flexes, but it seems like they're on a path to something strong here.
It does feel that way, but I do have the question of whether the Kindred being locked in that exact moment was perhaps the optimal target.
Maybe it showed the hand.
We were speaking about Orianna. Well, I was speaking about Orianna as something to get paired up with, and I honestly expected to see it as the last lock in there to just continue powering through this composition. It's immediately banned away alongside the Akali when we look towards Bristol Whipped. The final ban from Cabbage Family, Ziggs, something else that can threaten a long-range poke onto the Kog'Maw to make its life a little bit tougher. As we get through to second stage of picks, we're looking towards those top laners, towards those mid laners. Jace getting a long old hover as Gangplank also comes onto our screen. The question is, and the answer is, it will be locked in.
So Gangplank, from what I have seen in the last couple of patches, is very strong if you're playing against a zero enchanter team. If you're playing against a Seraphine or a Karma, you can at least shield and smooth speed your teammates out of the Gangplank ult and try and stymie the damage that the Cannon Barrage has. None of these champions on the side of Bristol would love to stand around Gangplank's damage. If a barrel hits the right place, if the ult goes through in spectacular fashion, that can certainly be a factor. We've been talking about Cabbage Family flexes. Ezreal mid was always a potential from the side of Bristol Whipped too. It's been coming up with Frozen Heart item kind of coming in as that third item mark. Chantang could very well be picking up the Ezreal, and the Wukong, the champion which Evan top diffed the Brunel Phantoms on in 2020 Varsity Finals, is back here in 2021.
It sure is. There is, of course, the flex potential between the Wukong and the Rumble, but I very much expect to see Wukong topside with Rumble in the jungle. The Ezreal does come as a slight surprise, potentially, to see it in the mid lane, but it makes a lot of sense with this composition. It especially makes sense to put Banuxas on Varus.
And how do we forget this? So we had a really good we had a good laugh. We had a good laugh about this because, we've got our prep doc off to the side, and I've got, about a paragraph for each player. They're very storied players. We've seen them a lot of times. For QR, also known as the artist formerly known as Sean F90, I said, did someone say Corki? And that's all I had to write because this guy's just plays a lot of Corki, is really good at it. Ezreal versus Corki in the mid lane, AD carry versus AD carry. Suddenly, this protect the carry composition from Cabbage Family has multiple different facets to it. If the Cogmore goes down, you still have a Cogmore, you still have a Kindred, you still have a Gangplank. On the other side, though, there's a lot of juicy AD carries by that same ticket for that Wukong to start cycloning up into the sky.
I hope you folks in Twitch chat like ADCs, because we've got 6 of them in this game. We are going to see...
This feels like a TFT comp!
We're going to see Kindred, we're going to see Corki, we are going to see Cogmore on one side for Cabbage, over for Bristol, we are going to be seeing... Oh, I'm just going to screw this up. Ezreal, Varus, and Senna. Which of those 2 compositions do you like the sound of the most? Let us know in Twitch chat. Let us know who you are supporting, whether it's who you think is going to win or who you want to win. Who's going to take game 1 in this best of 5 series to push themselves closer to being able to represent the UK at UEM. Looking purely towards game 1, Nymera, what does your gut say?
Well, my gut says this, certainly the flavour of it. And actually, I think the composition says it too. That Wukong is in prime position to really just break some heads in. I think that the Gangplank can do well versus the Wukong. But remember that it's not just the Ezreal that builds this new, shiny, fancy item of the Divine Sunderer. Wukong has always been able to build it, and it's going to have plenty of split-pushing threats. And it has been given to this player, which I've talked about so much within the UK university scene. Evan, the top div player of legend within his time in this league. On this champion has done a lot of different stuff across the Rift, whether that be in lane, whether that be in teamfight or in skirmishes. Really looking at this player on the Wukong to start taking away these teamfights from Cabbage Family.
Okay, well, now the question, which is perhaps slightly more complicated to answer, especially having not seen how Game 1 actually does pan out. How about for the whole series? We've got a best of 5, potential silver scrapes on our hands. What are you feeling as a whole series score?
I mean, Death, Taxes, 5-game series. I believe that's how the saying goes. I find it quite... It's so difficult, right? Because Cabbage Family have had time to go away, reassess the meta, and come back. I think this first game decides the series. And like I said, I do think that Bristol Whipped have a better draft for this one, because I think there is a lack of frontline for Cabbage Family, and their engage is tenuous at best. I'm going to give it to Bristol Whipped. I think it's going to be close.
I think it's going to be great. You talked about Death Taxes 5-game series. Well, not had to do with any death lately, thankfully. Taxes, plenty of that. And as Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So let's have ourselves a 5-game series. Let's get ourselves on to the Rift for game number 1. Let's see these 2 teams duking it out as we best know. We've seen it so many times. We've seen so many games between these teams, both here and at NSC as well. And we are on to the Rift with game 1.
That we are. Okay, so we have ourselves a Hail of Blades on our Varus for Benaxas. That isn't actually indicative of crit or poke. You can actually go both builds with this still. Most likely, I think it should be the poke build. I think it's really good into something. Oh, I've forgotten something else which could happen. So amongst all of the flex between the Varus with build options, it leads my brain to remember Cogmore also has build options. There's a Doran's Ring on Gregor's. Gregor's were made famous in the UK scene, the Poke Sivir, amongst other things. I actually think we're going to get ourselves an AP Poke Cogmore in the bot lane.
Well, considering we've got the Arcane Comet for Greg's, that does make a huge amount of sense. Let's see if that's how things play out. We see some early warding as our terrific spectator guide us towards on the bot lane mid brush. And also we can see up there on the red side's red buff, just protecting, making sure Kindred is not going to have that one snapped away from them. But no, Rumble's going to be starting at their own blue. Meanwhile, it looks like there'll be a nice little leash coming through from the Cabbage Family's jungler.
That it will be. So why is this Cogmore effective? What does it do in this game? It means that Varus is not actually the dominant poke threat on the map anymore, because Cogmore's burst come mid and late game is absolutely absurd. There is still going to be the problem of the equalizer. There's still going to be the problem of this huge amount of ultimates follow-up coming out from Bristol Whip, from the Senna, from the Ezreal, the equalizer, everything, right? But if you don't have a decisive engage, Cabbage Family with the Corki Rockets, with the Cogmore poke coming through, having barrels, having everything available to them, will actually be able to stand and fight and win out the non-hard engaged trades from my eyes.
The trades down on bot already quite interesting, seeing how the poke from Varus and Senna is equalized out by Grumpy being able to pop this shielding down as the Lulu, and also Greg is having the comment to deal some extra damage itself. As a result, Nibble goes the lowest, but it is still going to be the early level 2 forced by Bristol Whip spot lane.
And one of the things you can do with Senna is you can use your HP as a resource to get yourself the XP lead by forcing off the enemy bot lane from the waves, and then trying to trade back the HP with a level 2 trade to level 1. Still seems like Gregors and Grumpy have managed to find themselves some good trades at this point, even in the bot lane so far. And I think actually we wanted to talk about a couple of players in this bot lane. We know that Nibble is good. We know that Gregors is good because we've talked about them so far. Quite often, though, we don't end up talking as much about Bad Access and Mostly Grumpy, though. Mostly Grumpy has been crucial to Cabbage Family's success in this split for roaming early and getting pressure across the map. That was actually one of the telling features of this matchup, even earlier into the season. And on the other side, Bad Access, we mentioned it in the desk before we came into game. In the 2020 Varsity Finals, this guy popped off on his Ezreal and Tristana. Both of these players have the upper end of the ceiling. I really want to see him reach it today.
Interesting trades here. We're seeing the Scuttle Crabs, of course, going between Rumble and Kindred, but crucially, the marked Scuttle Crab is the one that we just saw Rumble picking up. Kindred also failing on towards that gank to Efan, who had been taken down to half health by Alphamos. Not able to make that one work, but able to clear out a little bit of vision.
No, he was not able to do that gank. So, just looking back towards this bot lane, Gadunica now having his first look onto the map. It's going to come in bot lane, was on vision, going to be spotted.
Yeah, as a result, not really able to make much of anything happen. In fact, taking a heavy chunk of damage to Gregors, who just turns this one straight back up before eating a harpoon to the face.
They are. So, bot lane safe from Cabbage Family. Get to waste about 20 seconds of Gadunica's time. He's going to go back and go to his Krug camp. This allows Porp to get towards the bot side of the map themselves, and potentially seeing ourselves one of these two high kill participation at 15 junglers fighting off against each other in the bot side of the map.
And you sort of started to touch on it just before we had the discussion about the Scuttle Crab there. But one of the things is watching these two supports and seeing who has the most impact early on. Neither the Senna nor the Lulu really plays into that potential roaming, into that potential extra ganks coming through. So it's going to be that slow, steady start, and neither team wanting to misstep in such a crucial game.
No, not at this point. And I think actually when you do have, the Kindred that can jump in and these AD carries which can't disengage themselves very well, this is certainly something that you will see a bit more. Just a bit more of the helicoptering of these supports around the place. So what that means, fairly quiet early game, some trades in lane, but nothing really much outside of that. Got the first dragon spawning in a couple of seconds. Have to see if that soul stacking becomes a certain threat, particularly when we have more of a stable game in terms of kills at least. The objectives tend to bring that back.
What do you think about what's happening up in top lane? We're seeing Efan going for the back end just before hitting level 6. He's going to teleport back in to save as much CS as possible. Going slightly up on CS in comparison to Alphamos, but not really threatening in any way, shape or form.
So, like I said, I think that the Wukong is very important to Bristol Whip's team composition, but then we know that if you get towards late game and you have these huge poke combos coming off, you've then got a Cannon Barrage to start considering too from the side of from Cabbage Family. The fact that it's gone even and there's going to be a fight up there shows the importance of it.
Gadunica gets the early damage onto Porp, who tries to hop away, flashes over the wall, but goes down for first blood with level 6 not available. Alphamos unable to help the Kindred.
Porp runs into Gadunica, who is keeping that heat at a sweet spot. Burns them alive. Porp, first death of the series.
Yeah, that's a really rough spot, and now Alphamos might be caught in a bad spot. Will have the oranges available for a little bit of an extra heal, but he's going to have to deal with the 2v1. Teleports coming in from both mid laners, but the kill already secured by Efan. Takes a turret shot, dies as both top laners go down. With the mid laners having traded teleports, they don't trade anything else. Too late to secure any kills.
Very important that the Wukong does actually die at the end of that. It's some gold back. It's also experience when you get that kill. 2 teleports blown, and there's going to be a fight in the bot lane. The action does not stop.
Nibble trying to get away in the shroud, but already a kill as we see Benuxas going aggressive. Nibble might get to safety. Benuxas stays too long, dies to Porp. It's a 1-for-1 in bot on the back of a Cannon Barrage.
So they do get the turnaround onto Mostly Grumpy, goes down. We now have ourselves, it's not even an Australian lanes, it's mid up towards top. Is this, I don't know, Middle Earth? I don't know. QR is going for the trade though.
Going so aggressive on Chentang, taking damage in response, is going to miss with that last Mystic shot. QR takes the solo kill.
QQR with their first kill of the series on their signature pick of the Corki. Chentang took that Ezreal into this mid lane matchup. Gonna have ourselves a bit of a restart on the stream. It looks like having some difficulties on the end of things. Please bear with us, but we have had so much action. We've got a lot to recount, Stan.
We'll recap it all in just a moment, just to bring you up to date. From what I've been informed, we've just got slight delays on the feed, leading to the lag that you're seeing, why some things are a little bit bitty. We're going to try and fix that as quickly as we can. So, number one, you're not kept waiting too long. And number two, the quality of the stream is better for you and better for us as well. Always a little bit easier to cast when you get to see every frame instead of every 10th frame. But we'll get you back into action just as quickly as we can, because it's such a good game. We wouldn't want to miss any of it. Let's talk about what we've seen so far. Plenty of kills, plenty of action. The game sort of exploded at the 6-minute mark.
Absolutely, yeah, when every one of 3 of those frames is a kill, then you have a lot to recount. We've had kills in top, in bot, and then mid, which moved up to top in this very strange lane swap scenario after those teleports came in. You see that both teams were kind of thinking on the fly in terms of their lane assignment. We can see it back on the screen now, as actually we're done with those shenanigans. QR goes back into the mid lane, has a Vamp Scepter to their name now. Both of those mid laners have themselves a tier, and then we're going to have the first dragon of the game, and the series going to Bristol Whipped.
It does look like the Herald will be traded for this one, though, with Pulp having disappeared up the top side. Cloud Dragon goes to Bristol Whip, bringing Infernal Dragon around next. Means we're going to be dealing with either Ocean or Mountain Soul, both of which can be pretty tasty for either of these teams. Efan gets the ward down, is going to spot Pulp out here. The question is, will a collapse come through from Bristol Whip, or is this something that the Monkey General just cannot deal with?
So because Kindred has the ult, Evan doesn't really have the chance to solo out Pop before that ult comes down, and then you'd have Alphamos coming into the fray. Sadly for Alphamos, didn't... Oh, okay, that's an ult missing from Vanaxis looking for it. I don't actually mind them throwing that out, trying to look for something. So if you kill the bot lane now, it means they lose out in this full wave under turret. Anyway, back to what happened with Alphamos. Didn't actually manage to get anything for that ult throw in bot lane, but luckily did get something from that tower dive top, and Evan... Sky on the Wukong, which we bigged up so much and have talked about so much, is behind against the Gangplank by a healthy 10 CS, and of course the kills are even now.
Yep, Porp stealing away that Scuttle Crab, taking it for themselves, sees that Gadunica hasn't taken the blue buff but not going to stick around, and that is the best decision as Gadunica and FN would have been able to collapse on this one pretty easily should they wanted to. Gregors, who has now gone for that last lost chapter that you mentioned earlier on, continuing to build this AP, hasn't got a tier stacking just yet, so has to be a little bit careful with his ultimates.
Perhaps he does, but the Lost Chapter, as you were saying, has built up, and for the early game, that shall suffice. If you just fight... The thing about Cogmore is that the more mana you have, it's more about the more ammo you have, not necessarily... It just means how many ults you can fire in a row. In an extended laning phase, if you're taking continual trades, it doesn't actually affect things too much. What might affect top lane, though, is the lack of HP coming in from Alphamos.
FN with the Cyclone flashing away. We are going to see a kill for Alphamos. Looks like it will be traded back, but Gadunica is taking hits. It's already used the shield, tries to scurry to safety, is unable to do so. Double kill for Alphamos with the straight-out outplay despite being aggressed on.
And so often, Bristol Whip's topside has carried them through thick and thin. But not in this game, it would seem. Not so far. Alphamos putting down the cannon barrage, putting down his line in the stand and saying, come past here, let me take you on. And he takes them both down to town.
Meanwhile, Porp is able to step into the opposition jungle, take away a mark, take away a red buff. The Nuxas sent scurrying back to the safety of their turret. That was a huge play for the Gangplank, who is now 3-2 in this game, despite having had so much attention from the enemy jungler. And
now they have themselves the Divine Sunderer on Alphamos. Suddenly, those Qs start hurting a lot more. So, from my understanding, the percent HP damage doesn't affect the barrels coming out of Gangplank, but if you're just firing Qs at people, they certainly do. And when you have your ultimate, which is, of course, magic damage, when you have extra items built up after the first from the Divine Sunderer, which, of course, the mythic passive is percent magic and armor penetration, your ultimate starts doing more damage compared to other builds as well.
It does. We've got some big items on the board now. None bigger than that Sunderer for Alphamos. Also seeing that the Kindred on the back of picking up a kill is also able to get the early Mythic too. Things looking great for Cabbage Family, despite the fact that they're very slightly behind in gold, 11 minutes 30.
And that's taking into account the Gangplank passive too, which does give you an extra little bit more moolah on the side. I think that goes to show how scrappy, frantic, and even this game has been so far. We do have that one dragon going over to the side of Bristol Whips, but however, on the other side we have You're doing okay, going topside.
This time the equalizer cannot be flashed away from True Shot Barrage, does not connect. Alphamos does their best to fight it out, but Porp will arrive too late to save their top laner. Still decides to go aggressive, wants to throw down with Gadunica, but instead gets taken low themselves. Picks up the kill, throws down Lamb's Respite to keep themselves a little life longer. The smite comes in, the flash away. Porp does not live. Ifan gets their second kill of the game.
Monkey General, Monkey C, Monkey Bonk. So I have heard it goes for the Q. Can't flash away from that one in time. Porp picks up a mark from Rumble, though. So an extra bit of value for Cabbage Family. You get up to 4 marks, you get that increased range for the first time in the Kindred. Get up to 7 if the game goes long enough and you're successful enough after that point. You get a second range increase. Porp, on this Kindred, looking to stack up and become more of a threat himself in this game.
Had that kill occurred 5 seconds later, Kindred would not have been able to put the Herald down, because that Herald is literally just about to expire. I expect that we're going to see Kindred popping at any second now, probably in mid lane. Timed out before the... That is... No, it did. There we go. Got spawned in mid lane on the back of having respawned just in time. Potentially that'll crash down as we see QR racing out of base with the package. Going to be able to force this wave in, allow Shelly to do their damage in mid lane. Plating still up for 50 seconds as well.
Right, so we do have an equalizer for Gadunica. I'm wondering that so Cabbage have the Herald and they have the package in mid lane. That's a very strong point of power to play around. Okay, Herald's going to charge in mid. No one gets that gold. You didn't see that signature flash of gold
not within range
out of that. I think that's because Cabbage Family understand the ultimates which are available. They don't want QR to walk up and get caught in the midst of things. Instead, they're going to use this point of power with their package and the Herald going down in mid to take Dragon instead.
And I think that's the more important part of it. Equalizer is going to be put down, but the smite is good from Porp. Able to secure one. Gregors gets locked down, flashes away. Nibble trying to do some work, as we do see it will be an Ocean Rift, but the question is who's going to be dead before that Ocean comes even close to fruition. Gregors trying to escape. Porp also getting out with a slim old health bar. Ifan's come down to join the party. Good damage put down by the Mystic Shot from Chentang. However, everyone from Cabbage Family escapes with their lives and the Dragon that equalizes the score.
You know, I looked at that Wukong, and if you've ever seen a video in slow motion of a cat about to pounce when the eyes dilate, that was the feeling I had looking at that Wukong with Flash, with low health bars on the Cabbage Family team and a Cyclone ready to tear them apart. Didn't pull the trigger that time, didn't want to engage in that fight, which was still kind of a bit all over the place. At least didn't have the Kindred ult. That would have made things almost untenable. Cabbage Family get in, get the Dragon, get a kill as well on the way out. It's a good trade for them, considering how even the game is.
A moment ago, we saw from our wonderful observer the gold lead. We saw that there was that huge lead for Alphamos up on the top side against Efan. But in response, Benuxas has slowly been creeping ahead of Gregors, round about 800 gold up the last time we looked. Some more CS has been picked up by Gregors since then, who is well and truly stacking that tier. But it is coming down to a difference between top and ADCs and who can bring more power to their team.
They are interesting enough as well. Porp has managed to get on the board several times now, sometimes trading their own life for it. Now they're back up in topside. There is still that flash, there is still that Cyclone. Hard to kill Evan when he has so many tools available and has the Divine Sunder themselves, which of course does give you some regen. On the bottom side of the map, though, that's where we're focusing now.
Benuxas goes straight in with the ultimate, but we look towards the top side to see what is going on between Efan and Alphamos. Porp coming around the back, trying to tag onto the Wukong. Gets great damage down as Wolf goes on the hunt. Efan trying to turn it back around to Alphamos, but it's not going to happen. The Cannon Barrage enough to secure the assist. Porp picks up the kill. Meanwhile, down on bot side, we didn't see anything being secured by the Gadunica, who merely returned to base.
And I think I spied another mark getting collected by the Kindred. Porp actually might be at that 4 mark now.
I believe so.
With everything in there. Actually looking down at that bar, I think I can see the top bar. 4 steals another one, goes up to 5. Porp has himself a lot of gold, has himself a lot of camp steals to his name too. The Kindred becoming slowly and even more irrelevant.
This is looking good for Cabbage Family as they continue to scale. They've got to protect the ADC composition. They've also got dual ADCs that are both looking good in this game alongside a top laner that can put down so very much damage. 16 minutes in and a 1,000 gold lead has been built up by the Cabbage Family.
But this game is so far from done. Again, I look at that Wukong. Yes, in the 1v2, it's not going so successfully in the top side, but you look at Gadunica, that ult in the last team fight against the Kog'Maw, that is going AP, so it doesn't have the Gale Force for the extra amount of ability, only has the Lulu to kind of keep themselves alive in that team fight. Bristol Whips are so close to winning so many of these fights, it is by no means done yet.
Gadunica yet again waiting in the wings. That ward has timed out. The Nibble was stood on top of, so potentially we will see the Flame Spitter coming into action. Ultimate back available for Benuxas. Porp waiting on the side. Nibble clearing out this vision. Porp hops over the wall with the equalizer already put down. Grumpy takes so much damage. True Shot Barrage does not connect. It could have meant the death of Lulu.
3 ults used by Bristol Whipped. The Ezreal ult goes just barely wide. Grumpy had the heal, had the ult, didn't have to use either. And again, we can kind of see what we were setting up, speculating about in the Champion Select. Average Family, when it is a longer trade, when the engage isn't decisive enough to shut someone out of the fight early enough, are tending to win out by small increments. But as they do get themselves slightly further ahead in this game, those increments are getting larger too.
Seems that way. Now, Mera, I am not a good Lulu player. I mean, some could argue that the word Lulu did not belong in that sentence. But if that had been me and the True Shot Barrage come down to me, I am slamming Wild Growth and heal simultaneously, hoping for the best. Really shows the quality of these players, just timing everything to inch perfection.
Absolutely. It's about the discipline, right? It's a word which I use so much on cast. It's about understanding in the heat of the moment what you can and can't do to keep yourself alive. Sometimes that has been in the past about not flashing when you think that you should. On the other side of that, ill discipline can be not flashing when you should flash. It goes both ways. On this time, though, another ult thrown bot lane, and once again, Couch Family don't burn anything for it.
25 seconds until the third dragon of the game spawns. It would be a second for each of the teams. It would be a first Ocean Dragon in a game where we are going to see those Ocean Dragons starting to stack up. Of course, we've had the delay already on a potential soul with each of the teams having secured a dragon apiece, but even so, you've got to feel like both teams are starting to get on the board with this regen drag.
For sure. So, Ocean Soul in a game like this is quite important, particularly I think for Bristol Whip, because they are going to be probably poked out by the Cogmore just a bit more, and they have tankier members, so they will want to fight for this.
Looks like we might be getting ourselves a bit of a party. Dragon's going to go over to Cabbage Family. They don't have to give up anything for it either. Chentang threw down the ultimate, wasn't able to pick up anything on the side. Does look like a first turret may be secured instead. That's going to be Efan taking that one away despite losing their wave to the Cannon Barrage. They get a second turret at the same moment as Bristol Whip do retake the gold lead on the back of those two structures.
Yeah, so going back over to that Wukong, we said that they'd have a good side laning set of options this game. We see that right there. Wukong left alone with a turret, being able to use the clone to hit the turret, double stack up on that Q. When you have the Divine Sunderer, it's a lot of damage towards towers. Luckily, you don't. There was a point on Divine Sunderer's release where the percent HP damage actually applied to towers was incredibly broken. No longer the case, thankfully. Doesn't really change the fact that Wukong destroys towers, was left alone with it. Bristol Whips do get 2 towers for 1 dragon. I think that is trading up for them at that point. It's not like it's an early soul point for Cabbage Family. If they got in the first one, maybe we'd have another chat about it. Bristol Whip, though, I think they're happy with the state of affairs, getting some more gold to play with in the next few minutes.
Thank you again to the wonderful doctor, everyone's favourite medical professional name in esports, bringing up that gold lead again, showing us that there is that 1,000 gold lead for the Kindred over the Rumble, even though it's just that 1 kill difference, 50 CS better for the Kindred, who's been securing the objectives 3-1 of Bristol Whip's jungler. We did, however, see that Varus has maintained that round about 800 gold lead over the Cogmore.
Yeah, and actually looking at this this Kindred, they've picked up the Stormrazor. I think that's super important in this game. We're going to hold that thought because Grumpy's caught.
Gadunica goes straight in, throwing down the ultimate. Grumpy just steps out to safety yet again, not burning the heal, not burning the Wild Growth. Gregors was there to trade back alongside Porp should they have needed to. The Herald will not go down for the second time this game as Baron Nashor has now spawned.
Yeah, funny that fight happens, because it kind of goes on to a point which I was going to make at that point. Notice how the engage is effectively just, like, chucking down the equalizer and hoping that it works. If Evan's not there for Bristol Whipped, it's kind of hard for them to get a lot of things rolling. They do have some pick CC. It's not the only thing that they can throw, but it's not like we have ourselves a Leona or a Rel or an Alistar, which can really help pin multiple people in place at the same time. What that means is that having something like the Stormrazor, having the slow from all of these other things, the soft engage goes a lot further in this game.
We just saw how much damage Benuxas could take if they had a bit of a combo from the Cogmore. That was pretty painful. Nearly half the health bar just absolutely shredded through. Porp is stood on top of Vision here, so Efan knows exactly what's going on. Has Gadunica for support. We're seeing those 3 Divine Sunderers picked up by Bristol Whip. Interestingly enough as well, that Serpent Fang for Varus.
I think that's very important because you are dealing with a shield bow from Corki, you're dealing with the Lulu as well, and we're dealing with a top lane convergence of members. Who spotted who, though?
Well, Alphamos gets collapsed on, but Porp is immediately here for support. Alphamos flashes away, but is going to die. Gadunica goes gold and buys a bit of time before flashing over the wall, getting a second kill for Efan in the process. QR arrives, puts the damage down, and takes down the Monkey General, who had just secured double kill. Gadunica going lower and lower to the missiles, raining down from Gregors, who himself gets trapped, gets rooted in place, buying Gadunica a little bit of time to escape on such a low health bar, but Nexus does manage to thread the needle, manages to find great damage onto QR, forcing the flash. Chentang steps away from yet another ultimate from the Cosmore. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favour of Bristol Whipped.
So much mind games being played in that fight. We saw that Pop went on to Gadunica, tried to get that mark which he had on that Rumble at that time, and then QR tries to chase down for the final rocket and doesn't find Gadunica, who gets out. Evan follows up, just kills the Kindred before they can get their ultimate available too, because that was actually off a cooldown, just was killed before they could activate it. Cabbage Family lose out on that play.
They did lose out on that play. They're now 2,000 gold behind, bearing in mind they did have a 1,000 gold lead earlier before we saw the structure start to get demolished. We are less than a minute away from our 4th dragon of the game. For me, this is a crucial moment for Bristol Whipped.
I think it is, because if you give Soul Point over towards Cabbage Family, then they can start holding that area of the map hostage and just saying, right, if you walk into us, and you have to at this point, you can't give us a soul, then we can start using our composition to its fullest extent. Walking into champions like Gangplank or Razir or Heimerdinger, they have to set up a bit in advance with either the turrets or barrels or whatever else is in that nature, is so very dangerous. Package has come available for Cabbage Family at this point as well, and the poke starts coming in from the Cogmore.
Living Artillery yet again raining down. This is such a crucial fight. You've got to imagine there will be a fight. 13 seconds until the dragon spawns. Nibble already having used that shroud. Chentang trying to get some poke down with the mystic shots. Gadunica zoning off Alphamos, but the vision being floored over. Alphamos gets caught out, immediately cleanses away from the Varus ultimate. Chentang trying to poke back down onto Port, who goes taken down to half health. The dragon has spawned. Ethan waiting in the wings, trying to go through clone form, trying to get a cyclone, but isn't going to use that ultimate just yet. Instead, Bristol Whip starting this dragon up, but they're tentatively fighting around it because they don't want to give this one over to Port. Port does have the flash available. Gadunica does not. Smite, of course, available for both the junglers could be crucial. QR going so aggressive onto Ethan, forcing the clone, not getting too much health down. Gadunica lower and lower they go. They have to be so careful, otherwise this will be a free dragon. Port trying to take this one away. Gadunica trying to stay in smite range, but not going to get it. 3-1 on the dragons for Cabbage. Somehow, no one dies. Chentang came damn close.
This is just the epitome of close team fighting in League of Legends. It's like walking across one of those rickety rope bridges, and you can just hear those bits of twine, the bits of thread, creaking as you take steps forwards and backwards. The poke doesn't quite finish off anyone. Evan continually looking for the engage, but Cabbage Family, even on this Ocean Rift with the extra brushes to control, managed to snip him out just about each time. Cabbage Family walk away with that dragon, but honestly, one slip up and that could have been game.
It could indeed, but the crucial thing is now Cabbage Family are at 3 dragons. Tell me exactly what it means if they're able to get Soul off the next dragon.
Well, I mean, getting Soul off the next dragon, well, I mean, we said it was important for Bristol Whipped, right? In terms of they have a bit more front line. They've got, the Zonyas, which you can build up on the Rumble, so you get a bit more time to stay alive in that fight, but also having the Kindred ult and the Lulu to keep Cabbage Family to stop topped up too, if that and keep that Ocean Soul continually ticking, can be very important when those fights get very close, when they are about the poke. Bristol Whipped are not content to give Cabbage Family that again, though. They started Baron.
They are going for this one. Pauper secured so many objectives in this one. Will they be able to go heroic? They've got a flash available. They've got a little hop, skip, and a jump. Will they be able to use it? Baron is down to 4,000, but Bristol Whip are being chased away. Gadunica already going too low to stick around. Teleport has been channeled by Alphamos. That is at least a small gain that comes through for Bristol Whip, but meanwhile, Cabbage Family do take a turret.
Playing against this kind of composition is often life and death by Baron too, though, of course. We talked about the soul and how it's important in the combat aspect of things, but both of these teams potentially want to be sieging, and the Baron either empowers or denies that from both of these teams. Luckily, Bristol didn't have to play against the Cannon Barrage there. If the Gangplank ult was available, the retreat from that Baron becomes very, very difficult. That's more of like a Dunkirk situation, completely under enemy fire, trying to get everyone out of that pit. Cabbage Family will have that the next time Bristol Whipped try to get towards this objective.
on the back of that last fight and that last recall, Gregors has gone back and finally completed the Archangel stack. It had been a fully stacked tier for so long, but they just hadn't been able to make full use of it. Nibble there, trying to clear out vision, but between the Baron and the living artillery, Gregors taking them lower and lower means there is still that control ward, crucially for Cabbage Family, at the back of the Baron pit.
All of this imagery of artillery and warfare, it reminds me of a game which I used to play called Fire Warrior back in the day, where it was not a very good game, and I'll tell you why. It's because the entire first half of that game was just in very loud explosions, because it's meant to be, oh, you're under enemy fire, but yes, for 3 hours, it's a bit much. I wonder at what point these teams are going to start realizing, hang on, this has actually been going on for a while now. When are we going to get ourselves a proper engage?
It feels like it is just around the corner. We're 27 minutes into the game. The next dragon is a crucial one to fight around, as Gregors takes an equalizer to the face but does not burn the flash. We've obviously got potential Baron to be fought around as well. Feels like so much could happen in such a short period of time. The Cannon Barrage rains down as Alphamos puts that one down, but it's not enough to save that mid lane outer turret. Nibble yet again trying to stack up, getting stronger and stronger on this center, which is of course building offensively. You've essentially got yourself a free extra ADC there.
You don't have a Cannon Barrage now, or barrels, or anything from the Gangplank, and the Baron is being burned.
It's down to 5,000 health. We've been here before. Efan goes so low. Massive blast cone is going to deliver the Kindred straight into the pit. Tries to stay alive. Porp having to flash out. Meanwhile, in goes the Corki. They pick up one kill, but they lose out on the Baron. It's a 1-for-1 with the Baron buff going over to Bristol Whip. This is the fight they need to find, but QR is chasing them down. Chentang stepping out to safety, and it looks like Cabbage Family will not be able to gain anything more from this trade.
What a ridiculous series of events even there, though. Porp goes into the pit, tries to use the ultimate to stop a smite coming through. Doesn't go in quite at the right time, though. It's not like they ended up burning a smite. They trade 1-for-1. Evan does go down on the Wukong, but it's only a 1-for-1. Luckily, for the side of Cabbage Family, they did manage to get the map in order. Kind of expensive Gangplank being there in the first place, because that Bristol Whip have a bit harder of a time using this Baron buff in the next minute or so to pressure towers and then get this free dragon. 30 seconds until that dragon. I actually wonder if Cabbage Family have this slight amount of priority left now from pushing those waves before Bristol Whip can start abusing it.
I think that's a big part of the reason why we've seen Efan burn that teleport. And Alex, the tension is palpable and it's felt slightly through Nuts' chain of corruptions there, which go wide of the target. The cube, however, doesn't go wide and takes a big chunk of Porp's health away. They can try and regen as much of that as possible through their own jungle. Dragon is back on the table yet again. A big fight could come through.
Let's go so fast!
Have just absolutely obliterated the health bar on this one. They make it 3-2 and then they take the fight. Efan goes with the Cyclone, finds themselves a kill. It is a 1-for-1 so far with the Monkey having been taken down. Porp gets flashed on but survives. The turnaround is huge. QR with the damage. Alphamos and Gregors pop off. It's an ace for Cabbage Family. They wipe the Baron buff.
And in the brawl between Brassica, the Cabbages reign supreme at the end of this game. For the first time, we see ourselves a decisive engage. It comes from a 3-man Cyclone. At that point, I was ready to call GG for Bristle Whip, but Gregors is over the wall, putting out insane amounts of damage. Grumpy is the only person that survives that initial stage of the play, but the rest of the artillery is in place from the Cabbage Family to take themselves the fight.
They're able to take an inhibitor turret as well. Looks like they'll secure an inhibitor nice and easily as well. The team that did not secure Baron, did not secure the Soul, are able to secure the first really significant structure of the game, taking that one away from Bristol Whips, taking away the gold lead as well. And suddenly there are questions to be asked of Bristol Whips. Can they possibly kill the Corki and the Cosmore in the same fight? Because so far they have not managed to kill either all game long.
They've managed to get a couple of kills onto the Gangplank, onto the Kindred, as you were saying, but not the Cogmore and the Kindred. And then the question is, all right, we have reached the point where we're getting towards 3rd and 4th items. Is one of these carries left alive enough to be the real saving grace of Cabbage Family, even though they have been falling behind in some of these Baron plays across the map? Bristol Whipped, at least, didn't manage to use that Baron to its full extent because they died at that dragon. Cabbage Family set up the map, they took that fight, kind of end up sparing their blushes from that earlier Baron play.
It is such a tense game. 31 minutes in. Both top laners pushing down the bottom half of the map with a little bit of Australia lanes going on. Baron will be spawning again in about 2.5 minutes time. The Baron buff effect was essentially completely negated by the fight we just saw around the dragon. That's a dragon that will be spawning in just under 3 minutes. This could potentially be Cabbage Family's opportunity to secure that one. Things yet again very, very tense, Nightmare.
They are. You can see it's trading off Varus Qs for big ones from the Corki rockets. Miramona's on so many of these poke champions means it has the extra amount of sting to it. It feels like, again, we saw it earlier in the game, one slip-up can be death. It's a term I like to use, the Dance Macabre, that reminder that everyone can fall prey to the Reaper at some point. And at least Blue Oyster Cult told us not to be afraid of it. I'm feeling pretty afraid for both these teams right now.
And without an Alistair, we can't even have more cowbell. Jeez. Right, so 15 kills to 11. Cabbage Family have got the edge there. They've also got a gold lead. They've got themselves an advantage in terms of Dragon. They've taken down Inhibitor. They're looking good, but this game is far from over. With that being said, potentially not that far. One more big fight lost by either team in the same way we saw that last one ending could mean destruction for their Nexus. Ooh, we are walking a very, very fine tightrope. Cabbage Family certainly have got the edge, but I am certainly not betting anything against Bristol Whip right now.
Well, good job I'm a fan of Alton Towers then, because I won't look down. Oblivion told me that one. Cabbage Family have themselves the Enchanter advantage in this particular late game state, though. And what that comes with is a Staff of Flowing Water and a Shurelya's to help reposition this team. We kind of saw it in that bottom lane, in that last dragon fight, which went so well in favor of Cabbage Family. If you can get out of that initial engage, you have yourselves a Rylai's now on the Cogmore. You have yourself that Storm Razor. We talked about that earlier in the game too. Cabbage Family have a lot more of these soft advantages rolling in their favor. It doesn't matter, though, if the engage finally sticks from Bristol Whip. Alphamos might be caught prey to that.
Goodunica just walked straight in. Alphamos almost blissfully unaware of what's going on. The Chilling Smite put down, the flash away from Alphamos. Efan now, however, might be slightly caught with the damage coming through from Pulp. It's going to be a turret going over to Cabbage Family, and it feels like it gives them slight prio in terms of setting up vision towards this next dragon. Meanwhile, on the top side, QR, who does have the teleport, will continue to push. They've stopped pushing.
He has a teleport. So, wow, they've stopped pushing. They do have the teleport. They've still managed to get that wave onto the other side of the map. They have themselves the forward percentage past that point in the river, at the very least. QR has not died, as you were saying, as an Infinity Edge now. What the heck is a GA? No one wants to build one of those this game, even though there's going to be the first death of the fight is going to be so important. It is all about that raw damage output, and QR has been putting down the hammer every time those rockets hit.
Well, you mentioned Dance Macabre. We've got ourselves an interesting kind of dance here, because it is a dance between a Baron and a Dragon. The Baron already having spawned, and Cabbage Family opting in to stun the Baron up straight away, but the True Shot Barrage hits, and it hits hard onto Gregors and Grumpy. Teleport now coming in as we see so much damage put down onto Goodunica, who is dead. The Baron, however, isn't the big fight anymore, and for the first time, QR is dead, completely popped by Benuxas and Chentang, but Benuxas himself gives up his life as two more ADCs will target Cabbage Family. One of them with their heavy AP raining down to nibble. The flash over the wall from Pulp, it's not enough to secure the kill. The jungler dies for Cabbage Family. Does this open up an option for Bristol Whip? Alphamos, so healthy, so tanky. Tries to take down Efan, tries to take down Chentang. Gregors picks up the kill onto the Wukong. Chentang able to flash away with just a tiny bit of health left. Alphamos trying to respond, trying to find Chentang. Unable to do so far, but it's Cabbage Family yet again who come out on top in the fight. Alphamos just needs to get in range to try and find that final shot. Instead, they jump themselves over the wall, trying to secure the soul.
They peel off from Chentang because they want to take the soul. It's 35 minutes in. We've had 5 already. This will be the 6th. Bristol Whip are contesting. No, of course they would. There's no smites.
Chentang is in the pit. This is too far. What's he doing? He gives up his life. He gives up the soul. Nibble unable to do anything to save their mid laner. Cabbage Family now have the Ocean Soul.
What a heavyweight fight in this late game. Just all of the mobility on the Kindred with flashes, with Gale Forces, having the arcane shifts left, right, and center. Does barely go the way of Cabbage Family, but just because it goes that 51% in favor of the Kent team, they get themselves a kingly prize from it in the form of an Ocean Soul. They have that. It does mean the Elder will be on the table in 5.5 minutes, but Bristol Whipped might have just slipped, and we said one slip can mean death.
Rumble throws down the ult, goes Golden, trying to stay alive, trying to get damage onto Paul, who has the ultimate available, isn't able to use it in time. Dawning Shadow comes through, able to survive for a while, but now Efan is left without a team to help them out. They tried to turn the damage onto QR, but the shielding is too huge. Grumpy turns it round, triple kill for QR, who flashes at the end to secure that last kill. A teleport will come through from Chentang, having thrown down the ultimate to check the Baron. It is not the main attention for Cabbage Family, though, because they have got 30-second death timers. They will retake this mid lane inhibitor.
They might do that. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they started heading towards maybe one Nexus turret. I don't think they can take the Nexus itself. We see the flaming alien come out.
I'm not convinced.
They're looking for it. They do have themselves a lot of Sheen items. They could potentially do this.
One turret already shredded through. 10-second death timers on multiple people with Bristol Whip. This is game one being secured right here, right now. Cabbage Family take the game. They go 1-0 up in our last chance qualifier for UEM.
Oh, Chentang has to watch as the Nexus explodes. Tried to clear out the top wave. Thought maybe it would be a Baron start instead. Bristol Whipped get their bluff called by Cabbage Family, who go straight down the mid lane, take that Nexus. They had the side choice for the first game. They take the game in that side choice game. We saw how that went last game, and I said that game one might tell the story of the whole series. If you're a Kant fan, that's good for you.
Yeah, Cabbage Family doing great things there. In the end, Chentang's decision to contest that dragon ended up being a costly one because it was that 30-second death time, well, more than 30-second death timer that meant that essentially Cabbage Family could quickly turn their attention towards the Baron. You saw Gadunica trying to force the fight around there, but without the Ezreal popping the damage in, the only thing that had managed to kill off the Corki prior to this, it was just an easy cleanup for QR. It was victory that was secured for the Cabbage Family. They look good going into this game. Coming into game two, however, it's down to Bristol Whip to now reset. We know these two teams have an almost 50% win ratio against each other. We know this series can go back and forth. We know it can go to 5 games so often. Bristol Whipped, however, they put themselves in a tough scenario straight from game one.
Yeah. I think I'm getting we're getting some secret comms from Bristol. It says they're going to ban Corki next game. And I think that's a good idea.
Like, I didn't want to harp on about it at the time. The Orianna ban made so much sense to protect the Cogmore composition, but then banning Akali when the Corki was still up, it was a bit of a head scratcher for me.
Yeah, I look at the whole of this composition from Cabbage Family, and I did see a lack of engage, and I said, oh, but they do have a bit of a range advantage. And then the Wukong came in, and I'm like, all right, it's everyone's Wukong. Maybe it's a bit over. But they managed to play very, very respectfully around that Wukong. Very respectfully, actually. We saw that in the Dragon fights. But then you look towards the late game, and I'm not sure respectful kind of factors into Valking into 4 people, getting away with a kill on the jungler, and getting the hell out of dodge. The damage calculations, the amount of calculations happening in that big old brain of QR must have been absurd at that point because it got very, very close.
Terrific showing from Cabbage Family. They have taken the first of this potential 5 games. We will be back for yet more. You're having a bite of lettuce. I'm going to have a grape. We'll catch you after the break.
ever wanted was you to love me, to be the one that you could trust. Even though now we're just a memory, I just hope that was enough. Whenever you make right, don't forget me, don't forget me. Whenever I may die, don't forget me, don't forget me.
We are back for game number 2 of deciding who will represent the... Was that a lettuce instead of a cabbage?
Well, the lettuce crew just went 1-0 up. What I'm celebrating with their people. I wish there was more of a segue to that. Well, no. What do you want to talk about, Stan?
I want to talk about the fact that when I decide that we do a bit, it sticks. There are cabbages, there are licorice whips. We get at least a view on Twitter for our videos. All we get is you on a zip line and then sort of just eating a lettuce. It's not good enough, Alex. It's not good enough.
Well, thankfully, the gameplay is, and maybe it's just me tempting fate to say, you know what? People will watch this regardless of the content that we make because of these kind of late game plays. Moving on to the game, of course, we do have a side selection choice now. Bristol Whipped had the side choice as the loser of that first game, and they have chosen red side. So, how the tables turn. They're going to have themselves that R1, R2 seemingly very powerful point in the draft. For Cabbage Family, of course, they picked up that Cog Lulu. Will Bristol Whipped let them have that on blue pick 2 and 3? Will they pick up an Ezreal Karma themselves? How are the bans going to set this up as well? This is going to be a real chess match now in the draft phase.
I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. At the end of game 1, it was Cabbage Family and their fans who will have been happier with the end result, with the Bristol Whipped team left looking a bit like England fans probably will after the game against Croatia on the weekend. Of course, yeah, absolutely, it's gonna be a good one. But right now, we're kind of hoping that we get to a place where there are 5 games and we get that proverbial penalty shootout to see who picks up the win. Yeah. And the nice thing about this is, if we do get to a penalty shootout, an English team has to win.
I'm not sure. I think maybe if the servers die because
just
it keeps
boom.
going 1-1. Yeah. Could you imagine a league series where you just kept going until there was a 2-game advantage? That would be, yeah, that would be something. Ignore it. Yeah. You forget I said that. That sounds awful.
We might finally challenge Katowice for the longest series ever if that were the case. Especially if it were between these two teams, because they're two teams who historically have been so close to each other in terms of how close their games are, how many wins and losses they have against each other. We already saw it in that game that despite the fact that the ending was fairly conclusive for Cabbage Family, Bristol Whip challenged them pretty much all the way, and a small couple of things going one way or the other with Barons being secured, dragon fights, etc. It could could easily have been a 1-0 scoreline the other way around. I expect things to stay close. I certainly don't expect this to be a 3-0, as much as that might disappoint certain individuals.
Oh, like there is, I'm a physics student, or I was back in the past, and I did a bit of astrophysics, and we learned about some very daunting things about reality, about the inevitable heat death of the universe. But I feel a little better about that now, because I know there is the even more inevitable 5-game series between Cabbage Family and Bristol Whipped.
Speaking about potential deaths of universes, and not going to be throwing any spoilers out there, and that statement was not in itself a spoiler because it's not really what happens, but can I just say how insufferable one of my dogs has become now that they've got their own series on Disney+. They're lording it around the manor. Thor and Hope are just like wandering around minding their own business, and Loki's just all like...
Okay, you know what? I've actually watched that. I don't want to say anything in terms of reference, because again, it's not fair. What is fair, though, is a Gwen ban. Get that champion out of my draft.
Gwen is not there, won't have the opportunity to cast the needlework one. We are seeing Zilly and Corky both taken away. Interestingly, banned away from the Cabbage Family by themselves rather than the other side. Carthus, Karma, still the same bans from Bristol Whipped, as they obviously decide that with the side change coming through, they should still be doing what they were doing.
As much as, we had a good laugh about QR and saying, oh, did someone forget about Corky? Chantang is a big Corky player too. Honestly, the 3 champions I associate the most with Chantang are Corky, Victor, and Yasuo. Yasuo is actually back. Well, we saw that in the Degree Sports show match as well, actually, and he absolutely popped off there. Talking less about the champions which are currently banned, though, and ones which are going to be back again, reprising their performance. Lulu back on the table for Cabbage Family, mostly Grumpy and Gregors. They played very disciplined, I think is the word to say, in that first game. Mentioned it during that game. It's just like making sure they held on to that extra summon, the extra ultimate, not just getting too trigger happy with it and wondering if they were going to die, and also managed to outplay in those situations around the bot side. Ziggs is going to be the response from Bristol Whipped. Does that mean now that Cabbage Family are sat there going, oh wait, we banned that because we had the Cogmore last time? Maybe actually we don't want to pick up the Cogmore, we just want to keep the Lulu for another hyper carry. What's their answer in this AD carry role?
Okay, well, we've got the Ziggs in the center, both which provide a fairly significant amount of flex potential locked in by Bristol Whipped. You talked earlier on about how during our finals that we would go back a couple of months for, we saw everybody losing on red side. Maybe this is just one of those worlds where we see a complete coin flip.
For sure. I think back then, of course, there was some very powerful first picks like Yoruda and your Hecarim and stuff like that, which were just destroying the meta as a whole, and we saw that continue through to MSI and parts of this split too, even. But I think right now, given that there are so many bot lane duos which can be flexed but also be strong in both solo lanes and in the bot lane, red side picking up both of them to be a duo or to split them apart is so strong. Splitting up actually 2 of the most powerful ones in terms of Kog'Maw, Lulu, and then also the Ezreal and the Karma. Cabbage Family pick up, as we're saying, the Lulu and the Ezreal themselves, and they also lock in the jungler of the Udyr.
And we just know how good Porp is on this champion. We've seen it time and again. Some people complain about it being a champion that's just too easy to execute. You just run in, bear slap people and make things happen. But Porp does it and does it effectively. It's knowing the timings of when to make that work. And I'll be interested to see how they synergize with Grumpy while doing that. Over on the other side, the Lilia is the response.
Lilia opens up a lot of level 1 plans. We saw this more in back end of 2020. Of course, that was when Lilia was released and was very strong from release. You can start Raptor invading or go start on your own Raptors and start doing some more unique jungle paths, and that can really upset people in these kind of scenarios when you have had time to sit in between the games and say, actually, what did they do at level 1 that we can exploit? A lot of the time we see that with invades, and I just hit my mic. I should really not do that. But Lilia being able to have that different option could potentially get Bristol Whips on the board early. Don't you laugh at me. I was very scared.
Professional caster, by the way. We've got the Cogmore and the Victor both banned away here, and we are going to see Varus taken off the table as well, looking more and more likely that we're going to see Benuxas on the Ziggs.
Yes. We are going to see the potentially Benuxas on the Ziggs. But the Senna gives you so many different options, right? Either way, they played that double range matchup in the bot side before with the Varus and the Senna. And again, this is moving away from your more typical nibble playing stuff like the Bard and the Alistair. Going towards the Senna was not what we saw them find lots of highlight reel success on in spring. It did give them lane pressure to hold down this bot lane, which we thought would be an issue from Cabbage Family.
Okay, we have had a Lee Sin locked in, which, bearing in mind we have already had the Lilia locked in, is mighty interesting. What do you make of that, Nymera?
Solo lane flex, we see it all the time. If you've been watching LCK today, you'll see it all across the world there too. Lee Sin just stat checks you from solo lanes. There are definitely top laners which you suffer against. I wouldn't want to pick Cassidy into that one, buddy. So it looks like they're going to be hovering over the Wukong themselves, taking away from Evan's first game draft. So now they have themselves a bit more backline disruption, but then again, Lee's going to be doing exactly the same.
Yep, certainly will be one last lock-in for each. Obviously, we have
yes,
got
that's how drafts work. When you've locked in 4, there's a 5th one you lock in.
I've had a great idea. There's a wonderful thing. How have I never realised this before? If I take my headphones out, I can't hear you anymore. So yeah, what we are seeing is that Castin eventually locked in, despite the Lee Sin being over on the other side. For those of you out in Twitch chat, at the moment we do have predictions open. You can drop some of your channel points to say who you think's going to win. The last time I had a look, it was a 95%
still right to him.
advantage. I have to close my eyes as well. So it was a 95% advantage going over towards Cabbage Family. Of course, picked that win up last time around. Throw out some channel points if you feel confident Bristol Whip are going to win. You could get a huge chunk of points there.
You can. So we see ourselves actually that casted and locked in for QR, another scaling champion in that mid lane, very different from the AP marksman or the Corki. More of that that melee burst assassin with a lot of mobility. If you start W level 1, you actually can win a surprising amount of AD matchups in mid lane too. It was much more prevalent when Seeker's Arm Guard was absurdly valuable for money when you started stacking that up. It's not the case right now. It is going to be playing into the Lee Sin in the mid lane, it looks like. However, it wouldn't surprise me if Bristol Wits started trying to swap around a bit, maybe have the Volibear chase the casting around. It depends on what runes they've taken and what they perceive to be the best matchup into that casting. I'm not really sure who wins harder against that champion, the Lee Sin or the Volibear. I mean, at least with the Volibear can pin them down in place with that Q very early into the game and start getting ganks coming through, particularly pre-6 when Cassidon is the most vulnerable. It's going to be very interesting to me how Cabbage Family want to weaponize this Cassidon.
That's really interesting to hear you say, actually, because for all the jokes of me not wanting to hear you, we do actually have this situation that you spoke about as the Lee Sin got locked in, the casting got hovered for the first time. You're like, hey, don't want to do this. Well, they have done it. It looks like it will most likely go into the lane unless they find those swaps. Lee Sin pre-level 6 just feels like it will absolutely obliterate casting should it get the right plays, especially if it gets jungle attention.
And what this also means is, so the thing about Lee Sin in lanes is that you put a lot of points into your E to give you wave control. You're probably going to have wave control versus the Caston anyway. He doesn't really exist as a champion that early into the game. The W level 1 start helps from Caston. Like, you can actually beat Yasuo in lane early on. Don't try it against a Talon. That gets you killed. That gets you first blooded. That's very bad. But there are definitely some matchups where you can trade up. You never really get to transfer that into a lot of lane pressure, though, unless the enemy champion wants you to do that, which makes me think Lilia already has early pathing options, invading into Raptors, has a mid lane, which is almost certainly going to be able to respond first, and have mobility with the ward hops earlier into the game. Cabbage Family are going to have to be on the lookout very stringently for Bristol Whip trying to pull any early tricks on them. On the other side, Bristol Whip, you have all the tools to do that. Make sure you hammer it home because, of course, later into the game, you have quite a short-range composition between the top side of the map. Caston loves playing into that late game.
Quickly, before we jump onto the Rift for a second time, I told you a little bit about the sort of percent numbers that we were seeing previously on our Twitch chat vote. What do you feel coming into Game 2? Who's going to be picking up this win?
I feel like last game Bristol Whipped had a bit of a draft advantage, and it was close, right? It was close at the end of it. But this game, there's a lot more engaged to play around. I think I'm gonna end up giving it over to Cabbage Family for this one. I'm 0 on one of my predictions. Keep that in mind. It's a bit of a tradition here at the Newell. I think that playing Lilia like this means that you have to be very well set up. And you have to want the game in the early game to go certain ways, again, around those Raptors, around camp steals. And Cabbage Family have been typically quite good, as we saw last game, at rolling with the punches, just making it up as you go along. And now with them having the Wukong, which can be very strong into those late game fights, I want to see how they use that pick like Bristol tried to last game.
Coming into game two, let me throw out a huge thank you to our sponsors, to Logitech, to Unite Students, and to Amazon University Esports for making all of this possible. We are onto the Rift for game number 2. Cabbage Family have gained themselves a little blue box by their name, signifying that they are 1 game up in this best of 5 series, 2 games away from securing a berth at UEM 2021.
Yeah. And of course, we've been covering a bit of that event. And we know that both of our UK teams have sadly departed from that group stage, so it will have to be one of these 2 teams going forward, picking up the torch which was laid down by DMU and by Lincoln Ascended. So they have a lot on their shoulders. There's not going to be another chance for the UK. It will just be these teams competing alongside the other nations of the University Esports Masters going forward. 1 more team from each of those regions. Also, the second place teams from their group stages 2. Lots of teams to face off against, and very, very tough competition. This is kind of the case of you want iron to sharpen iron. You want both these teams to learn from this experience and boost themselves to new heights so they can start competing at that UEM level.
Let me ask you, obviously we've had the opportunity to see the play-ins and some absolute top tier teams there, Nymera. What do you make of those teams that we've already seen in comparison to what these 2 teams are bringing at the moment?
So I think that Cabbage Family are the most versatile team I've seen in the university scene. Sometimes for better or for worse. Like we said, they sometimes get lost in their own flexibility. On the other side, though, Bristol Whipped have themselves like some of the other teams in UEM, but I mean more uniquely for this level of play in the UK. UKLC talent. You know, they have Gadunica and Evan, who have both played at that level before. Nibble replaced Longstaff, even, who is currently playing at UKL and was playing at UKLC before. There's a lot of experience, a lot of higher level learning from this team. And at the upper end, Bristol Whip's understanding of the game, and particularly how they manage vision, has been incredibly impressive to see. We do see that Zonica is going to get in for a Raptor steal on the bot side of the map, skip their Raptors on top side, and Cabbage Family find themselves with an early jungle deficit because one of those camp steals is coming away, and also Graggers ran into a bit of a minefield and took a lot of HP and damage.
Yeah, had to arcane shift over the rest of the minefield, otherwise might have been in significant trouble there. For a moment, I actually thought they'd flashed away from it, but no, it was the early level of the arcane shift that keeps Graggers alive here. Pulp's going to take away their blue buff, as we see Gadunica doing the exact same, well, beautifully juggling these 2 camps to get the optimal clear, despite going rather low on the Lilia. We'll have the smite available to get a little bit of health back in just a moment. Things pretty tight so far. In the last game, we had a whole helping of ADCs as we're turning attention towards QR, taking damage from Chentang. We said this Lee Sin would dominate pre-6. This game's got a whole helping of teleports, Nymera, 6 of them to be precise.
Yep, they had quite a few last game too, but this time both bot laners picking up that spell, both mid laners picking up that spell, which means we're going to have a whole lot of people appearing in unexpected places. Question is, which are going to be the most impactful teleports? Because you do have ones, I mean, Casson is not really great for the teleport engages like your Volibear and your Wukongs are, but it's very important to reset in terms of laning phase. You see him going down low early on, has himself full sustain runes, not even going for something like the Conqueror. The Fleet Footwork has been a rune which is less important on mid laners, particularly nowadays, but he does have that teleport to get himself back on the map, just as Porp is on the map, specifically the top side of the map.
He's not running Flash, he's got the Ghost available, will be able to charge towards Efan, who's done good damage towards Alphamos, but it's still a 2v1. Flash away from the volleyball, double teleports coming in from the mid laners. Efan trying to get to the safety of the turret. Now be Chentang, who has to hop out to safety with the safeguard, is going to be in all sorts of trouble, flashes themselves away, but eventually it's going to go down for first blood to the Udyr. It's a close fight, but so far it's a 3-0 for Cabbage Family. Bristol Whipped take an absolute beating in top lane.
And it's a 3-kill advantage to, well, the Caston's got a kill and 2 assists. That is suddenly all of the air raid sirens warning off in this game. There's not even a Corki involved in this one. QR is on the board yet again.
Grumpy gets tagged, takes a significant chunk of damage. Nibble trading back and forth. Gregors and Grumpy being sent back to the safety of their own turret, but no kills being picked up here. Means that 2,500 gold lead built up by Cabbage Family is absolutely immense from what ended up being a travesty in top lane.
Like, we warned you guys. Cabbage Family, roll with the punches. Bristol Whip, they had the tools available. It seemed like they played their cards just a little too face up. It teleported in fairly early into that play, and honestly, I thought, okay, maybe you back off. Maybe it's just a diversion replay at that point. But then Chentang teleports just a bit too deep, trying to look to kind of corral Alphmos and Porp into it, but QR comes back in, didn't even have himself the ultimate to get into position, flashes in instead. Doesn't matter if you have a ward hop and a flash, Chantang could not get out of that play, and the entire top side of Bristol Whipped hits the ground.
It does, and it leaves 2 kills in the pocket of Udyr. Perhaps that's almost a best-case scenario for Bristol Whipped if they were going to give away 3 kills, that 2 went onto the Udyr, rather than onto a Kassadin who's going to hyperscale, who still managed to get 1, which is pretty amazing, or onto the Wukong. We know exactly what that champion can do. Meanwhile, Gadunika is going to start up this Ocean Dragon, not going to be the same soul as last time around.
What's actually quite important, though, so sadly for Pop, he didn't have himself that Dark Seal picked up on the Udyr. So this is not the current patch where there's slightly even more AP ratio picked up. He's coming back top. The level 6 from Evan means that he's fairly safe at this point. Dark Seal on junglers is so efficient right now. You pick it up. If you do get it up to 10 stacks, you get that into the Medjais, particularly on Udyr, who is so much about move speed. That's actually a very important item for him. It's not actually that troll, because you're tanky. You're less likely to die as well. Pop with the lead and potentially in a position to pick up more kills and assists as the game goes on, using that lead to their advantage. Picking up the good Dark Seal, suddenly something that we might just want to track.
And the timing on these camps being up, or in this case not being up, for Porp is quite unfortunate, because not only do they lose out on the Dragon, the Herald wasn't available yet, they're not even able to steal camps away from Gadunika on top side. So Gadunika kind of gaining something for nothing there. Porp, of course, still with the edge on the back of those 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know that all the teleports on the map have been used. You're kind of just you're on your own if you go too deep now. Porp is going to just shuffle in this top lane, make sure that wave hits turret. Actually, I don't think you can look for a dive here. That is a volley bear with ult. I'm just seeing him cancel recalls and like, bold, might I say.
You might indeed, and I think you would be right. Crucially here in mid lane, we have hit that level 6 mark. QR that much safer against Chentang now, especially given that Chentang wasn't able to get any early kills or even more than a 13 CS advantage. Things looking very nice for Cabbage Family as they look to push to 2-0. Very much so have concerns for this Bristol Whip team. What do you make of the fact that I know we've got Nibble on the center, but we haven't really got a full-on ADC here?
So that obviously doesn't help their continued damage output. And on the other side, you've got an Ezreal who is most likely going towards something like a Frozen Heart third and does get quite tanky. You know, with the Sundra giving you extra sustain amongst other things, you end up getting quite hard to take down. Nibble going to dodge away from that Mystic shot, so he isn't going to take a huge chunk of damage. But yeah, in that case, Cabbage Family certainly outperform Bristol Whips in terms of the consistent damage front. Though Ziggs does have some of that from the AP variety. It's just not quite the same as the point-and-click auto-attacks.
That is exactly my concern with this one, Nightmare. It's similar to the concern I had in the last game. It's part of why I like that we saw the Cogmore going for the AP build. It felt like so much varying damage and also sustained damage was going to come through from Cabbage Family. It ended up paying out really, really nicely for them. Meanwhile, we do see that Gadunika is going to steal this blue buff away. Chentang just going to hop along as well. Don't know if they can take it for themselves. I doubt it. I think this is just a protection more than anything else, but Gadunika getting a camp for free here.
For sure. I mean, jungle advantages matter a little less than they did in previous patches, because again, once you complete your smite item, you smite those 5 times, that's when the damage increase for smite comes in, rather than it going up by level. QR is actually around this top side. Gadunika going to run into Pop, is at a level disadvantage, and yes, that's not the smite disadvantage, it's still an extra level in one of those abilities and extra base stats. Chantang, first on the run though, might dissuade Pop.
The smite being used there for the Scuttle Crab pretty much tells me that, well, I was going to say that tells me that Bristol Whipped aren't going to bother going for the Herald as there's a long old cooldown on the smite, but instead it is actually going to signify that that Herald is just going to be taken away straight away as Gadunika and Chentang take away the Scuttle, take away the Herald as well. Good damage being put down to Grumpy, heal having to be burned by the Lulu.
Ouch, this is just the continued full court press from Bristol Whip. They managed to push in top lane, push in bot lane solo with no extra attention. This is kind of what Ziggs does. What is dangerous here now is suddenly if you get yourself a Herald, that's a dead turret. Although top lane, Evan's gonna have to ult out.
He jumps straight out, flashes to follow up as well. Port not able to get the bear slap in despite burning the Ghost.
Burns the Ghost. On the other side is the ult and the flash, so at least the Ghost slightly lower cooldown. But Evan doesn't give up any gold, doesn't give up any stacks towards that Dark Seal, which we were talking about Pop having before. It's going to be Bristol Whipped, keeping themselves relatively even in the game. Actually, they are down 3 kills. They have themselves the extra, the dragon to their name, and they have managed to get a few turret plates as well. 1 in the top lane, 2 in that bot lane. And when you have the Ziggs ready to smash through those turrets with the extra satchel charge, that is at the point where Bristol Whips can make a big power play and bring themselves into the mid game strong.
Factor in that there's a Herald in the pocket of Gadunica as well, and
Absolutely.
turrets seem to be the gold avenue that Bristol Whip are taking to get back into this. They were 2,000 gold down, they've reduced that to just 500. We've got a 3v3 potentially brewing, however. Porp looking to go aggressive, at least trying to stop this ward from being cleared out. QR has roamed down so quickly, and Lee Sin is nowhere to be seen.
Don't think they've seen him, but I think they pinged it out. Actually, I think I want to take this time as things are, when there is the Herald, so I might have to cut this point off at some point. Bristol Whips, when they won in 2020, when they won that spring, one of the most important picks to them, and also to Brunel, the team which faced them in the finals, was Ziggs. Ziggs was a pick that they used in mid lane and in bot lane to great success. It's something that they've used at this level of play before in UK University League of Legends. Zunica is going to come down bot lane. Looks like they're just going to start hammering away at this turret, though. Not going to have to use the Herald. They throw the Satchel. That's just going to be gone.
Exactly that. First turret comes through with 5 turret plates going into Ziggs' pocket as well. Second dragon spawning momentarily too. Porp stealing away a little bit of jungle while this all happens, but I do feel like Bristol Whip are going to be able to secure that second dragon uncontested.
Yeah, and they don't even have to use the Herald for anything. They still have it in inventory. Porp is running top side, and Evan potentially in trouble.
Is indeed, hasn't got the flash available. Ultimate down as well. Will have the charge, will have to time it excellently. Is going to be slowed down just for a moment, but taking so very much damage. Alpha Moss being low themselves, however, means that the dive does not come through from Cabbage Family. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift, the dragon's taken down. The True Shot Barrage is coming through. Will it clip? No. Volibear survives.
Volibear survives, gets back to base, and Gregors and Grumpy, once again, on the back end of one of these plays. Ezreal teleport very deep in mid lane.
4v3 here in mid lane becomes a 4v4 as Chemtang arrives. Nibble does go into the Shroud, survives for a little while. Gregors takes a little bit of damage, and a teleport is essentially burned for nothing.
The rarely seen Ezreal flanking maneuver does go in with the teleport. Doesn't burn anything from Bristol Whip. Gregors, low mana though, not actually able to stick around here for the longest amount of time and has already reset. It does buy a bit of time for QR to go towards bot. It does buy a bit of safety in that mid lane because, again, they didn't want a big Herald play to come through. That's the next thing which Cabbage Family needs to be on the look for, and Bristol Whips will want to make work. And this is now going to be something that we're going to have to track as well. Where is Gadunica going? Currently on the top side. Is this something they can use on that turret? They've got 1.5 minutes left to put that Herald down somewhere and get the full gold value. What's the best play they can make with it?
Well, I'm not too sure. I guess it's a decision we'll have to see in the next minute or so. Otherwise, that turret plating will be long gone. One of the words that we have to touch on, we try to avoid it for as long as we can, Nymera, but we're 13 minutes in almost, and we have to start talking about the S word. It's scaling. QR is going to have the Kassadin. There are not going to be turret plates to pick up anymore for Bristol Whip to continue this push in terms of taking structures and getting extra gold that way. What is the break point, essentially, for Bristol Whip against this Kassadin?
See, the thing is, they do actually have some ways to deal with him. The ult's going to come in from the Lilia. That's an ult right on top of it. Ouch.
Yeah, the Ziggs bomb put in. Porp goes in, trying to get some good damage down. Will get the wild growth to keep them healthy for as long as possible. Nibble going lower and lower, flashing themselves away, but the Nuxas is already dead. In the Shroud, Nibble's able to escape. Chentang comes in, trying to help his team, but he in turn gets stunned down. Will be able to safeguard away should they want to, but Cabbage Family get the better of a fight that Bristol Whip started.
Well, what's the break point for the Kassadin? Getting an extra kill certainly helps, and that's going to allow Cabbage Family to make a play for at least some plates here.
Gadunica, you have taken the wrong path here. No flash available for the Lillian. Tries to get to the Blast Cone, succeeds, but takes the Wukong with them. Alpha Moss secures the solo kill. Chentang trying to do what they can to clear things out. Will land that Sonic onto Gregors, but is not going to be able to get any more out of this one.
So Bristol Whip get themselves 9-10 plates, actually, I think, with the one claimed up top as well. All things said and done. Evan going to be facing off against the Divine Thunderer of Alphamos, who did just get that kill onto the jungler, as you were saying. The kill gold has gone to Cabbage Family. The standing gold in turrets and, of course, the neutral objectives has gone to Bristol Whipped. Fennec says, yes, they just chucked the Satchel Charge. That's the second turret down for on Cabbage Family's side of the map. Ziggs is doing the early game duty very well. What's very interesting, though, is that the real famous team for playing Ziggs bot was KT Rolster with Deft on the lineup. That was back in 2018. But what they would sometimes find is that after you take those outer ring of turrets, you kind of just stall out. You can't just get those plates anymore. You can't really just ram through every lane without having a Herald. The map is much shorter because you can travel between your inner turrets so much more quickly. Bristol Whips will have to show that they can manipulate their waves well enough and pull Cabbage Family around the map well enough to make sure that Ziggs is getting value after this point.
And no, that's honestly exactly why I asked you in terms of the scale and in terms of the time that we're looking for Bristol Whipped, because while I had my doubts about the Ziggs, they have made the early game work out very nicely. They found a gold lead despite having gone 2,000 gold down to those early 3 deaths. My problem is the later and later things go. I mean, they've not been able to pick up a single kill so far. They're going to have an online Kassadin up against them very, very soon. I have big concerns, and I feel like one of the most important things for them right now is to keep the Dragon push going. It's going to be a Mountain Soul this time round, and in a minute, we're going to have an option to see them get their 3rd Dragon of the game.
Mountain Soul is certainly somewhat of a win condition for Bristol Whip because they don't have themselves the edge in consistent DPS, as we've talked about the entirety of this game so far.
Yep.
You do at least have yourself a Lee Sin that starts getting quite tanky as the game goes on. Gordrinker certainly helps with that, and you've got a Volibear too. You have the tankier of the 2 solo laners, get themselves a Mountain Soul on top of that. Maybe you can bridge that gap in the late game. It's certainly very hard against these hard scaling carries like you were saying though.
30 seconds left until Dragon spawns. Porp already coming across, trying to make sure Bristol Whipped don't have the opening they did onto the first 2 Dragons of this game. Cabbage family are actually closing out the vision very, very nicely around this particular choke point. Efan looking, waiting on the wings, but without having the Wukong this time round, doesn't pose quite so much of a threat in terms of engage.
Not quite the same amount, but then you still have the Volibear who can hop over all without having to use Flash and get straight into the thick of things and point and click stun. Isn't that a nice ability to have? Evan, speaking of that, gets hit by a couple of those Sundra arcane mystic shots coming in from the Ezreal, and the fight is starting to culminate.
5v5 not only brewing, but it is here. Fan goes super aggressive, picks onto Gregors, forcing him away from the fight. Meanwhile, Alphamos manages to find a multi-man Cyclone for 2 times in a row. The smite is good from Porp, securing Cabbage family's first dragon of the game. Alphamos and QR so very low. QR trying to get to safety, but burns down to the Lilia as we see Lee Sin taking out the Wukong. Porp, Grumpy, Gregors left running with their collective tails between their collective legs. Can they get away from Efan, from Chentang and Gadunica, who will continue to run forward? The Shroud will find a slight speed up. Grumpy will be slowed down. Chentang with the safeguard over the wall forces the flash out of Grumpy. In goes Gadunica, but dead goes Gadunica as Gregors puts down the damage from the Divine Sundra. The Mystic Shot enough to take away the life of Lilia.
So, Dragon does go to Cabbage family. You can't forget that in this case. We're talking about how much the soul can be very important to the late game prospects of Bristol Whip. We started seeing a couple of extra facets of this comp from them, though, and Chentang has the Wood Hop.
He takes a turret shot. Gregor's Arcane shifts out to safety, and that's all for that one. Efan will crush down on towards this turret in mid lane. Not quite able to finish it off, but the minions might do the job for him.
That they do. So Bristol continue to get territorial advantages over the Rift in this instance of the game. Again, seeing an extra kind of facet of that comp is that we have the point-and-click CC from stuff like the Senna W. You've also got the Sleep from Lilia, which is, again, a very easy point-and-click to say, right, press the R button, someone's getting stunned. Also have the Volibear Q, right? If you have one of these targets, like, of course, Greg is on the Ezreal in that last fight, was stunned in place, that is long enough for the ult from the Ziggs to come through. We saw that in the last fight, didn't quite manage to connect the combo. Something to keep track of later on, though, because that's a very good way to just zero out one of these pesky DPS threats that Cabbage family has.
And on the back of that Herald pickup, we have got here double the amount of long rivers that they have in Egypt. It's double denial coming in as the Herald is taken away from Bristol Whip, who look to continue to push down to objectives, as was that last dragon.
I wish I knew more about North African geography, because I have no idea if the Nile is the only river, long river. I mean, it's a very long one, I'll give it that, but I wish I knew more. I wish someone educate me after the game, because
just in general, it'd be really helpful for Alex.
Someone educate me. I am not a clever person.
It's true, but you don't have to say it.
Oh.
Gadunica clearing out vision, another turret coming under threat from Bristol Whip as they continue their charge. Chentang doing a decent job of keeping turrets alive. We are looking at 4 turrets to 0 in favour of Bristol Whip. This is a big part of the reason why that 3,000 gold lead is there for the team from Bristol. However, Cabbage family, they have got the lion's share of the kills so far, and they have got so much damage that's going to come through in these team fights.
I do. And again, this is kind of where we start questioning, all right, so Bristol starting to actually threaten the inner turret. That's part of where Ziggs can start stalling out. This is probably a dead turret, actually, saying about it.
It's going to be
the
gone.
double range bot lane coming up huge.
Yeah, Satchel yet again find destruction. Grumpy having to be very careful getting hit by the knockback. Chentang taking the wall hop over the wall with the Drowsy coming in. Sonic Strike gonna connect. In they go. Grumpy uses the ultimate, doesn't manage to survive though. Alpha Moss uses the clone, takes damage in turn. Gregors arrives too late to thread a massive amount of damage. I will eat my words on that one because one true shot barrage rips through the health bars. It is going to be the turn to Baron, however, after picking up that kill onto Grumpy.
They are, and the question is, can they do it quick enough? They do have the center for the additional heals, but they've just used a lot of their firepower on this fight. The teleport is seen coming in. Gregors is in the area. I'm not sure Bristol can stick around for this one. They need to find a fight.
Stick around they have. The Baron is down to half health. However, Porp and Gregors are here. Quickly, the attention is turned with the Dragon's Rage onto Porp, who is absolutely obliterated. The question is without the Baron here, do Bristol Whip feel safe in taking this one down? They're still turning their attention between the enemy targets and the Baron itself. Nibble flashing away, trying to stay alive. Baron is Baron is secured, but the kill is picked up by QR. Lillian manages to find a crucial slice, but then is going to find themselves in all sorts of trouble. QR scaling up, getting so much damage. Effan and Chentang trying to do everything they can to keep Gadunica alive. They are unsuccessful in this gambit, however, and now they chase down... they are successful in picking up kills, and as a result, they start to chase down Grumpy, who was the first to die, leading to this whole cataclysmic series of events for Cabbage Family. They might be the last to die as well, as they are caught out yet again. Lee Sin, Chentang, 2 and 1, both of those kills onto the Lulu, and it's 30 seconds until another Dragon spawns.
Bristol Whipped do not stall out at the inner turrets. They don't stall out at the inhibitor turrets. They take the kill onto one isolated member of Cabbage Family with this pinpoint combo that they have forged themselves, and they snowball that into a Baron. The Cabbage Family try to take the fight. Porp doesn't have a flash though. He's got a ghost. Can't get himself the other side of the insect coming in from Chentang, who on the Lee Sin just takes out the jungler from that equation. Cabbage Family boldly go for a fight. There's a very thin line between bold and slightly insane. They go for it. They lose. The gold lead starts exploding for Bristol Whipped.
Second herald of the game gets put down in mid lane. Will it get the opportunity to charge is the question. Its health bar is being shredded through. It does get the charge out. Chentang, meanwhile, has started up what would be a third dragon of the game for Bristol Whipped. It looks like this one is uncontestable, much like the two we saw them take earlier in the game. Effan, Nibble, Banuxas continuing to push, but Porp and Grumpy are waiting in the wings. It's going to be a 4v3 in mid lane while the dragon's being taken down. Banuxas already flashing out. Nibble already dead, completely caught out by Gregors. The dragon not even completed. It instead turns into an absolute free-for-all in mid, with Gadunica getting the worst of this trade, just about managing to dodge away from the Everfrost. A slight misstep here from Bristol Whip as they try to get everything and instead get nothing but death.
Yeah, they split the team. They split the party. D&D players know that's a bad idea. And then Cabbage Family take the uneven numbered fight. Now they actually get to go towards the dragon themselves, get themselves another mountain dragon. Again, very important towards this team.
Ethan doesn't want any of this though. He wants to stop this dragon from being taken down. Gadunica gets themselves a little bit more help, but they don't have a smite available. Dragon is stolen by the Mega Inferno bomb. Ziggs goes huge, finds a kill onto Uda as well. Lulu is dead yet again to Lee Sin, who has been their arch rival in this game, as yet another kill is secured. This one onto the Wukong, whose clone dies side by side with the Master. Now the push can come through from Bristol Whipped, who still have the Baron.
Bristol Whipped use their 2020 tech of the Ziggs to get themselves into a winning position to snowball the map, and they're on the board in this series. I can't see them not closing out now.
Banuxas Chentang with a double teleport up to top side mean that 2 inhibitors come under threat. 1 already secured. A second perhaps will fall moments thereafter. It looks like the game might not end at this exact juncture, but Bristol Whipped are certainly in the ascendancy.
The ship, as we're saying, Captain goes down with the ship. This one's got holes in it. It's taking on water. There's a teleport. It's one last hurrah.
Alpha Moth coming in, but already the sleep is going to land. It is going to be zoned away from, but crucially, QR is dead. We asked when the casting damage would arrive. Certainly not in this fight. Alpha Moth now caught without a team to help him out. Is going to cyclone himself out to safety. Porp is not so lucky. Grumpy might yet again be caught out. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on the head of Gregors, and just like that, Bristol Whip flipped the script yet again. Alex's predictions come back to curse the teams that he chooses. Alphamos does everything they can, but the Nexus turrets are under threat. Number 1 going to go down easy as you like. Both Nexus turrets fall. The game ends at 25 minutes in a dominant fashion. Bristol Whip go 1-1. We've got a series on our hands.
The 3-0 in the very first minutes of the game just did not stop Bristol Whipped. They did not end up falling down to the early deficit. They snowballed, they rolled, and they rolled over Bristol Whipped. We take a bite out of them and get on the board in this series.
We do indeed. I've got my licorice whips over there. I will have me one during the break that's coming shortly. But before we turn to that, let's talk about the game that just happened, because you mentioned the 3-kill deficit early on. Things looking like they'd gone from bad to worse for Bristol Whipped after losing game number 1. But with the pressure put down by this Ziggs, by the rotations they made generally being excellent, with maybe some small errors around that last dragon, Bristol Whipped absolutely turned things around in game 2.
So much of that is so true. I think that what the difference in this series compared to what I have in my head from these teams is that Alpha Moss is doing really well against Evan comparative to some of the games that we've had beforehand. In the bot lane, though, seems like the matchups, even though the Bristol Whips, the Cabbage Family team and their duo lane are trying to lose as gracefully as possible, you're still losing at that point. You're not getting priority, not able to get yourself your individual leads and get to play through a player the caliber of Gregors, who we know has been touted as UKLC leveled material. This guy played in that promotion tournament, did very well. That was arguably the best player on that team. He's played a lot recently for different kind of organizations, but he's not having the chance to play the game from any kind of front foot performance right now. And I wonder if Cabbage Family will seek to change that in game 3 when they have the side choice, and we'll probably go back towards that red side.
Game 3 will be coming up after a short break, where we will find out so much. Who will represent the United Kingdom when we go towards UEM? Will Alex ever get a prediction right? Will Stan finally manage to catch a grape in his mouth? Find out soon.
In his mind! Mind grapes, go!
would you run from me? If I go, would you be happy in the end? So was it all for nothing? Was it all for nothing? Those memories, was it all for nothing? Was it all for nothing? So was it all for nothing?
Welcome to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life.
We're back. Thanks for sticking around. Game 3 of this best of 5 series as a last chance qualifier for UEM promises to be an absolute banger. So make sure you keep your eyes on that screen. Make sure you get your Twitch channel points if you've got any left betting towards who you think is going to win, because I'll tell you what, not only was Nightmare Giga wrong again, but so were 95% of people on the prediction for Game 2, Alex.
Yeah, and
You're not alone.
I'm not alone, but technically I'm not with them either because I didn't put any points on it. So say with that what you will. One of us still has that currency, that good old new. Wait, I actually have 0 points. Okay, right. Something went wrong in a previous vote. Then this is certainly very bad for me. Take it away, Stan.
Well, I can't take away your points because they're already gone, apparently. But what I can take you into is our Game 3. We are, of course, delighted to be bringing you this last chance qualifier between NSC and Newell winners. We are brought to you by Amazon University Esports, by Logitech, and, of course, by Unite Students as well, our fantastic sponsors. And Game 3 promises to be a good one. We always know that these two teams are going to be matched so closely, even with there being a slight difference for me in terms of the drafts that we saw in the last game. The game still ended up being close, still ended up even going the way that we didn't necessarily think that it would. Coming into Game 3, we have switched back to Cabbage Family on the red side, the side that has won every game so far.
That it has. So we see ourselves some of those usual suspects on the ban list. In fact, all 4 of these have been banned. Well, apart from the Ziggs, banned every game. The Corky was banned after that first game performance. So now Cabbage Family will have to iterate what they're doing on the red side for their Exodia they wish to put together. And of course, the Gwen, get out of this game. You're too strong in too many roles. Lulu taken away by Bristol Whip. So, Cabbage Family, their red side 1-2 picks were were in game 1 at least. The Cogmore and the Lulu. What is going to be their answer now that Lulu has been taken away from that duo? Do they have an answer maybe towards that Cog Lulu if they have to face up against it?
It's interesting. They highly prioritized the Ezreal last time round. We keep talking how it's so regularly paired with the Karma. That's just something we don't seem like we're ever going to see in this series at the moment, because the Karma just keeps getting banned away. With the Cogmore still being picked up, it says that, you know what, they felt pretty happy with how game 1 went, and rightly so, because they picked up the win with what ended up being an AP Cogmore. It wasn't a full-on protect the Cogmore composition with only the Lulu to support it and maybe the Kindred ult. I like the way they had this hybrid damage coming through from Gangplank and also from I believe it was the Ezreal mid they ended up with. This time round, it looks like it's going to be paired up with Seraphine.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously last time they had, what was it, Gangplank, Kindred, Corky, and then they had the bot lane, the bot lane Cog Lulu. Yeah, absolutely. Again, we had the Ezreal in the mid lane, but from Bristol Whipped on the other side. Loads of marksmen absolutely everywhere. Kind of hard to keep track of them all. So Cabbage Family still going to go towards Cogmore with an Enchanter. Question is this going to be Seraphine flexed around to mid? Is this Cogmore going to be AP or AD? Going to be the Jinx locked in for Banaxas, which now opens up a lot of different options for Cabbage Family to answer. Remember in game 1 of the Newell finals, which we were casting, the Jinx pickup by Cabbage Family on the red side was hard punished by a Swain picked up in the bot lane for Bristol Whip. Banaxas played that alongside Nibbles, Alistair, and they just made it so hard for the Jinx to answer to it. Sion locked in. This looks like a very good front to back team fight from Bristol Whip. Strong front line, strong carry that can pop off after the first kill comes through. Alphamos might be going back towards that Gangplank though to bully out that Sion early.
It's something that was played absolutely brilliantly last time around by Alphamos. We saw them in a 2v1 against them, just essentially going 2 for 1 and picking up both of those kills for themselves last time round, doing absolute work. They have the opportunity to do that again as well. It does mean that we're not bringing anything extra into the Protect the Cogmore comp unless you count the Cannon Barrage, providing the damage around whatever
Barrels
fight
are a
is happening with the
surprisingly threatening frontline substitute.
Attack is the best form of defense. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that you don't want to walk there, and that's a pretty good way to get people away from your Cogmore. It's a little bit flimsy, but teams have gotten away with that in the past. It is very hard to play lower frontline compositions. You need to be very practiced and synergized to do that, because you need to know when these barrels become a threat, when the Cannon Barrage is actually a threat. Do you just dump it on the back line to stop the Jinx from running forward so quickly? Or do you use it to try and separate the front line and the back line? Lots of different ways you can do that. Either way, though, Looks like we're setting up for another late game slugfest with the compositions already picked in.
I was 100% expecting to see the Victor banned away, and banned away it has been. Of course, we've already seen the Corki banned by Bristol Whip, not wanting to let QR back onto a champion that they did so very well on in game number 1. The question is, what does that leave open to be banned? We saw the Akali taken away from this sort of composition last time round, but with the Gangplank already locked in, it feels like that's not going to be the option. Instead, Twisted Fate, the global presence, removed from QR.
I don't mind that because, again, once you've got something which can bully out this top laner of the Scion, the TF just compounds your issues. I actually think Trundle is a decent pick right now, but you don't want to blind pick it. The Udyr did lead some early plays from Cabbage Family going well. And Porp was playing this champion a lot also in the Student Proving Grounds, which was the NSE and the Newell's combination tournament with UKEL and UKLC. So had a lot of practice with this, not just with Cabbage Family, but also outside of that bracket too. Udyr comes back a bit more frontline.
Are we going to see something new for Gadunica now? The Lilia, which they just played, already banned away. The Rumble didn't go exceptionally well. Jarvan has had a few little buffs coming through recently, trying to once again become the king of the jungle. Is going to be locked in.
Right. Okay. So one of the ways that you want to start dealing with these we've seen this in a game 5 before. It would be interesting to see it coming out a little bit earlier into the series. But Jarvan is slowly coming back into the fray. It's not the 11.12 patch, where, of course, you do get that 2-second decrease on the cooldown to the Jarvan W. Gives you potential for an extra shield in each kind of fight, even though it's not the most important ability in the game. It will help his staying power just a little more. Using this to go in, have the knock-up from the Wild Growth as well, and then have the Jinx just have someone pinned in place in front of them to shred through the health bars, sounds like a good way to get that Jinx passive popping, and once that's off, suddenly you don't really want to start standing and fighting. Cabbage Family, one last pick to go. They have probably a solo lane to go. They could go for something like a Braum, though, as well. Viego, I was wondering if we were going to see them locked in.
I wasn't expecting to see it now, and with these two compositions, and honestly the same is true for the Lee Sin. Both of these teams seeming to have quite an absence of AP, though obviously Gregor's Cogmore last time round was delivering the AP in fairly significant bursts for the Cabbage Family. Drafts now completed, two very interesting compositions. I'd go as far as saying they're near enough to unique compositions for things that I've actually cast over my time here at the Newell, and they do quite different things, but can equally do them very, very well. Break those drafts down for me, please.
So, obviously got the Viego locked in, and in terms of the draft, what that means is that you have the pop-up champion of the Jinx, which you were saying from Bristol Whips. As soon as that Get Excited passive starts going, you start getting really worried, because your Cogmore, even with the Whimsy, well, there's not Whimsy this time, of course, it's just the Seraphine, even with the extra move speed, won't really be able to consistently disengage from that kind of threat. The other side now, though, Viego is kind of like this Season 11 Master Yi. You get one kill, suddenly everything starts going wrong. You get an extra Heartbreaker strike coming through, get the extra round of abilities coming through. Hell, even if you're someone like Scion, right? You can start getting that W for the extra shield and even the extra armor shred, whatever. There's a lot of different champions here. Imagine stealing a Jarvan EQ. There's so many ways that this Viego, if you get that first kill, particularly onto the people that are diving in first, is going to turn a fight around and make sure the backline of Bristol Whipped is not as safe as it was. Early leads on this Viego could be very, very impactful, but if they don't happen, Jinx is going to be the one popping off instead.
Okay, so the matchup itself against the Lee Sin is obviously something very different to the cast-in last time round. Are we expecting just to see fights and fights and fights, or are we looking more towards who's going to be able to roam and be involved, especially around the objectives?
So, once you get past, once you get up to 1-2 items, the fight becomes quite intricate, because Lee Sin does not want to stand in melee range unless he has like large portions of his abilities available to him. It's the same kind of problem that Silas has against a Viego. Once Silas has a shield bow, Conqueror, has himself some, the extra healing runes from Ravenous Hunter and Taste of Blood from the secondary as well, has defensive boots, although you're more likely to go towards Berserker Grease just because attack speed is so powerful on this champion. Even Silas cannot out-heal Viego. You just need to disable the guy, kick him away as these lease in, and make sure that he's not just draining all your health away from you. We've even seen in the LCS, people going towards tankier builds, so we can just continually start getting that Blade of the Ruin King Q to then get all of his extra healing back on that secondary hit. Very intricate matchups. Looking forward to seeing how it works out post 2-3 items.
All right, well, we are on to the riff for game number 3. Give me a 2-word answer, Nightmare. Who takes game 3?
Cabbage Family. I like Viego.
That's not a 2-word answer. You have
Hey, Cabbage Family,
failed.
cut off. I like Viego. There's like a full stop there. Maybe okay, hard. It's hard stuff, right? Communicating's difficult, Stan.
It sure is, especially with you. That's a huge chunk of health that we saw taken out of the Jinx early on. They're just going to find the quick reset, plenty of time to get themselves back into a defensive position. It's going to be a close game. It is going to be an exceptionally hard game for Cabbage Family. Now they've been jinxed by Alex, especially as they're going up against a Jinx. They have to fight against 2 Jinxes!
But actually, they might have the Jinx on their team if you kill them first and then QR gets to pop off. It is going to be the Comet Kog'Maw coming out again. I think that's important because I think that Jinx, once you get up towards level 9, is going to be someone that outtrades even... Well, it's going to be a very difficult fight for Kog'Maw. It can go wrong, right? Because you both, when you have the Rocket Form, you have the W popping off from Kog'Maw, very long-range champions that will start damaging each other when they're normally used to outranging the other AD carry in the competitions that they really want to be working in. With the AP, you land that E, the Void Ooze, suddenly Jinx has that slow on them, and they maybe can't follow up as well as you would like them to. Going to be alongside the Seraphine too. Seraphine is slightly more lane dominant than someone like the Lulu, at least in my eyes, because you do have more consistently long range. Lulu can sometimes fall short of some of the other enchanters just because you're a bit more gated in the distance that you can start trading hard in.
Both junglers were left to their own devices to start. Clears up. We'll clear out their blue side first of all. Trading fairly equal in terms of the speed they're clearing these camps out at. Chentag making life a little bit tricky for QR in the early stages, landing some good damage. QR trying to trade back, but yet again getting the worst of this. Again, we're looking at multiple teleports, but crucially, Benuxas running the heal rather than the TP we see on Cog.
So, less easy to reset. Again, we kind of talked about that last game. It's like, oh yeah, Caston really likes teleport, just because, again, ever since Season 5, teleport in mid lane has been very important to make sure you can kind of paper over the cracks of difficult lane phases and get yourself back for the extra wave that you wouldn't really want to be missing. Does give you extra survivability in team fights. Very important, as we said, in this game. It's not going to be the heal on the Lulu like we saw in that last game. That's what mostly Grumpy was running. He's running it again on the Seraphine. And as we come back towards the state of the lanes away from that bot lane, Alphamos and Evan fighting over priority in top. Evan has not managed to crash this wave, though, which means that bot potentially has a gank angle.
And possibly Root is going to connect onto Benuxas, who takes a significant chunk of damage as a result. Gregor's just stepping forward, making sure they make the most of the damage they can put down on that Cog. Meanwhile, we do see that CS is trading pretty equally between these two teams. Scuttles are going to go evenly between the Udyr and the Jarvan as well. We've got ourselves a very delicately paused game state.
Yeah, so we saw the junglers on the opposite side of the map, but what Alphamos managed to do is make sure that the wave didn't crash at the same time that his jungler was going towards that scuttle, meaning that, of course, if Guernica was on the top side, he would have had an angle to start trying to trade back. QR gets the Conqueror stack, does it so quickly when you do hit those abilities because they are empowered auto attacks. Udyr now looking mid.
Yeah, and we've just seen Guernica running away. Chentang will flash towards the help of the Jarvan, who will land the flag and drag straight onto QR. The damage is significant. Flash away is not enough to save QR's life. Chentang will die in response, but now it's a duel between the junglers. Guernica taking the worst with the Phoenix Stands blow raining hard. It's going to be a 2-for-2 with double kills going to both junglers.
See you later, kid. The standard is the last tick of damage onto Porp. A 2-for-2 in the mid lane, 2v2. We're going right up to the 9s again in terms of intensity in this game.
We are indeed, but Benuxas taken so very, very low. Nibble stepping forward, trying to clear out some vision, but Grumpy zoning things out. Cabbage Family getting the better of things in bot lane.
Okay, one of the checklist, the shopping list for Cabbage Family, unfortunately not involving Brussels sprouts, it was, let's try and see if they can get their bot lane a bit more agency, a bit more priority, a way to play around this game. They have themselves a better trade in this early game, forcing Benuxas and Nibble back. They're going to pick themselves up a cull, actually, onto the Jinx. And that maybe means that they're looking for a more passive laning phase themselves, so they can just kind of hang tight, become more relevant later into the game.
That's an interesting pickup for me because Bristol Whip generally have been the team who seem to be a little bit more aggressive early on. We saw how quickly they picked up the win in game number 2. They've also been the team that seem more likely to go for things like an early dragon. Gadunica there losing out on the big chicken as the smite comes through from Porp. So yeah, I'm slightly surprised by seeing the Cole pick up. In response, we're seeing the early tier. We did not see this from Cogmore last time. They had enough gold to get straight to the Lost Chapter and delayed that tier pickup. This time, they're going to be able to rain down the spells even more fluidly.
Justice rains down from above, and so does a Biocane Barrage in this case. Gregor's going to be collecting this wave on the bot side, can choose what to do with this one. It does have those extra minions on the side of the Bristol Whip side, and Grumpy is coming back down towards the bot side, so they have the choice of holding this wave where they please.
Nibble with a little bit of early roams is going to spot out this control ward, I believe. Meanwhile, Porp himself will be spotted out by Vision on top side, so Efan staying relatively safe despite not having level 6 and the unstoppable onslaught available to them just yet. Seeing that jungler up on top side on that ward is going to be enough of a go sign for Gadunica and Benuxas to start that early dragon I mentioned.
So it's just, well, we were hinting at what was going to happen with this bot lane. Cabbage family had the choice of holding the wave wherever. Gregis decides to tank the W from Jinx to deny the cannon. Just little bits and pieces of extra micro advantages. Because, of course, in the last game, Gregis and Grumpy had to just kind of take it, really. They just had to sit there and say, this is really not something that we can play around. So we have to arcane shift from one side of a minefield to the other when he was pinned against a wall. This game, much more comfortable with the state of affairs.
That's true. Apart from that frantic 2v2 that we saw in mid lane, so far things playing out quite steadily. Both of these teams pretty much in the position they were when we started up in game 1, knowing that they want to take the lead, want to put themselves up to match point this time round, giving themselves a huge edge in this competition. Well, in this best of 5 that is our one-off UEM last chance qualifier.
Yeah, so, and again, we talked about the stakes for this, right? And we know that there are no UK teams left in UEM, and Bristol Wits were our representative for that last year. They would love a chance to redeem themselves. Fortunately, slid out of the group stage as well behind the German and the Turkish and Polish teams. Actually, 2 of those teams are back this year. There's a chance that they would end up fighting either the Polish aggressors or the Unileaguers, Kit SC White, the eventual champions of that competition, but they need to get there first. Cabbage family would look to have their capstone of their University League of Legends careers themselves and say, yes, we deserve to go here. We had a chance to represent our nation on the largest stage available to this competition. They have to fight for it now.
They absolutely do. They'll be hoping to take this win and then to do even more on the international stage, and we'll be wishing them well if they are indeed doing that. And Cabbage family, the same can be said for them. Should they be the team that represent the UK, and we'll certainly be getting behind them. And you know what? I would say that both of these teams have done so much, but for me, Bristol Whip, they sort of always have that special place for me. I remember going back to a Null live event, one of my first live events, certainly for the Null, and seeing them back then. They lost out in that one to the Exeter team, but even so, it's great to see people like Efan and the way they've evolved through the years. Now we've got that 2v2 brewing again with the Herald having been started up. Sion with the pressure in top lane means that it's a 3v2 advantage for Bristol Whip with Herald going down to less than half health. Porp is going to step away from the unstoppable onslaught. QR still sticking around, gets caught out by the flag and drag. Cataclysm available, dumped straight down onto Viego, who's going to be the first one to die in this fight. Herald resets, but now it's Porp who is in danger. Chentang and Efan both so low. Gadunica trying to step away as well. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't connect, but Udyr does. Finds himself 1 kill, and here comes the Seraphine, and it is going to be Efan who is completely dead to right the kill, passed over to Porp.
So close to getting a reset onto Viego. Luckily for Bristol Whip, they just zero him down, even though he's inside the mist. Means that very much like Senna, if he's not doing anything, he isn't revealed. They get the knock up onto him, they take them down before that extra amount of regen can come from, assuming the form of one of their slain enemies. Could have been a much worse fight. Herald was peeled off of. Porp now has a sizable XP advantage in the jungle too, with a 2-level advantage, looking towards that enemy red buff, but mainly just contesting. What a dick!
That's why he's got a 450 gold bounty on his head for moves like that. That'll be gold that Bristol Whip will want to be picking up as soon as they can, especially with the rage, which surely was induced from Gadunica just then.
I felt that secondhand, and I apologize for the language. Just I was like, oh, he's looking at the rubber. Well, he's just taking it. That's just great. They both have themselves the increased smite damage at this point now. It is both, at least with that level discrepancy, you don't have, about 150 smite damage differential. 4 kills onto the Udyr too. Porp is at a point where he can just hold the door closed long enough for hopefully someone like Gregors or Alphamos or even QR to start popping off.
Shentan goes aggressive, but QR just immediately steps away with Gadunica threatening, having that ultimate available yet again. So few turret plates have been taken across the map. I think we only see 1 or 2 have been picked up in total, which in comparison to the way the last game played out, very, very different indeed, Alex.
Absolutely. We do have a 4 stack Dark Seal, like you were saying, in terms of different things from the last game. If that becomes a Medjai's at some point, Porp is going to be running very, very quickly, even though he's gone for the Sunfire Aegis. Chantang going deep onto this wave. I'm not sure he wants that.
Going very aggressive, Grumpy steps across yet again. Herald has been started up. Chentang will be spotted out on this ward, and it will certainly give the game away as to what Bristol Whipped are doing, but I don't think they get caught out of this time. I think they're able to just secure themselves this objective. A dragon spawning in 20 seconds, however, a Nibble being slightly caught out does mean that Cabbage Family probably have got full prio onto Drake number 2.
Probably 2, but that means that Bristol Whipped have themselves the tried and true counterweight strategy available to them, put the Herald elsewhere to draw the veritable Eye of Sauron away from the Black Gates, or away from Mount Doom, rather. There's going to be a teleport up towards topside, actually. There's a potential dive coming in up there.
Yeah, Cabbage Family trying to respond to this one, and teleport thrown down in response does mean that Chentang will be able to Dragon's Rage get QR straight into harm's way. Alphamos already died before we even got here, and it is going to be a 2-for-2. The Herald crashes down, Dragon secured by Cabbage Family. An interesting series of events.
Was I right in saying there was a Scion passive there?
Yes.
Was there like 2 Scion pass? I don't know what I saw. I thought I saw that QR. Look, it was a weird series of events, as we were saying. Porp now going bot side. They're trying to get back to their tower.
Flash already forced from Benuxas, who's trying to rain the damage down. Porp continuing to chase, forces the flash out of Nibble, but now is taking turret shots for their trouble. Grumpy going lower and lower. Nibble and Benuxas just about surviving. Throws the Super Mega Death Rocket in. Teleport from Efan is enough to stop the push from Cabbage Family.
Close run thing. The shield comes through onto Nibble. Remember that AP Kog'Maw's ults have a lot of execute damage. That base damage is absurdly high if you go below 25% HP. This time, Alphamos does not get the dive outplay on the top side. QR nearly does. Sad 1 and 3, but honestly, that could have been 3 and 1 or even more than that. Had a couple of things gone very slightly differently, and another passive could have gone. So, Bristol Whips. Cabbage Family, within 200, within 100 gold of each other, come the 13-minute mark, much closer to that game 1, which again kind of goes back towards what we were seeing in the Newell finals of last split, where when Cabbage Family won both of their games, it was still quite a close run affair when it was on their side choice. Bristol Whip, when they won, did tend to close out games quicker, but in this game, in this series, Cabbage Family have side choice. As long as they get that 3 in the win column, they won't care how it happens.
Honestly, I just want to talk about one role at the moment, Nymera, and it is all about the Prince and the Porp, and it's Gadunica and Porp, and Gadunica going so aggressive onto QR. Teleport is going to come through. QR staying alive, caught out by Dragon's Rage. That's going to be a dead Viego. Alphamos unable to stop this one, but does turn the damage back onto Gadunica, who quickly flag and drags out of there. The reason I want to talk about these two junglers is because they have got 4 kills apiece. They've got the lion's share of both their teams. Over on Udyr, we see the unsurprising Sunfire Cape. Over for Jarvan, it is going to be that good drinker. It's going to be so much damage coming out of Jarvan, and we saw a big part of it put onto Viego just then.
And we are, and yep, talking about the kill participation, both these junglers are leading the charge. 6-5 on the board, and grand majority of them, in fact, actually 1 kill across the entire game, has not had this jungler involved of Porp as well, even for the Cabbage Family. And that was the dive kill coming in for QR at the back end of that play. Don't have ourselves a dragon on the board right now. It is going to be an Ocean Rift coming through. And now we have to see what's going to happen with the next big play. Gadunica has made up the XP difference that we saw earlier in that game. Bristol Whipped have maybe the ball in their court with their ultimates coming up in the next minute.
It is true. Gregors and Grumpy there, they were laying in wait. They're potentially turning the damage back down on bot side, and they are going to find the kill onto Benuxas. Nibble as well, overstepping. The beautiful bush play from Gregors and Grumpy coming off perfectly.
There you go, encore! Although actually in this time, it is the first time we have seen this 2v2 go that well. The dives had come in a little bit early and they didn't manage to finish them off. The coal's not popped yet from ban access and it won't be popped in the next minute, so you guys are going to have to spend a sizable part of that walking back to lane from base.
They are indeed. That was not what the doctor ordered, and we are going to see Cabbage Family finding themselves a big chunk of gold, which pulls them dead level alongside Bristol Whipped. We are 15 minutes into the game. Things are yet again tight between these two teams. That it's like, honestly, I'm trying to think which historical battle we can draw the comparison to, because these two teams, they are just the greatest of rivals. They're Superman and Lex Luthor. They're Batman and the Joker. Whichever one you decide is good, whichever is evil, depending on who you're cheering for.
Not Batman versus Superman. That one was awful.
Oh yeah, Martha.
That's what we sound like after a hard best of 5, but not what the movie luckily is.
My favourite thing about that film is that in terms of Batman versus Superman, because you hear versus and you usually think there's a winner. Well, there wasn't a winner because of what ends up happening at the end of the film. No actual spoilers.
And
but there were very much losers, and that was just anyone who watched that film.
It's like, I didn't think I was a superhero fan. Now I'm not really a movie fan, and Alphamos is not a fan of this.
Not a fan of it at all. Alphamos getting dove time and time again, unable to find the fancy feat that we saw in game 1. Another turret looks likely to fall on top side. Let's see what Cabbage Family can do on the bottom side of the map to turn things around. Root is going to connect onto Nibble. Pork can take the blast cone over, but Nuxas and Nibble yet again about to get dived. We saw this play before. Nibble does have the flash available, but is going to get themselves out to safety. Just about playing things very, very dangerously, but on top side, the push continues. Bristol Whip want the inhibitor turret. Looks like they may even get it.
I think they're just going to get it, yeah. I mean, there is the ultimate available from Diego, but he's 1-4 now. It wasn't even the 1-3 of a couple of minutes ago. Has that one item, but 1v3, not really a situation you can take. Cabbage Family tried to cross-map, tried to punish Bristol Whip's bot side, as they did the last time something came in top. Didn't manage to get that much for it again. They get away 2 ultimates, although one of them is actually just thrown away to try and steal that dragon. Not so much avail. Cabbage Family losing out in the cross-map situation.
I'm really upset now. I've just realised something. Cabbage Family support is no longer mostly grumpy. They're just grumpy.
Just grumpy.
They're just full-on grumpy at this point.
We always knew. In the very first game I cast this team, I ruminated, theorized, philosophized about what does mostly grumpy mean? Is this suddenly a grumpy cinematic universe? Is this the point where there's slightly grumpy, definitely grumpy, and now we have found the grumpies assembled into the true form? There are no longer just aspects of this emotion. It's just grumpy left.
I'm so upset right now. That's like, at least they had a little partial or a glimmer of happiness before, but no, it's gone. Full on grumpy. Will they change their name back if they're able to win this one? Will they at least gain some happiness from that? What even is existence at this point?
We'll see if there'll be an official name change after this series, were they to win. Greg is certainly happy picking up that mid lane wave, having much less pressure put on them than they were in the first time of asking on this Cogmore game. However, unlike the first time of asking in this series, Alphamos is not really finding the same amounts of leads. Does have a really deep freeze setup right now, which is great for his own personal farm. Not so good for Pork, who is having their jungle taken away from them. It's a red buff being stolen by Bristol Whipped.
It's true. Alphamos having such a rough game. We saw such good work from the Gangplank in game 1. It was banned out in game 2. Game number 3, we come back to it. We see the Sunderer yet again. Certainly not having the impact from last time round, but it's still a Gangplank. It's still got super scaling. Still can do a huge amount in terms of both zone potential and damage later on into the game. And we are getting closer and closer to that mark, because with the second Herald being taken away, it pretty much heralds the arrival of the Baron in just 1 minute's time. Dragons are getting interesting again as well. We have to talk about the Ocean Dragon. We've got 2 dragons already secured by Cabbage Family. I keep on saying this game's balanced on a knife edge, and I keep on meaning it, because yet again, another close encounter between these two teams.
It is, and I'm trying to think of all the extra factors that would be different between these 2 games, this game 1 and this game 3. I think a big one for me is that the Lulu is this enchanter, which I said can be so good, versus someone like the Gangplank and these ultimates. Greg is now going to get gone onto you into this mid lane.
Yeah, Gregors does have the flash available, decides not to use it. Gadunka, on the other hand, decides discretion is the better part of valor as they step away. Encore flashed away from the charm, does connect onto Manuxas, but he's not put in harm's way. In with the Dragon's Rage, Chentang finding the play on the Lee Sin. Great damage coming through, but Grumpy turns things back around. Chentang trying to escape, unable to do so as Grumpy finds one and Gregors finds another. Team G down on the bottom side, find themselves a kill apiece and rain the damage down on Bristol Whip. The Baron spawns in 1 second, and that's Cabbage Family's intent.
It is. This time, it is Cabbage Family that get themselves that first kill. They threaten the resets coming in from QR. He picks up a Jinx, picks up a Lee Sin, has himself back into Viego form for this Baron.
Nibble immediately having to flash away. This is a 3v5 and full health bars courtesy of Grumpy. Cabbage Family doing great. The Herald is pushing down in mid, will most likely get a turret, but with QR going over the wall, Gadunica is having to escape, trying to get out with their lives. Nibble with no flash remaining, might not be so lucky. Efan already using the Unstoppable Onslaught. The respawn timers are good, however, for Bristol Whip, and they're actually able to stop the Baron from going down. They turn their attention towards the mid lane, but have they stayed too long again? QR with good damage, forcing the flag and drag out of Gadunica. Nibble trying to get out to safety, just about surviving with a little help from his friends.
So close again. They Bristol Whipped managed to stave off the Baron. They buy enough time. Evan is tanky enough at this point in the game to survive. It's not like this is again the ADC Cogmore with so much percent HP damage, taking down tanks left, right, and center. Cabbage Family still take themselves the fight, but they don't break open the game in the way that they really would have liked to.
Gregors has the recall all cancelled with a little zap. Does have a 30 CS advantage over their opposite number, Banuxas. No kill yet for the Jinx, who has fallen somewhat behind. Certainly isn't raining down the damage you would normally associate with that champion. We've got another dragon spawning in 30 seconds time. This would be a third for Cabbage Family. Yet again, looking at a potential Ocean Soul, Bristol Whip will want to equalize.
Absolutely. Well, there's no Herald this time for Bristol Whip to try and break open this turret. There is a Cogmore to wave clip, but with the Cannon Wave, should just be enough to get those last auto attacks in, buy themselves some prio on this side of the map.
Turret goes down. Damage is put down onto Ethan, who steps himself out to safety, not needing to burn the ultimate this time around. Flag and drag, immediate aggression, forcing the flash out of Grumpy, who turns damage back around with the rain coming down from the living artillery. Unstoppable Onslaught used by Ethan defensively. The dragon has now spawned, and this is a very, very cagey game being played by both teams. Cabbage looking to be more aggressive, but it's the flag and drag yet again from Ludunica, forcing the flash out of Gregors. Ethan comes along for the ride, but is taking so much damage from this AP Cogmore. Seraphine goes huge with the encore. 2 kills yet again for Cabbage Family, and holy cabbages, Poro man, it's an absolute destruction from Cabbage Family, and now they'll turn to the Baron yet again.
Jinkies stand. I think they've found themselves the clue they needed to solve this team fight. Let Bristol Whipped come into them and disengage. Porp is caught out, knows the rest of the team went towards the Baron.
What? We
Does
saw
manage to
this.
get out.
We saw this in the last game from Bristol Whip, splitting up between objectives, almost costing them dearly, but Cabbage Family, they are not going to take the dragon. Instead, they're going to secure the Baron for themselves with those 3 members. They may even put pressure towards this dragon. They're not going to be there in time to steal it away from Chentang, though.
Close run stuff, because remember, there was no smite available. The rocket's going. It's already too late. I didn't realize it got done.
I thought it was more a chance for potentially securing a kill, but Alphamos says not today. Plenty of help courtesy of the Grasp of the Undying. It is going to be Baron going over to Cabbage Family. They'll have that buff on all 5 members. Bristol Whipped, however, do crucially manage to level out the dragon score.
They do, so it's not going to be sold point for Cabbage Family. And again, this is another kind of game where we're seeing the fights go fairly long. We have a Frozen Heart now on the Udyr. He's going to be alive for quite a long time. And if you get an Ocean Soul onto someone like the Viego, well, you're already struggling to kill him in the time that you need to in this mid game. Early game, it was fine. He's getting tankier and tankier, though. Has a Bramble Vest. Maybe building himself up to something like a Randuin's Omen as well with that Giant Spell in inventory. Cabbage Family, they're going to have themselves an incursion of Bristol Whip members into their own jungle. They do have the Baron buff to start pushing back over the river.
Well, we are going to see red buff stolen away. Gadunica and Chentang taking this one for themselves. Cabbage Family with this Baron buff. Let's see what sort of push they can get in a minute. The waves are being quickly frozen out by Banuxas. Alphamos, with a bit of free time down on bot side, will be able to put damage down to the turret. The recall not cancelled of Efan there, despite we seeing the smite put down. If that had been a chilling smite, would have cancelled the recall through the damage coming in. Instead, it was challenging smite, and so Efan able to get down to the bottom side just in time to see their turret fall.
It's quick, take this debuff back to base with you. And he just ends up backing. Kadunica looking for another play.
Teleport coming in. This is going to be the 5 versus 4. We don't have Alphamos joining the fray just yet. They're going to walk straight up, and in fact, not even decide to do that because the disengage is good from Cabbage Family. Kadunica still trying to make something happen, but just like Gretchen, it's not happening.
Yeah, well, Alphamos not joining the fray, but Grumpy discovering how to save a life as that speed buff comes in and gets them out of the range, but now Kadunica''s going back in!
Seraphine never dies, but maybe they will here. QR finds the kill onto Bernuxas. Jarvan is going to be the next to die as well. Lee Sin bites the bullet. Porp continues the chase. Will bear slap onto Efan. Here comes the damage. It's going to be Grumpy and the rest of the team raining it down. QR makes it a triple. A turret will finally fall for Cabbage Family here in the mid lane. They look to chase. They look to try and maybe close this game out. Nibble, the last survivor of an absolute demolition in mid lane. An inhibitor turret will fall on the bottom side of the map. The teleport was perfectly channeled, and now the push comes through. 12-second death timer on Gadunica. But Nuxas up in 3 seconds. What can Cabbage Family take? They want to have it all. The winner takes it all here at the UEM Last Chance Qualifier. And right now, Cabbage Family are mere steps away from being 1 game away from that victory. But they may have stayed too long. But Nuxas dies to the living artillery. Porp stays long enough to see another Nexus turret fall. Another blast of living artillery catches onto Nibble. Gadunica and Chentan are able to chase Cabbage Family out of their base, but they've lost so much.
They lose so much, but not the game, not just yet. It's a 6,000 deficit. Cabbage Family will hold that over their heads for the majority of this game, you have to imagine. And with the dregs of the Baron buff, Cabbage Family get quick, speedy, effective resets to get all of that recently earned gold back into items and come back for another crack at the game.
Yet again, Bristol whipped the aggressors. Yet again, Cabbage Family just not dying. It wasn't until that final little overstep where they finally lose a member. The first kill Bristol whipped have been able to pick up in so many fights because Cabbage Family have got this Seraphine that just keeps the entirety of their team healthy forever.
It does, and this is the support Seraphine. It doesn't matter though. Just having the mood speed, having something like the Shirelias to bring the bear to, has just given Cabbage Family the ability to space away from the Jarvan, who has been going in time after time looking for the godlike engage, looking to get onto this Cogmore, but no one can follow up that kind of distance in this game. Not even the Jinx Rocket is making it through the front line of the Udyr, and that's buying enough time for Cabbage Family to turn around, use that Encore, which keeps increasing its range to hit more members, and turn around that fight.
The damage isn't enough from that Gore Drinker, and the tanky stats aren't enough for Gadunica to survive, and as a result, they're just getting a whole lot of nothing. The engage isn't lasting long enough to take down members. The damage isn't enough to take down members. Members aren't dying. They're not getting taken down. Am I getting my point across well enough?
Think it's been done to death at this point. Death of Bristol.
Much like Bristol whipped.
Much like Bristol whipped. Gonna have a quick correction. It's not actually the Shirelias coming in from Grumpy. It's actually the Moonstone, which means, oh gosh,
Nibble.
I wish Bristol whipped. Wish they had one of those to keep themselves a little more healthy. They went for themselves the move speed option of the Shirelias. It's not been enough to close the distance though. Chantang, this Lee Sin was so powerful in that second game. It's not quite made the impact in this one though, because again, trying to follow up through all of this snarled no man's land of artillery, barrels, ultimates coming in for the Seraphine has been too hard to navigate, and Cabbage Family have won out on most of these fights.
Yeah, I think it was around about 15 kills ago, we talked about most of the kills being onto the junglers. That state of affairs has dramatically changed, with only one more kill having been secured by either of those junglers since that moment. Crucially, over on Cabbage Family, they've been able to get 10 kills between a Viego and a Cogmore since that moment, and that is absolutely the deciding factor, alongside the work that Seraphine has been doing. Also, full credit to Alphamos with that huge push in bot lane that stacked up a wave so perfectly so that when that fight was eventually turned around and won, they were just able to rinse the base of Bristol with.
Yeah, it just twists the knife just a little bit more, just trying to get the ship, much like theirs sank in Game 2, to take on a few more leaks. We do see a third item picked up by Gregors on the Cogmore. It's the Rylai's. Once again, that Void Ooze, if it hits, is going to space out the team once again. I've used that word quite a lot, like, oh, Jarvan couldn't quite get the ultimate, couldn't quite get into the range to get towards Gregors. If that lands onto Jinx, imagine what this Udyr and what this Viego are going to do to them if they get hit by too many slows.
And crucially, this game is essentially over if we see any kind of teleport from Alphamos to bot lane and if Fan isn't there. The Baron, of course, has been started up. So much damage being put down by Gregors and the rest of the team. This is going to be a 4v5. The teleport is coming in. Will it be counterplayed? Alphamos staying inside the pit, perhaps for a little bit too long. Chentang maybe finding the sort of catch that he's so desperately wanting. Kadunika goes in again. Ifan going low, trying to flash out to safety, but he's going to die. Goes down into his undead form. And yet again, the 5 versus 4 will continue. And yet again, Bristol Whip will turn tail and roll. The teleport I spoke of goes straight in towards the base. The wave crashes in. The game ends. And Cabbage Family in exactly 30 minutes take a 2-1 lead in this crucial best of 5 series.
It's going the distance. I take a little back, Cabbage. Oh gosh, that was a really bad bit of it, but it was a really good game and another chunk out of... It wasn't even the camera, I know, but whatever. Okay, you know what? I just
heard the voice go, I was like, what's happened to Nymera? Is he okay? And he very much was not okay.
Yeah, well, neither were Bristol Whipped in that game. The early game looked achievable for them. Again, they managed to get a lot of kills onto Viego. Much like we were saying, kind of like that Master Yi reset archetype. If they get gold on them, it means so much more because if they get that one opening in a team fight, they just tend to win. Didn't manage to keep them down long enough, or for the entirety of that game, they lost.
It was a fascinating game. We called out multiple players of Cabbage Family being so crucial in that victory. Everybody played a big part in it, but for me, none more so than Grumpy, continuously keeping themselves and the rest of their team alive. As a result, we did see that in the end, Bristol Whipped were left feeling a little bit more bashful rather than happy. They definitely needed a dock. Let's see whether they're able to bounce back as we come into the 4th game of this series to take us to our full 5 games. It's what we all want to see here at the Last Chance Qualifier. We'll find out more after the break. It's grape time. Brace yourselves. It's going in.
It is inevitable.
It hit my forehead. 3 games down. 2 to go? Maybe. What do you think, Nightmare? We're coming into game number 4. Cabbage Family sure looks strong there, but we know this series can go back and forth like crazy.
And it's gone with side choice again. It's gone with red side, and I can only assume that Bristol Whips are going to go for that again. Even in their wins, it's not like... even in both of these teams' wins, actually, there have been openings. These games could have could have had very vastly different outcomes, depending on potentially one critical team fight. I mean, we saw in the very first game was that dragon fight towards the bottom side of the map, where Evan couldn't quite find the engage, finds it for once, but then doesn't catch all of the crucial carries. In this last game, we saw that Viego got held down for such a long time, but the bot lane was slowly slipping away from them, much like it slipped away from Cabbage Family and Bristol Whip's victory as well. So many different factors, so many moving pieces. It could be so easy to just boil this down to, it goes with side choice, it's going with red side, it's going to be that. I challenge you to watch back these games and point out why it's not that case.
Well, I guess we'll find out more coming out of this one, because if we do see a win for blue side, it will mean the end of the series. It will mean that Cabbage Family progress to UEM, because they are the ones at match point. They will have 2 opportunities, 2 bites at the cabbage to try and secure that victory. I'm really interested to see how draft goes on this one. One of the things that interested me the most about both the Cabbage Family wins is that we've essentially called out based on their first picks, this sort of protect the Cogmore composition. But then not a huge amount more of the composition has actually been about protecting the Cogmore, other than by putting down enough damage. That game of Seraphine did it on its own.
Yeah, it did. And there is always the chance, particularly if you pick up something like the Lulu, it can go top lane, it can go mid lane. And I know that a lot of people view Cogmore Braum as a stronger lane. In fact, actually, if you have the Enchanter and you have the Braum, that means you can go towards that ADC. You can start being that huge late game Juggermore threat with the best of both worlds, from having your regular Juggermore support in a solo lane, and then having the more defensive support for lane, which can, of course, apply the concussive blows too. I think the real power of it is just having the ability to flex around and say, you know what, we don't have to stick towards kind of the very niche composition of the Juggermore. We can have a poke champion in bot lane. It's magic damage poke as well, which opens up mid lane to be a stronger AD champion, which is often, with the itemization state right now, better than something even like your mages, and that's a bug flying past my very sorry, completely broke my train of thought. But I look at this Cogmore, the build diversity has been so important, but it's always that hanging threat in the background saying, this could just go back to being AD. Have you got the answers for that in this draft?
That's true. Speaking of AD, what have you made of our mid laners over the last couple of games, especially the Lee Sin?
I think that the Lee Sin, well, I mean, we saw what happens when it can get to the backline and there aren't sufficient disengage options for it. I mean, we saw what happened when, Porp was on the Udyr, which is not very mobile in terms of dashes and takes the Ghost instead of the Flash in a lot of matchups too. Lee Sin is suddenly a big threat towards you, kicking you into other CCs so the AD carry can hit you while you're pinned in place. We saw that in their victory for Bristol Whipped. I think it's very important to deny something like the Udyr the perfect team fight. And also see what happens when it is against too much disengage and has to run into the Seraphine, has to run through the Void Ooze. It's not a pretty sight.
I mean, looking at that last game, for me, the Lee Sin and the Jarvan, they got going a little early on and we saw the damage coming through, but the later that got, the less that dive felt like it was ever going to do anything. Lee Sin, Jarvan, they had plenty of opportunities to try and find the execute between, however, the flashes, the heals, the encores being up. We never even saw that Acadian surprise form being taken up by the Cogmore, who just survived fight after fight after fight. For me, though, that combination of champions didn't work. I wouldn't want to see it again from Bristol Whipped, but they also proved me wrong in terms of what they drafted in Game 2, where they did turn around and pick up what has been actually our most convincing and our quickest win so far.
Which is why stuff like Senna, Ziggs, Rumble, really important in terms if you're going to use something like a Jarvan, something to just like pin the person in place, something has to reach it. You need the target accessibility. It's one of the reasons why something that I'm surprised that we haven't seen this series so far. Nocturne is really good into Varus and Cogmore. You pick that up and suddenly you point and click on them and you don't even have to worry about it coming from like a jungle Jarvan which falls off and doesn't have that much to one-shot themselves. Nocturne can solo out your AD carry if they're out of position. Nocturne can solo out your AD carry even if they're in position sometimes, and if you have that extra follow-up damage. I think that's the kind of pick Bristol Whip are really looking for. They found it in their win with the Volley Bear, point-and-click stun, the center route into that Ziggs ultimate, and we saw them use that to great effect to very quickly take a pick and run that into objectives.
Game 4 Champ Select is starting up, so let's take a little look at what both of these teams are going to be prioritizing. We have seen fluctuating bans throughout the series, with champions that have had great effects starting to get banned away. Some things, however, have been constant. Karthus, Zillion, and Karma all banned out in every game so far.
That they have been, and for good reason. I mean, going back to the DMU Cabbage Family match in NSE in their bracket in the last split, Porp got one game of Karthus, and it was very, very strong. He was, and I'm sure the player is in chat somewhere, but flashed over a Syndra stun to solo them out, getting solo kills from jungler onto that mid laner. But we won't be talking about that, nor will we be talking about Kog'Maw. I heard that that gasp of surprise, of importance. It's gone, Stan.
The gasp of surprise is actually because Karma has got through for the first time. We've talked so many times about how Karma Ezreal can be absolutely massive. I'm expecting at least one of those two champions to get locked in by Cabbage Family. Sure,
that's another one.
Gwen gets through as well. The other thing that had been perma-banned, I'm expecting the response of Karma Ezreal. If it's not, then I'm not entirely sure what Bristol Whip's plan is here.
But if it's Ezreal Karma, that's a really interesting thing, because Benexas has proved over multiple years at this point, at this level of competition, that he is an absurdly good Ezreal throughout multiple build iterations of it too. Karma can be flexed, Ezreal can be flexed, looking to see what happens after this point.
Okay, it's not going to be the Karma locked in. Instead, the Udyr taken away from Porp. The Ezreal, of course, has now been locked, but there is the chance to take that Karma away and to pair it with something potentially like the Varus, something that we know Gregus is great at.
Right, I mean, well, there's plenty of different options available to them. Varus, the thing is that Varus was the old, you can blind pick this into anything, it just dominates lane and whatever, and then we saw stuff like the AP Kog'Maw being able to deal with it. Varus Karma, that's a hell of a lot of poke.
Honestly, I'm shocked, utterly shocked that Bristol Whipped banned neither the Karma nor the Gwen, and neither did they take either of them. That's baffled me, if I'm perfectly honest. It's interesting to see what we're going to see paired up with the Ezreal now, because with the Lulu already banned, the Zillion already banned, and the Karma already picked, we are seeing an entirely different setup, and Nibble is going to get an engaged support at last.
And that's important, because that has been the style of champion which Nibble has honestly given us MVP of the league level performances. We remember that those Alistair plays, the massive 4-man pulls coming in through the regular split annual. He's going to get himself that. Gets himself some kill pressure in lane as well. And we do know that Cabbage Family has played Taric before. In fact, in Game 5 of the finals, they pulled out the Taric to get themselves some extra kill pressure on that bot side to have that flash dazzle coming through. Gwen is a 3-way flex, can be played mid, less likely to be so, most likely be top, and can be in the jungle as well. Does pretty okay against stuff like the Udyr, because you take the Ignite often instead of Flash, and much like Udyr doesn't take the Flash, he just takes the Ghost. You have the extra combat power to keep running people down, and with your E, keep stacking as well. This Gwen, interested to see where it ends up, and where Cabbage Family have deemed it appropriate to put.
Yet another second phase Victor ban, this one taken away from Chentang for the 4th time today. Braum is going to be banned away. You talked about the potential for this one coming in, and it is not going to be an option anymore for Grumpy, who looks more and more likely like that Karma might end up in their hands. One last ban to come through. I kind of expected to be, I was going to say I expected to be jungle targeted, but that seems exceptionally silly considering that the Udyr has been picked up. Kassadin is going to be the final ban, which I'm slightly surprised by.
Me too, in fairness, me too. I wonder if that was Cabbage Family. I wonder if that's them actually trying to bait Bristol Whipped into thinking that Gwen's going mid, because they seem like champions, the Victor and the Cassin, which can do okay versus the Gwen. I would prefer to see it opened up more as a flex still. I mean, the Sylas can do okay into something like your Gwen. I don't think it's a winning matchup. I think it's just one with at least some options rather than you straight up lose.
And it also has flex potential in itself as well, so you're not necessarily completely showing your hand in terms of where things are going, even though we have been seeing more and more Sylas mid rather than anywhere else recently.
And it depends. I mean, if you pick up something... now, this is the problem. Sylas's potentially worst matchup in the game is Viego, because Sylas wants to get through to 2nd and 3rd Kingslayers and can keep out sustaining you whilst having significant damage. Viego out sustains you. We said that the first time it was picked. Sat there was like, yeah, he has the right build. If he goes towards the shield bow, has Conqueror, has himself some Berserker Grease, the extra attack speed to keep chunking through that those lifesteal autos, it's a very difficult matchup for Sylas to win.
And Viego and Gwen, both of them are essentially that triple threat in terms of where they can go to. And to be honest, if this Wukong gets locked in, the same can be said as well. It makes it so hard for this final pick to come through to say whether this is going to be Fan or Chentang's champion.
Because, I mean, you can play Viego in jungle. I don't think you should. I look at this now. I think you want the Viego versus the Sylas. I think you want to get that. Either way, this Sylas ends up going. And then
Wasn't
Wukong
Viego originally designed as a jungler?
Whether he's designed or not, we've suddenly got this existence of, oh yeah, he has free poke in lane, he's resourceless, he has sustain, and it turns out he scales really well with the amount of gold you have on him. Is going to be Mordekaiser locked in instead? Okay, right. I wonder how that matchup goes against someone like your Gwen or your Wukong, because now Cabbage Family have themselves the option of saying, Gwen, jungle top. Wukong, jungle top. Viego, mid jungle top.
We'll see if this is going to be the finalised positionings. They have until a certain, I think it's around about the 20 mark to change things up. It does look a lot like we're going to see Ifan versus Alphamos and that fantastic battle that they always have. This time be a Mordekaiser versus a Wukong rather than the GP that we've seen so many times today. Got through the pick and ban phase entirely. I'm very concerned for Bristol Whip's chances in this game. I have had questions about what's going to happen ever since that Karma didn't get locked in, and maybe I'm harping on about that one too much. But at the same time, Bristol Whip have shown just how resilient they are and how they can bounce back from taking defeats.
So the thing about the Karma is that at least the Karma's in bot lane against Nautilus, and what I would really like to see is hard trades very early on, trade flash for flash between supports. I think then you can start sitting on Hex Flash. Actually, that's a good point. Tournament admins, is Hex Flash enabled right now? I know that there was some stuff in the in like upper levels of play which led some issues with that, but I think that's mainly due to apparently it has been apparently I'm not sure what the state of that is right now, but basically one of the ways that you deal with heavy poke matchups is trade flashes early. Something like an Alistair, go flash double pull, puts the ignite down, and then they have to flash away or use other summoners. At that point, you have yourself a HP advantage, and whereas you would normally sat there getting poked out by your mantra Q from your Karma, you can then have a slightly better early phase of the lane, where you can then start holding the Hex Flash and Bush and just threatening to all in.
Okay, we'll see if it plays out that way. With everything being said and the counterpoints you've made to my argument, who are you predicting for victory in this game for?
Cabbage Family. I am going to predict them, and I did get one prediction right finally.
Yay.
I think, didn't I? Yes, I did. Cool.
And lovely change for you.
I know. It feels like it really fulfills me as the whole pseudo analyst. Looks bad.
I'll even say his job title. We are on to the Rift for game number 4. Potentially the final time these two teams face each other in this university competition. This is the UEM Last Chance Qualifier. These two teams have played against each other for years in countless finals. Well, it's probably countable, but I'm not going to bother. And we are now seeing them in what could be one of their last matchups against each other. One of these teams will gain the reward of going to UEM to represent the United Kingdom in the knockout phases of that fantastic tournament. The other team will be Dunzo.
So let's look at these summoners, because Porp is taking the flash on Gwen, and actually it's going to be Alphamos taking the ignite. I think he realizes that this Mordekaiser is designed to fight him, and he's going to make sure he has the extra combat summoners and take that face up and say, all right, okay, you have to ult one of us in a team fight. The Gwen, the Viego that can start popping off, or trying to deny the Cyclone into the backline. But if you choose me, I'm just going to kill you, and it's going to be one for none, and then the rest of your team is going to have to play without a stronger front line as they would really like. Going to have jungle starting on opposite sides of the map. Gwen was spotted moving into that red quadrant for Bristol Whips. Pork going to take the red buff, so is Guernica. We get ourselves into the early game.
Nymera, what do you make of the choice of Cleanse for Banuxas on Ezreal? Really respecting things like the Chains of Corruption.
Bot lane. We do see Nibble sitting in that brush there, waiting, holding the hook.
Nymera?
Trying to see if Stan's actually back. I'm not sure what's happening with the audio thing over there. So you got just my voice for now. We have the hook landing. Karma, mostly grumpy. Not going to take that much, though.
Quick damage
it's going
being
to be
put
Nibble
down
trading
by
even
Gragas.
on the HP bars.
Just check if anyone
Chat
else
about
can
how
hear
you
me,
can
if
try and
it's
get
me
some
that's gone, or
dominance
if
in
it's
that lane.
Nymera it's gone.
by holding, well, not holding the flash, using it very liberally from your engaged support, putting the ignite down too, and using that to get a HP advantage, hold that Hex Flash.
Apparently it's a
get
Discord
yourself to
issue.
a better thing, and he's going to use the flash
go.
early, goes in, cuts down the ignite. Grumpy, ticking, burning down to 0 HP. Grumpy goes down for first blood, and it is at the hands of the aggressive play of the support. Nibble gets himself the engaged champion, gets himself and his team on the board. The play doesn't stop. Evan gets the pull in topside, and things are very, very awkward.
Dunica coming up. It looks like Discord is having some issues.
Oh yeah, I'm really not sure what's happening with anyone connecting right now.
I can hear you. Can you
'cause
hear me?
I can hear you, Stan.
hear
We're
me?
back.
Yes!
Incredible. I was solo casting. Were you also solo casting?
I was also solo casting. I'd love to hear what everyone was hearing.
I have no idea what people are hearing. This is great. We have sepia screen mod in here. I hear Discord dying again and again. We did have first blood on the bot side though. How are you casting that one? How hyped were you? I was pretty hyped for it.
I was really excited. I saw the hook land from Nibble, saw the ignite burning down, saw all those summoners being traded. Damn it, Discord!
This is going to be the most strange VOD in the history of VODs. This is like, it's like, you know how, so my partner's favorite Marvel character is Doctor Strange, and I very much relate with them right now. I'm seeing into the different casting timelines of how we did cast this moment in different ways. And it looks like at least the game has been paused too.
Oh dearie me, having a bit of an issue there, but we are still going to be able to bring you all of the action, of course, in this game. Crucial first blood being secured there. That was a really big moment for Bristol Whip as they look to equalise this series.
Absolutely, and it's through the method that we said very early on. It's like, okay, Karma, at least it's down in bot lane. That's good because you can abuse that in a 2v2 situation. One person ends up flashing away from the hook. Other person doesn't, kill goes down. It was a late flash. And then you see this 2v2 going the way of Bristol Whips. Very important. Gets them an option to play around.
It does indeed. And as a result, it feels a lot like now I can start talking about the one person who I feel has more on their shoulders than anyone else in this game for Bristol Whip. And that's Gadunica. So highly prioritized was that Udyr that they were willing to give up other power picks to make sure they picked it up and took it away from the opposition. Now I'm looking for Gadunica to make that champion work.
For sure, because again, Udyr's power is mainly based off of first couple of minutes, get that advantage and to stay ahead the rest of the game. It's kind of harder now that catch-up XP has been reintroduced to some degree. But as you're saying, Gadunica, we have very high opinions of this player. He plays in the UKLC, has that higher level of experience than a lot of players can get themselves to. And I'm really looking forward to see how, with now not on the Java, not on the pick which really just didn't succeed, wasn't really fit for that game because of the way that Cabbage Family were playing the disengage so heavily. How's a pick, looks like it works in this kind of composition. Want to see him pop off on it.
It does seem like issues with Discords and servers seem to have been fixed, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you back into the game in just a moment. However, I am going to take this very briefest of opportunities to say that I've not yet managed to land one of my fake Brussels sprouts on a catch yet, and I don't feel like, if this game ends and it's just one more to have, I don't feel like I've got enough chances. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do all of them and see if we can get one. All right, here we go.
Okay, bro, I'll written.
It's a no. It's a no.
Oh, that's a foul.
No.
It's a fail. Okay, I'm marking him down.
Oh, so close.
Oh, and he fails it.
Woo!
Hey,
First
gets
time,
it.
baby!
Yeah, totally. First time, cut the VOD. We need to stitch this back together. First time.
Well, with me having accomplished that on the first attempt, the question is, can Cabbage Family at the first attempt take victory?
I'm going to try and catch a cabbage in my mouth. Lettuce in my mouth.
Do it.
I don't want to hurt myself, and more importantly, don't want to break the mic. This seems like a very dangerous thing. For once in my life,
I'm just hearing. You won't be asked to cast UEM if you don't at least try.
Oh, okay. No. You know what? I'm gonna stand up for myself, Stan. This is not okay.
You're not even standing up.
Well, that's why I'm not standing for this. I'm sitting for this.
Touche. As I was just about to say before, there were threats of a lettuce being thrown into your head, which frankly I was delighted for. I was just about to say, I managed to get my grape catch on the first attempt. We said that Cabbage Family have got 2 match points. You don't want to sort of play with fire too much. If you lose this game now and it goes to 2 apiece, yes, you've still got another match point. You've got that second chance, but the nerves have surely grown greatly. And as a result, Bristol Whip, even if they have to swap back to the side that if things continue as they are, will have lost every single time on red side, then even so, I'd still say they have probably an advantage going in with that win going into the last game.
We said that about Cabbage Family in the finals of Newell last time, and they won game 4. It was an incredible game 4. That was one to remember. Game 5, they came out with a very risky early game where they picked up a Nidalee with a load of CC in different lanes, an Annie in the mid lane, which they can point and click, a flash dazzle from a Taric in the bot lane. Didn't quite make it work because Bristol Whipped held their nerve, and much like we were saying earlier with Cabbage Family's bot in terms of the discipline of them holding on to abilities and summoners, Bristol Whipped did the same thing. They were very good at just keeping calm and then scaling past the hectic first few minutes and coming back to win that game. Question is, can Bristol Whips, if they do go onto that blue side, as we're coming back into games, it looks like, and Evan has gotten himself an assist because Gudunica gets the kill.
Yeah, and that is exactly what I wanted from Gudunica, to see them starting to make some big power plays. Chentang in this potentially awkward matchup for the Siders doing what they can up against QR. The trades continuing there in mid lane. Porp is, as of yet, unable to have made an impact on any of the lanes, but of course we're looking slightly towards the later levels as needlework comes through for Porp. For Gwen.
That's the one. Well, it's still for Porp. Yeah, I mean, both are applicable in this case. Gudunica has himself a kill, is still farming up a storm, as Buda just does. QR, again, on the Viego. This is going to be so important to see what happens with this Viego, because, again, picking up the ghost of the first kill in this game, where the basic abilities of all of these champions are so strong, is going to be a fight turner. You pick up a Silas, we know what he does with an Absconder Dugs and a Kingslayer. You know what happens with Ezreal with Arcane Shifts. Nautilus Hook landing from a ghost picked up by Viego could easily turn a fight as well. One kill could spell the difference between, at the very start of a fight, could spell the difference between the victory and defeat.
And this right here is what I want to see. Nibble with the roam, but it's Chentang who's being aggressed on. The flash from Porp. The flash over the wall from Chentang in response, trying to stay alive. Porp with the dash, looks almost certain to secure this one. Grumpy stepping forward. The question is, who will the kill be put over to? Chentang with the Kingslayer, able to survive for a moment. Has no flash to get over the wall, but does have a dash. Gregors with a shot through the heart. A piercing arrow to end the life of Chentang. A bitter blow after almost a great escape.
Hero was thinking that Viego was Bon Jovi with the shot through the Heartbreaker straight, and you're to blame. No, this time it's Gregors on the Varus, lands true with a piercing arrow. Chentang goes down, Cabbage Family fire back.
They do, and fire back in a pretty resounding fashion. Even before that almost last second escape from Chentang, that was a really nicely played fight by Cabbage Family. I was just about to shout out that I love to see Nibble with the roam, making things happen, but the aggression from Porp, the flash in, the snip, it was great work from the Cabbage Family jungler.
It was, but while all this is happening, bot lane is still going really well for Bristol Whipped. We know that Benoxas has had some very high-level performances on this Ezreal before, and is in a position now, with Ezreal being in a very strong state and having a lead in the lane, to really be a primary carry here too. On the other side, though, again, it has to be worried of the Viego. Going for that Negatron Cloak first. Looks like we might be seeing something like a Wit's End actually coming into the high magic damage top side of Bristol Whipped, and a lot of this, well, actually everything, really, looking at it. Because even Ezreal has sizable magic damage, and Nautilus is entirely magic damage too. Going towards the Wit's End could be a very important item for Cabbage Family too.
5.5 minutes into the game, quite often it's roundabout now that we see Bristol Whip trying to start going for that first dragon. They're taking an early dragon in almost all of the games. It'll be an infernal one this time, and with so many targets that gain so much from gaining that extra damage, wouldn't be surprised at all to see Udyr turning their attention towards that Drake soon.
Exactly. But yeah, particularly when you've got bot lane priority, Nibble holding on to that Hex Flash. This is what you do. Nibble has played this lane to a T. Trade early, use your flash, because you know that mostly Grumpy will not be using the Hex Flash themselves, and hold onto it and threaten the aggressive plays. With the bot lane priority, Gudunica does look like he's going towards that Infernal Dragon, while the rest of the map stays stable.
Yeah, down to the bot side. Gadunica is going to arrive, running straight in, ignoring the control ward. Does not have the flash available. Will still charge straight onto Grumpy, landing the bear slap. The pull back from the dredge line is enough, and Benuxas finds their first kill of this 4th game.
It's really no escape there for mostly Grumpy. They see Gadunica coming in through the ward. It just doesn't matter. At that point, it's already too late. It's too fast. You don't have flash. Level 6 is hit by the mid laners. You can see that Viego and Silas can trade pretty heavily, but Silas does not trade as well through the wave. Nibble, gonna find Nibble, find Pop in the jungle. But that W, the Hallowed Mist, stops the hook landing.
Yeah, just at the last second and able to hop, skip, and jump out of there with skip and slash as well. Dragon has now been started up. Control ward is there for vision. Porp goes straight in, goes aggressive onto Gadunica. Dredge line is going to connect this time onto the Gwen as Nibble now is caught out by Grumpy with the tether. Here comes Chentang to put down as much damage with the Silas as possible, stealing an ultimate, I believe, from QR. This is such a crucial fight for both of these two teams. Porp secures the Dragon, but where will the kills go? Porp is going to die as a result of securing that Dragon. It is a 2-4-0. Bristol whipped come out on top despite losing the Infernal.
And again, it's so close. Look at the health bars. QR so close to getting that first reset, which might turn the fight. Once again, Bristol whipped show that they can deal with the Viego in the early game. Gwen gets the smite. It's a consolation prize for Cabbage Family. They're down 3,000 gold in the early game. It's not even 8 minutes in yet. Evan gets to sit alone with a turret 2 in topside and push in another wave.
We saw in game number 2 just what happens when Benuxas gets ahead and how they took over the game with the Ziggs. While you're not going to have quite the same demolition effect from this Ezreal as you would that Ziggs, of course, you are still going to be able to put so very much pressure on, and it is a worrying time to be Gregors and Grumpy.
It is. Ironically, having one person that's particularly fed on the enemy team, again versus the Viego though, is a little dangerous if they end up dying, because remember, Viego takes your items when you die as well. If you are the one that is super far behind and die, well, at least they're not getting tons of extra stats for it. Whereas if you've got a 2-item Ezreal coming through, well, best keep yourself alive. You've got to play respectfully with your lead. Cabbage Family gonna have to see if they can stave off a play in this mid lane, though. Looks like Nibble has a Hex Flash and is gonna go towards this Viego.
There we go. I think that is the confirmation we needed. The Hex Flash is definitely available. QR will step away, having just taken the dredge line straight to the face. The mid laners got a little bit of support from Grumpy and Porp hovering distance. Should we see Chentang get aggressive? But at the moment, it looks more likely that we're going to see Udyr starting the Herald up on top side.
And we're starting to see, and we have seen it a couple of times already, the power of both of these supports and how they roam. We know that mostly Grumpy throughout most of the spring split, effective on stuff like the Karma to get early prio and start roaming out, cross up towards mid and stuff like that. Nibble's the first one to get the roam this time, though. Doesn't really manage to get much for it, but the attempt was there. Got a Herald going the way of Gadunica, and Bristol Whips going to get themselves their first neutral objective of the game.
They are. They'll get themselves Scuttle on the back of it as well. Put the vision down, but it was only enough to signify this is where the opposition is. Don't go anywhere near it. Gadunica, on the other hand, looks for a potential invade. Is going to spot Pop out with the control ward, finding the stun on the back of the dash. There is going to be a blast cone available. It will take Gadunica straight out to safety.
It does. Looks like Gadunica was seen on a ward over the wall. Alphamos falling behind in this matchup versus Evan, though. Mordekaiser with the single target Q now does a heck of a lot more damage than it did in previous seasons. And it looks like he's been using that to great effect to make sure that Alphamos is staying under tower, taking poke from that mace as it comes swinging down. And the ultimate hits Benuxas.
Chains of Corruption immediately cleansed by Benuxas. Grumpy will come through, potentially trying to land the Tether. True Shot Barrage, not enough. It's going to be a kill coming in for Gregors, and Shutdown Gold goes over to the Varus. Nibble arrives too late to save the ADC and doesn't have enough damage to kill off the opposition support. Yeah. Nice plays from Cabbage Family, laying the CC beautifully despite the cleanse. Gadunica, however, might look to turn this one around. Has the flash. Bear slap will turn their attention straight towards Gregors. The Chilling Smite straight after the flash is enough to secure one. Porp comes down to the bot side, unlucky not to be able to save the ADC, is able to save the support.
So neither of these teams able to save their respective AD carry. Actually really well played by Gregors and Grumpy for that first kill. Hit the Chains of the Corruption, forced the cleanse. The flash was still available, but the point-and-click route from the Karma means that the empowered arrow from the Varus lands true and finishes off Benuxas. Nibble couldn't get there in time, you're right. Was there in time, though, to catch Gregors and Grumpy overstaying in that bot side, and Bristol Whip to turn a losing trade into a bit more of a net even one.
Well, this is this is probably the closest we've come to being in a position in where one of these games, Nomera, we can't say this is a close game because the 3,000 gold lead built up by Bristol Whipped on the back of so many successfully won fights is actually the closest thing to a big early game lead we have seen in 4 games.
Has done. What I will say is that this is a game where the Viego hasn't been as held down as before. But it looks like Evan is doing more than holding down the Wukong. He's putting him into the ground. 0-2 for Alphamos.
Yeah, and when you've got a 25 CS lead and then you back it up with a kill as well, that is a nice time to be Efan. I'm sure there are some likers in chat who are pretty happy with that one. Benuxas trying to poke down, trying to clear out as much CS
this could
as
be a
possible.
big fight.
But here comes Nibble, here comes Gadunica, Blast going available, straight onto Port. The 3 versus 3 ensues. Gadunica flashing forward, trying to get onto Gregors, but gets met by a Chains of Corruption. Damage is good onto the Ude. Gregors trying to get out to safety as teleport is channeled. Gadunica going lower and lower, but just about surviving, getting the heal through as well. Is eventually going to die as we see Alphamos joining the fight. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and I think that's gonna how it's gonna end.
Oh, so close again. The double hop over the wall from Bristol Whipped is met by Porp waiting in the wings. Uses the ultimate, very much like the old Aurelia. Starts slamming those projectiles through. I'm not sure Bristol Whipped want to take this fight. Evan just teleported topside. That Mordekaiser, very strong in isolation. You can't fight away from him with the same kind of lead, though.
It's strong in isolation, and isolation is what it is in. It's getting alone time with the turret, but as a result, we see Cabbage Family secure their 2nd consecutive dragon. It is going to be Cloud Soul this time, arguably the least impactful of the various souls, but still pretty useful for several of their champions.
I think when you've got Viego, Gwen, Karma shields providing a lot of extra distance to a lot of low-range champions that want to stay in range, Cloud Soul is very important. I would argue, actually, that Cloud Soul in this game is more important than something even like an Ocean Soul if you're ahead in the game, because if you have someone like the Mordekaiser who casts ult and suddenly your Gwen can't get away from them because he's got that extra move speed. Same with the Udyr running at you with Bear Stance. If the Varus can suddenly not make it away with the Karma Shield, then it is a very important soul.
Gadunica and Porp trading over a control ward. Herald summoned down on bot side. Couple more turret plates will come in. Clutch for Bristol Whip. They throw down the True Shot Barrage. It's not going to catch onto anybody. A little bit more gold into the pocket of Benuxas just as turret plating is falling.
That it is. So, now we have ourselves a 5,000 gold lead for Bristol Whips. 14 minutes in. Huge. That's a really hard mountain to climb now for Cabbage Family. Of course, they do have themselves the luxury of having an extra chance available were they to fail in this game. Bristol Whip, like you're saying, though, could just gain the momentum from having such a dominant early game. Coming into a 5th game, if they were to win this one, and have that more psychological advantage, as is so common within these best of 5s.
This is one of the first times in our games where we've seen significant CS advantages in multiple lanes for the same team. 20-something CS up for the Ezreal, 30-something, well, now nearly 40 CS up for the Mordekaiser. There's a really good reason there's a 5k gold lead in this Nightmare, and it's simply that the lanes are just bossing it for Bristol Whipped.
And the big plays have gone their way too, because in the first Bristol Whipped win, we saw that they had a lot of towers, but in Cabbage Family still managed to get that 3-0 play in the early game. It was more like kills going one way, objectives going the other, and then the objectives ended up winning out because the Ziggs just kind of steamrolled through that lead. In this game, though, it's kind of both going, in terms of turret plates and kills, going the way to Bristol Whips. Running it back in the jungle, Gadonica to actually spot them on the sweep at the other side of it. Cabbage Family have to find themselves a way to bridge this gap of gold.
The question is, what next for Bristol Whipped? We're not even 15 minutes into the game. We're not even close to the Baron spawning. There is this really, really large gold lead for Bristol Whipped. They have got big item advantages, but what do they do in the next few minutes to accentuate that lead?
So you will have a second Herald spawning. I think that's very important for them. That allows you to break open something like a mid lane outer turret. And after that point, you can start ingressing into the enemy jungle, start pressuring from that into side lanes where potentially someone like the Viego wants to be playing around, because I do think they do have good matchups this game, have the Wit's End completed. I think Bristol Whip really want to take down that mid lane outer turret and then use that to have a stranglehold on the rest of the map.
Okay, let's see if that's how they go about things. FM certainly is a huge point of power for their team. That 101 scoreline, highest CS in the game. Completed item, getting closer and closer towards having the Zhonyas available to themselves as well. Things looking very good for the top laner, who's had a rough time of things in this series so far. And Alphamos actually standing tall. Gadunica comes down to the bot side to make sure this turret is secured, and maybe we'll start a 2v2 fight. Porp says, nope, don't fancy this one.
I don't think Alphamos does either. There's obviously the Frostfire Gauntlet picked up for Gadunica, or alongside some extra armor. And Gwen has gone for the Riftmaker first in jungle. Sometimes from jungle, you do see actually the Nash's Tooth picked up for the easier clear. It doesn't necessarily give you the same amount of healing when you're tough fighting champions. And the clear has still been fine from the Gwen. It's been okay. Evan just finding it so easy to hit the tower though, although he's gone a bit far.
Yeah, he's finding himself in a 2v1, issues the Death Realm straight onto Porp. It's Gwen versus Mordekaiser. It's Snip Snip versus Death Realm, and it is going to be a shutdown. Big goal coming through to Alpha Moss. Really, really desperately needed that. Over on the other side of the Rift, though, the Herald has just spawned, and that'll go straight to Bristol Whip.
I think that's really important, getting the gold onto the Wukong, because what we're saying about, okay, Viego having some good side lane options, but the same could be said of the Mordekaiser with that level of a lead. Having the extra gold going back over towards the Wukong, and of course this Wukong is going to be very important in terms of the AoE CC that it can bring in the team fights. Really the only person that's doing that on the side of Cabbage Family, much like when Bristol Whip played that champion as well in game 1, getting that lead onto Wukong, so they're not quite so paper-thin skin, a bit more tanky, and having a bit more of ability to hold their lane versus the Mordekaiser gives more options to Cabbage Family, which they were sorely lacking.
Very, very true. Now, Mera, I'm going to make what feels like a not exceptionally bold prediction, and that is that Bristol Whipped are going to take the next dragon. It feels like with this gold lead they've built up, with the itemization advantages they have, there's surely no way that Cabbage Family can secure a third successive dragon.
I think what Cabbage Family are really looking for is for Bristol Whip to focus onto the dragon and instead trade for a first kill where Viego can start fighting really, really hard, like I said, with these strong basic abilities coming in from Cabbage Family. Gudunica sat so close to the edge of that brush. They are not going to be able to kill both those wards, and they're going straight through this avenue. Arrow's starting to land. They do have poke as well, but then there's an Ezreal in play.
It feels like a fight is brewing. I did not expect this. I thought Cabbage Family would just be happy to give this one up, but that is not the case. Herald has been released in the mid lane. Gadunica's going to shove this one up as as Dragon is started up by Cabbage Family. Gadunica a little way away from this fight, and already absolute destruction of Nibble. That's the first potential reset for this. Viego is going to go into Nautilus form. Chentang now in a lot of trouble. Going to get a bit of a heal from the Kingslayer, but it's not enough to stop Dragons getting the kill. Gadunica strayed from the team, and it has cost Bristol Whipped dearly. They tried to turn the damage back down. Grumpy flashes over the wall, has a blast cone for safety. The question is how much safety can provide when you're on the wrong side of the rift. F-Man goes golden, having already secured one kill onto the Viego, but loses his own life to the Varus, who's just raining down arrow after arrow after arrow. But Nuxas with the arcane shift, trying to get out to safety, trying to escape. It's too little, it's too late. It's a triple kill for Gregors, and it's a dragon for Cabbage Family.
How often do you see a fight where an Ezreal with that amount of gold gets to survive as the last person, be free hitting throughout it, and still not win the fight? Banaxas left alone to try and deal with so many different members of Cabbage Family, but the amount of sustain from Conquerors, from Divine Sunderers, and everything else thrown in somehow win Cabbage Family the day. It wins them soul point, and it gives them a much needed lifeline in this game 4.
And a much-needed injection of gold as well. They are still 3,000 gold behind, but they gained so much. Shutdowns were gained. Now we've got 6 kills onto this Varus. I am utterly shocked that we found ourselves in that scenario. Bristol Whipped, who I honestly expected to waltz over to the dragon and take it for free, found Gadunica in the mid lane, putting down the Herald and staying with it, trying to clear out minions. As a result, we basically ended up with a 5 versus 3 as Cabbage Family eviscerate Nibble's health bar and then just rout the rest of Bristol Whipped in the fight.
And then after that, remember that you have the Viego who picks up the Nautilus and lands a hook after that point to keep the fight rolling. I actually think Nibble dying first is one of the worst things you could have for Bristol Whip. Having the potential hook turnaround after you've tried to follow up on the Nautilus engage to then like slap you back is seemingly really strong. And now that you've got this second item coming up for lifesteal, QR, who could not quite end up sustaining through the mid part of that fight, might be able to the next time.
Okay, we are coming into a Baron. Sorry, the Baron has now spawned. We're just coming up towards that moment or so ago. Down as I look towards the gold leads, I mean, we've still got a near 4,000 gold lead for Bristol Whipped. That much is still true. They've still got big advantages, but individually, the big difference is still there for Mordekaiser. Not so much in terms of Varus Ezreal anymore, because with all of those kills secured and a bounty now on the Varus's head, that is an ADC with a massive point of power. Port catching on to Nibble, getting good damage down already. Chentang trying to turn things back around as Nibble tries to get out to safety with the dredge line. Is unable to do so. Port securing yet another crucial kill. Another 5v4 power play for the Cabbage family, and this time the Baron is available. Bristol Whip continue to push down the mid lane, trying to get everything they can while so much attention has been put by Cabbage family to top.
So it looks like they're calling Bristol Whip's bluff. They've stayed in the mid lane. There is a teleport from the Mordekaiser. This has to be an orderly retreat from Bristol Whip. If they rout, if they panic, they could get split off. QR is making the play.
Yeah, Grumpy completely cut off. Port looks like they're going to leave the support to die, but Nuxas will take that kill all for themselves. Efan goes aggressive onto QR, but Alpha Moss and Gregors are here for support. Teleport has been channeled. We're going to see the Silas joining this fight already. Look at how very, very low QR is, having to step away from the fight. Alpha Moss staying tanky, staying alive. Varus securing the kill onto Efan, and with the most fed member of Bristol Whip dead, I'm not entirely sure how much more they can get. Port wants to go aggressive, steps forward, perhaps with a misstep, however, steps out of the hallowed mist, has to flash away as their protection has expired. Alphamos still lurking on the side, doesn't have the Cyclone available, but might try and catch onto Benuxas. QR is here as well. They've managed to catch out the Ezreal. The Arcane Shift will need to be forced to get away from the two assassins. Gregors is already dead. The Varus taken down by the Udyr, and with the damage coming out of Benuxas, surely this is a one fight for the Cabbage family. Benuxas, however, gets closed down upon, has to flash himself away, finds the final Mystic Shot, finds the double kill onto the Wukong. Meanwhile, Grumpy takes down Nibble in supportal combat. There are two members left standing for each of these two teams, and another tense fight goes by, and we are no closer to knowing who is going to win this game.
Absolutely not, but trading even is trading up for a team that's behind, particularly when you have individual carries where if they get the gold, they can be the players to start carrying these fights alone. QR gets that single reset. Bristol Whip have to move away from them. It's very close run thing. I think that Gadunica did a really good job of catching out Gregors, just overstaying for a second too long. They take down the Varus, and not having the AD carry there for the extra follow-up damage of those arrows, the target accessibility that sometimes this Viego needs to finish up that kill and get the reset, has allowed Bristol Whip to take a fight there, which honestly at the start of it, with that kind of broken retreat, looked pretty bad.
It was a strange looking fight, but eventually it was Cabbage family who found themselves more caught out than Bristol Whipped. Things ended up in a 3-for-3. Speaking of 3, that's the number of dragons Cabbage family have got, and with 35 seconds until the next dragon spawns, I do wonder if we might see some kind of trade of Dragon Soul for Baron.
I think that Cabbage family are just going to contest the Baron, aren't they? I think that they're okay to give up a dragon themselves. They'd rather force that trade and say, all right, yeah, we'll give up one dragon. Sure, what's 10 ability haste? We'll go towards the Baron as well. Actually, I wonder with the last couple of fights, if they feel bold enough to say, we're just going to take the fight.
Maybe they will. There's crucial summoners down, not a single summoner spell for Benuxas if they were to get caught onto again by any of these powerful members. Now we're going to see the aggression from Gadunica catching onto Grumpy, who has to flash away. Gregors is dead, and with the Varus gone, is there enough damage for Cabbage family? They do manage to take down the Silas, but Benuxas is still raining down damage with the Ezreal. It's going to be Alphamos fighting to survive, unable to do so. The Eye of the Tiger form for Gadunica as he steps forward, and it is going to be the dragon secured by Bristol Whip.
And they take the fight. They're just not ready to finish it because Mordekaiser closes the door on their faces. This Mordekaiser gets into the thick of things and just ends the fight there. Speaking of him, he's going for QR.
QR goes super aggressive onto Efan, who goes gold and buys time for the rest of Bristol Whip to arrive. They're just taking the dragon. Now they take the kill onto Porp, and with that potentially open up an avenue onto the Baron. Gadunica trying to chase down QR, but he's not going to be able to chase him down despite all of the extra movement speed, courtesy of a well-placed Basco. And Nibble decides to Hex Flash himself back towards the Baron, and maybe, just maybe, we see another objective secured by the team who are 5k gold in the lead.
One coin flip too far. Methinks Cabbage family are going to watch this Baron go down. QR might be strong on the Viego, but not strong enough to 2v5 alongside Grumpy. Bristol Whipped take themselves a huge fight. Gregors is looking potentially for a steal. Doesn't find it.
I channeled my inner Beaker there for a moment from the Muppets, because boy, that was close. The piercing arrow almost ruining the dreams of Bristol Whip. They're now 6,000 gold in the lead. They will lose their mid-outer turret on the back of their recalls, but they will have a 5-man Baron buff as they look to equalize this series again.
So Cabbage Family at least take a turret off of this, punish the resets from Bristol Whipped, but it's still going to be against this Baron power play. You get a lot of gold, you get a lot of experience, you get a lot of stats from the Baron just for taking it. Cabbage Family can't quite deny that. You do, however, at least open up on the map a little bit more in their favor, because they've been sat back on their own half of the map for quite some time now.
They have indeed. Boy, we have got such a great series today. We knew it was going to be good. We just knew it. We predicted potential 5 games right from the start, and it looks well like it might deliver unless Bristol Whip slip up with this lead they've got at the moment. And honestly, I'm just here for it. I think, was it you who put out the tweet saying, here, have these 2 emblems for these 2 teams, and please deliver us 1 5-game series?
Yes.
The shopkeepers are delivering on your call.
1 5-game series, please. Drops logos. We do see Bristol Whip going into the enemy jungle. Potentially there could have been a punish there. It was not to be the case. Gregus does have a lot of gold. Question is that enough gold to stay safe? Because remember, well, certainly not safe.
Yeah, not safe at all. Use the Death Realm, stays alive for a while. Potentially will try and make it a 1-for-1. Bashes down onto Alphamos, goes golden by so much extra time. As a result, the push comes through from Cabbage Family. True Shot Barrage will connect as well, but it's not going to pick up a kill for Benuxas. He, by the way, has Flash and Cleanse both available again. Has so much safety in these fights from people like the Gwen, from the Viego and the Wukong as they try to dive onto him. An inhibitor turret will fall. The depth charge will connect onto QR, who tries to get safety of their turret, but isn't able to do so. The Flash won't get them any further either. They will die to Benuxas, who is on an absolute rampage. Porp now stepping forward, caught out, throws down the Everfrost, but gets caught out by the Everfrost. It is going to be another kill. This could well be the game-ending play from Bristol Whip as they managed to take down not 1, but 3 crucial members of the Cabbage Family.
Does get an arrow killed as Gregors. That's a decent amount of damage, but there's Baron buff. It's 2 against the world. Alphamos is back available, doesn't have the Cyclone. Low HP bars, Bristol Whipped are looking to try and close this game.
They are looking to try and close it out, but they're not going to be able to do so on this push, mostly courtesy of that piercing arrow from Gregors, again coming up clutch. His 8th kill of the game. This one stopping Silas in their tracks.
It is, and, okay, Cabbage Family just gave over quite a lot of gold from turrets going down, from kills going down. They do manage to get 2 back, and one of them was probably going to be a shutdown onto that Mordekaiser, given the amount of farm and kills that they had. Sadly, though, that gold didn't go onto Alphamos, who has struggled really to stick around in the fight long enough, mainly because Evan is just putting on the Mordekaiser passive, getting 3 hits, and then after that point, it's very, very hard to stick around in that AoE with the Riftmaker and a lot of AP built up. Porp similarly doesn't even have the Nash's Tooth. Yeah, struggling to put out the extra damage that they need to actually finish off the first target. So it really is just kind of QR and Gregors being the ones with the eyes on them saying, you gotta pop off, otherwise this is looking like a done game.
I think you're right, and it kind of is reminiscent of Godunica in the last game on the Jarvan, who kept going in, kept finding these nice places to start the fight, but with the Gordrig, it just didn't have enough damage to finish off the targets in that game. The Cogmore, in this game, we're just not seeing the Ezreal dying, apart from in a couple of exclusive situations. With 30 seconds away from another Dragon spawning, Bristol Whip have full control of this area. Their Baron buff, of course, has now elapsed, but they still look to continue to push in, try and take more turrets, try to find picks in the opposition jungle.
Wait, what's this? Cabbage Family not deciding to fight for a dragon? That's a new one to me. Looks going to be spawning in just 20 seconds. Though actually Bristol Whip say, okay, that's spawning. That's still some extra time that we could spend taking something like a turret, and they're going to take the bot lane in a turret.
Yeah, that's pretty free for them. FN continuing the push in mid as well. Wukong trying to get something up on top side. Will have the teleport available to them should a fight break out, and they are going to have to find themselves a reset right now. Porp turn towards FN, but now the inhibitor turret is under threat down on bot side. Gadunica just raining, slaps down in a bear form. Another turret is going... So that is a turret for Cabbage Family. They finally get their second of the game, but feels too little, too late at this point.
Certainly late. The question is it enough to open up a window later? Maybe like another minute if they could survive. They've just got the Nash's Tooth onto Gwen. They have the Oblivion Orb on several members too, including Karma. There is a chance, and they're going for it!
They're taking the fight. They're going right here now. Right now, Gregors finds a good chains of corruption. Damage onto Nibble is significant as Gwen finds that kill. It's now going to be down to the Gwen, down to the Varus to try and find the damage onto Benuxas, who gets himself over the wall but has to burn the Flash and the Cleanse. This is just what Cabbage Family wanted. They take such crucial summoners off of the Ezreal.
and they live to fight another day. They're not dying just at this 30-minute mark. They break the siege of their base, get a little bit of gold, get out alive, and they can look to find something else, maybe at the next Dragon Spawn, maybe at the next Baron Spawn. That's in the next minute. Have to keep trying to find these openings, though, because they can't just let the game keep slipping away. They need to keep fighting. They're already too far behind.
At the 31-minute mark, the second Baron of the game will spawn, and it could well be where the game is won or lost. If Bristol Whip take this one for themselves, potentially even uncontested, I don't think Cabbage Family have what it takes to push against the Baron minions right now. However, if Cabbage Family find a fight not entirely different to the one they just had, maybe they turn things around. Maybe they just flip this game entirely on its head and just end it themselves. Summoner spells looking better for the bot lane duo of Cabbage Family than they do for Bristol Whip right now.
And that's important because there have been plenty of fights in this mid game where it has been just decided by Gadunica flash stunning Gregors. They has been very good at pinpointing out this AD carry and holding them accountable. Bristol Whipped are slow on the reset. I wonder if this gets burned.
Chentang has the teleport, will be able to join. They're forced to teleport out of Chentang. It feels like Cabbage Family are happy with that one. They throw a piercing arrow out, they don't quite catch onto Nibble, and they decide to step away. Efan, meanwhile, is continuing the push. That teleport has not been burned, and Efan will be crashing towards inhibitor turret soon. Baron started up for the second time.
They have, that's a 5-man Arcane Barrage, True Sword Barrage, going down!
Baron down to 4,000 health, but the fight has begun in earnest. The teleport comes in from Efan. He's got so very much damage. All of Cabbage Family down to around about the half health mark. Gadunica playing absolute chaos maker as Gregors goes lower and lower, trying to survive in the death realm. He's going to be able to survive for just a moment, going golden. We do see that Wukong is going to be finished off, but it is going to be Mordekaiser who finishes off Gregors, potentially finishes off the chances of Cabbage Family in this game. They won't worry at all about the Baron. Bristol Whip will push for the victory of the super minions in the mid lane. They completely rout Cabbage Family. Only Grumpy left to tell the tale of destruction that his fellow brethren suffered. Chentang will step forward towards the Nexus turret. There will be an inhibitor standing in their way, but it won't stand for long. Taken down for a second time this game. Taken down for a second time this series. Cabbage Family will watch their Nexus turrets fall. Their Nexus will fall shortly thereafter as Chentang had the stats. Bristol Whip will equalise the series. Q Silver scrapes. We're going to 5, baby.
There was no way we could be denied a Game 5. Written in the stars, written in the history books for these two teams. It always goes the distance. The story of this split was 4-5 between these two teams. 9 games played total. Add another 5 on top of that. It's currently sat at 8-9. Is it going to end up at an even 9 all in... Well, I guess we won't have penalties on this case. Or will Bristol finally get themselves that 2-game lead to end this juice?
We have got ourselves that sudden death playoff game. This is going to be incredible. I promise you that. I have flashbacks now to one of the first events I ever got to cast for Null, that Null Live event back when Bristol were playing in that one. A series they ended up losing 3-2. I remember Silver Scrapes playing. I remember how exciting it was. I don't know if we can play it on the stream, but if we can't play it on whatever resource you can find it, get hyped for Game 5. We'll be back soon. It's gonna be great.
searching, but you didn't hide. You were there through my darkest days. You look me in my eyes, and you feel like I could spread my wings and fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire in your eyes. I come alive. And I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. And I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. See the fire, see the fire. And I feel like I could spread my wings and fly.
Who let the dogs out? Who? Me. I let them out. Well, in this case, I let them in. We couldn't not have our guest analysts for Game 5 of this tremendous series. They make more correct predictions than Nymera and Patters put together.
Wait.
They're here. We've got Hope.
I'm gonna get myself a buff.
We've
One
got
second.
Thor. Loki's on Disney Plus, and Alex is gone. It's multiple wins for the girl.
I'm prepared for all of my predictions
It's
to
an
be
improvement.
salvaged by Longcat.
Well, you know what? What an incredible Game 4 we had, and it's led us to the conclusion of what is not just an incredible series, but an incredible legacy that these two teams have got. Coming into this game, only one can stand tall and represent the UK at UEM. Longcat, who's it going to be?
The better team. Oh, that's so... No. That's a cop out. Plus, it feels bad to do a monologue without it on my with it there, because once again, of course it had to be. It was destined to be the full distance. It just had to be. These teams have gone neck and neck throughout the entirety of their university careers, both as League of Legends players and as students too. This is the only way it could have been. I'm so glad that we get this fitting series, because there are so many series out there that do not live up to it. Think about the amount of great World Semi-Finals we've had, and then the finals disappoint. This at the final hurdle is the best we could have hoped for.
I don't disagree.
I have to say, I think that coming in with side choice or Cabbage Family, it's going to be a bonus. And honestly, even in that game, they were finding ways to find fights somehow, some way. Bristol Whipped put them to the sword when they showed an opening. And this could be, much like all of the other games, a coin flip at one point in this game, which solves it could make or break the capstone achievement of both of these teams' university careers. I wish that they could both go. They can't. One will. I think with the side choice Cabbage Family have the edge, but that edge has been oh so slim for both these teams.
We take it back to our last final here at Newell between these two teams, and we saw blue side win every single game. So far, red side has won every game here. It was the side that was selected by coin toss by Cabbage Family when they won it, and each team has picked it thereafter. Perhaps that's an advantage to them, but you can't discount the massive mental boost that comes for Bristol Whip having saved one match point. For Cabbage Family have let that one slip through their fingers. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to borrow the words of a very wise individual, be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo.
And never truer words were spoken, Stan. Never truer words. We have seen, particularly in these games, like, early advantages don't always have to stick as well. That's the incredible thing here, because actually so often at this level, you'll see one team just roll away with the game. They'll just get one person super far ahead and they'll just carry. Between these two teams, you can see the cogs turning, and I mean, it's obviously very topical with the Bristol Whip logo of the
I'm
the
so glad we
machinery
never tried
in that
to eat
one.
a cog.
Yeah, me too. That would be an emergency dentist appointment at that rate.
Well,
Anyway, we've seen early leads not necessarily even stick at this point, which is really interesting to see, because at this level you will see teams get a lead, use that to snowball their mid game, and if you don't hang out in the mid lane mid game, then you just end up losing, right? I mean, the mid game at this level of play tends to be so hard to stall out in the current meta. Both of these teams have proven that to be false, and it's great to see. One last show, one last victory lap, one last hurrah.
I'm so excited even for Champ Select. Like, obviously, it's going to get even more tense, more exciting as we get into the game. A game which I honestly don't think can disappoint, even if it's a complete stomp for one of the teams. At this point, it's been such a wonderful series that I'm just excited to see how things play out in the Rift. But I'm also excited for Champ Select. Both of these teams have come up with interesting ways to adapt to what the other is doing. We keep seeing them sort of... It's like watching two great boxers go at it. One lands a punch, the other lands a counter punch, and finds a way to do to block out that previous existing problem. Now all of a sudden the next haymaker lands, but it doesn't quite put someone down for the count, and suddenly there's a gut punch in return. It's been absolutely wonderful. One constant we have had is the Karthus band away in every single game. That will remain the case throughout this series, as Pop does not get their hands on the Requiem.
I guess the other analogy which fits, it's very fitting, and of course with your own, the relation to tennis as well, is, do you remember that Wimbledon final between Federer and Djokovic, I believe it was, where they just kept going at it, point after point, going back to even, hitting back, coming back at it. It's just so relentless. You do need that degree of mental fortitude. You need that amount of stamina. We saw what happened in Game 5 for Cabbage Family last time around. They went out swinging. They did. It didn't land, but they went out swinging. And I'm just wondering how much is left in the tank for both of these teams. The Gwen is going to be banned away this time. The Ezreal's banned away. Bernaxas is not going to get either of his choice champions. Maybe that's going to be a big factor. Are they going to be able to deny anything from the Red 1, Red 2? Instead, they said, no, Porp is too good on this Udyr, been too impactful. We're taking it away.
I questioned last time this pickup and throwing this one onto Garunica, as you say, denying from denying from Porp. However, I was proved wrong in that game. As I was proved wrong about the Ziggs pickup in Game 2, Bristol Whip have made a believer out of me that they definitely know what they're doing in these champ selects. I will not be questioning them anymore throughout this series. And it does leave a variety of things open. I was about to say the Karma again has got through, but Karma is 0-1 in terms of wins in this series. Seraphine, on the other hand, something that a secured victory alongside the Cogmore, won't have the chance to do that now. Let's see which ADC it's paired up with.
I don't know if they even pick it up right now. And there's a lot of different picks you can get here, right? I mean, I hope it's being such a good card there. Okay, a signature of Gregor's, the Sivir, has again, much like the Varus, much like the Cogwar, build options between either going for, in this case, the lethality poke, or just going towards the more typical, more historically typical crit build from the Sivir. If you start getting ran at by the Udyr, you have your ult, you have the Seraphine move speed. There are definitely ways to play around that. Banaxas, digging deeper into the champion pool, has found the Samira. The Alistair is a kill lane and a specialty of Nibble. We are getting things from all sorts of... we're getting all of the specialty picks for both these teams.
Yeah, we really are. We're seeing all sorts of stuff that we just didn't see in games 1 to 3. Game 4 and 5 have thrown us a few curveballs, and another curveball could be the lock-in of the Poppy for Poppy. He is absolutely phenomenal in this champion when he gets going.
This is fantastic. The last university game for one of these teams, either of them, the end of their university careers potentially as League players, they go back to the tried, they go back to the tested, they go back to what they've made their names on. The only thing that's left is a Nymera Ari, honestly.
Let's not be too crazy. We're going to see Victor banned away from Chentang, so they don't get their fave pick this time around. The Akali, which we saw banned in game 1, yet again hitting the grey screen here. 2 more bans still to come through. We've seen the jungle, we've seen the support, the ADC picks almost certainly, though there is flex potential there. Top and mid champions seems to be the name of the game. I would personally like to see Cabbage Family banning away the Mordekaiser, because that was utterly destructive from F1 last time. Instead, they take away Set.
Yeah, I think that it's difficult, right? Because I would have also agreed that Mordekaiser is a potentially very good takeaway, because it's one of the champions which, of course, doesn't have a dash and can still be very important in the front line. And if it doesn't have a dash, Poppy doesn't really want to be playing against it too much this game. Just for instance, guys, a bit of context for the Poppy. If Porp is playing it, often he will play Halo Blades going towards something like Triforce as well. It's actually quite high damage. Very important in this game because it blocks Alistair Headbutt, blocks the Wild Rush from the Samira, and then it grounds them afterwards. No resets from that. Alphamos going back towards the Gangplank. 1 win, 1 loss so far. 1 incredibly dominant performance. Let's see what it's up against.
It's that moment where I briefly check Twitch chat and see that Hope's getting more love than either of us, as always, Nightmare. But frankly, that's the way it should be. For the third time...
I ain't complaining.
Third time this series, Alphamos on the Gangplank. For me, they had one especially successful Gangplank game and one... I love Longcat, I really do. And one that wasn't as successful, though I do believe it did still end in victory for their team because there was so much else going well for that team. Over on the other side, the Karma gets locked in. It's a really late lock into the Karma considering how much of a priority pick that is on this patch. The final lock-in for Bristol Whip, the final lock-in is Vladimir. Interesting.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Well, okay. So Vladimir is something that you can pull out the Poppy. And if you go forward with a Samira onto a Hemo Plague, the extra damage amp is going to be very, very impactful. Both of these teams are going for really big death ball comps. They're going for, we're grouping up, we've got loads of AoE CC, we're going to really just try and win the 5v5. Kassadin, good into Vladimir. Definitely works with that. But Vladimir has been incredibly strong since the Q buff came in towards the upper rank. Vladimir has so often been bounced around. At the max rank of your Q, how much sustain do you have? If you have access to a wave, can anyone stop you in the side lane? Can anyone stop you scaling up? Well, Kassadin scales up alongside you. You can be very good as well for getting on top of the Samira because Samira only blocks your Q. Doesn't block out the Everfrost with the spin wall, the blade well, and it doesn't stop out the force pulse either from your E. So there's a lot of damage which can't really be ignored from the Samira who wants to dive into things. Could just get blown up.
It could indeed. The drafts are complete for the 5th time this series, Nymera. Make your prediction. Your final prediction.
So, game 1. I bet on Bristol Whipped. Didn't work out so well from game 2. Better towards Cabbage Family. They lost that one to game 3. Luckily, when I bet on Cabbage Family for that one, it saved me a bit. That one was right. Went straight back to my losing ways on the 4th one. So I bet on Cabbage Family 3 times in a row. I'm not going to do it a 4th time. I think Vladimir is scary. I think that giving a kill combo over to Banaxas and Nibble and having so many signature champions on their own side as well is incredibly powerful. I think that we're going to see a lot of focus on the bot lane this game. If Samira starts popping off, Cabbage Family, who like to play very frenetic, broken style, are going to get very, very punished when this Samira starts coming into the fray. And I have a feeling that given how Nibble has been playing, that is a very likely thing to happen. Bristol Whipped, I think, are taking game 5.
I see your point. The doggos, the guest analysts, they all agree. They've all gone for Bristol Whipped. But I just have one sentence lingering in my memory, and I believe it goes back to our last finals together. It may have even been back to UEM. And it was the sentence, just a Sivir comp though. And at the end of the day, having that Sivir that could just press the go button, go and do its thing, go and delete targets, so incredibly impactful. And yes, we have the kill pressure, and if we see Bristol Whipped go as far ahead as they did in the last game, it will be hard to have the tide turned against them. If we see a certain level of safety, a closeness in this game like we saw in the first, well, 2 of the first 3 games, then I think Cabbage Family have exactly the comp to ride this one all the way to the end. That being said, it's going to be one hell of a match whichever way it goes.
That it is. I mean, I'm looking at this comp as well, and I mean, I'm a big fan of Gregors. I think Gregors is a great player. I think he's been very consistent in a way that few players are at this level. Giving them more carry opportunity and potentially having, and having a pick which they are so comfortable on could spell the difference here. That comfort is not something to be looked down on. One of the problems is, of course, playing Sivir into Alistair is very difficult. You can't actually spell shield the knockup. You deny the damage from the headbutt at least, but if the pulve comes in, then the spell shield fails at that point. Really, really interested in what their view is on the build that they're going this game. Are they going to go towards poke? They played poke for almost all of the games, right? They played 2 Cogmore poke games. They played
Varus.
They played the Varus, and then they played the Ezreal, which is still kind of halfway in there. 4 poke games. Are they going to be sticking with that? Is that something that the team really needs to play around? He has Dark Harvest, apparently, according to our very helpful production observer doctor, who's on our crew today. And that means we're probably going to be seeing that poke, and that means you do outrange the Samira quite heavily. If Samira closes the distance, though, that goes pretty south pretty quickly.
Well, before we jump onto the Rift, I do have a very special message from our one and only Hope. Hope would like to say a massive, massive thank you to Logitech, to Unite Students, and to Amazon University Esports. Also a huge thank you to everybody involved with the production here from the Null, this split, and also to everyone over at NSE who's done such a great job of bringing us these 2 great tournaments, to everyone involved in the production of those, to the teams that have competed, to the teams that will eventually go on to play at UEM, the teams that have already fallen. Hope says a big thanks.
So we had a message from A New Hope, and now from the Long Cat Strikes Back. Follow us as well! We'd love to talk about University Esports. We'd love to talk about these teams. We love these teams. We'd love to see where these guys go on after this point too. We know that some of them have had, offers and teams that they have been on within the UK scene and elsewhere. This is the kind of match which can be... You can point back to a year from now and say, you know what, that was me in that finals. Look at this play I made in Game 5 to get through to UEM, which we won. Yeah, these teams. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a tough field at UEM. It would be fantastic to see them get there, but seeing these people go on from this point is so important to us as well, because we don't just celebrate their talent right now. We develop it. We send them on, not just for us on the broadcast, but for everyone that plays in all of the levels of play at the Null as well. This is the pinnacle of it, but it is the pinnacle of such a large mountain built by all of you.
Absolutely. It's a real pleasure to be involved here. I'm delighted that we're going to get that opportunity to hopefully bring you some of UEM very, very soon. Make sure you follow those socials, like Alex was just saying, whether it be the Null's Twitter or even ours. We'll be posting lots of content related to it. And
memes.
You'll do the memes, and I'll also do the memes. And we'll just, it's going to be a really great tournament. One of these 2 teams is going to get to represent us there. You said it earlier. You couldn't have said it more truly. We wish both of these teams could represent, but sadly, that's not the way for it to be. Only one can represent, and it will be the team that stands tall from this best of 5 series.
Okay. Gosh, it's really quite strange, isn't it, Stem? Because, I mean, I started casting a year and a half ago, back in the Spring Split 2020, and I saw these players. I saw these teams then, sure.
You saw them? Anyway. You have eyes.
Okay, that one's debatable. Okay, so anyway. It's been a journey of a year and a half for us watching these teams. We kind of said similar things over at the Null Finals too, where we were sat there thinking, oh wow, it's a little bit strange getting to know these players, talking to them into interviews and outside a game as well, and then seeing one of them have to go home at this point, saying goodbye to them from the university scene. This is the last time you'll see them on this stream. It's really weird. It's really weird, but it's one which I'm so glad to have joined them on this journey, even if it was only for a part of it. I can't wait to see what they do next. Yeah,
very much the same. And I will say I wish both the teams the best in this game. I hope that it is a close one. I hope that both teams go out feeling that they did all that they could, regardless of the end outcome. I honestly, I would hate one person to have an absolute shocker and to kind of look back on this and be like, oh, so many regrets. But yeah, I just want to see a really closely contested, exciting game. Is that too much to ask, gods of League of Legends? Let's find out, because we're on to the Rift. It's Game 5. Be woo woo, be woo woo. We're on to the Rift for the final time for the duel this split.
It is going to be the Halo Blades Poppy. It's going to be the Dark Harvest onto Gregors. It's going to be Conqueror this time, picked up for QR. Not going to be the Fleet Footwork, which you see less and less on Casted in nowadays, but in some hard matches, of course, you can't pick it up. On the other side, Evan, of course, taking the Phase Rush, even though it has been nerfed on that Vladimir. It's too important to the champion. And looking down, everything else seems fairly normal as it goes for these champions. 5-man fan across the Rift from both these teams. None of that level 1 shenanigans. No Lilia to steal off Raptors or a Kane or anything like that.
Yep.
Just straight up slugfest between the boxes, Stan.
This is what it comes down to. In the next roughly 40 minutes or so, we should find out who will be representing the UK at UEM. And who, sadly, is being sent home without a reward that they've been able to claim. It's going to be a blue side start for both of these junglers, and it's going to be a leash for the Poppy Udyr, happy to go solo.
Solo bowling the blue buff, although I don't think it really has the same connotations when it's all it has is a bit of a simple AI to fight back against you. I'm really kind of, I really want to just return to something that you said when we were loading in terms of you'd hate for one person to have a really off game this time and feel bad about it. I think the fact that these teams have played 9 times in the regular split, that they've had so much opportunity to play against each other, it almost nullifies that. It would feel so bad. Pop is actually going to go for an early vertical steal, actually, going on to the Raptors there. Both these teams so familiar with each other at this point. It's a very well-trodden path.
Excuse me, yes. Nibble and Benuxas, meanwhile, taking the worst of the trades against Lethality. Sivir, who's opted into the tier, starting things off, but still has plenty of damage to put down alongside the Seraphine. There's obviously such a frustration of a champion.
Absolutely. Seraphine's just really annoying in lane. Pop coming in.
Coming in, dashing straight into Chentang. Chentang has the flash available, doesn't end up burning it, surviving with the shield and trading beautifully with Pop and QR.
Well, what this is still Pop going from one quadrant to the other quadrant. So still, partly on their way to a clear. It's level 1 casted at the end of the day. It doesn't really do a huge amount. Goes in with a Halo Blaze, takes some HP off. Although actually Kira was hanking the wave, which is a tad unfortunate. Has to pop their pot after that. Gregors and Grumpy gets some prio in the bot side, but with junglers on opposite sides of the map, wonder what the play is going to be. Can they do anything about this bot lane scuttle? Doesn't seem like it.
This counter invade is going to work out so beautifully for Bristol Whip, because Poppy having obviously the slower clear than Udyr and having invested that time into going across and then making the gank has already fallen the camp behind and now is about to lose all these camps on blue side.
Did get the one steal though, so while Gidonica can take away the wolves, can take away the Gromp, Poppy is still going to be relevant. It's going to get the top lane scuttle at this point. It looks like Alphamars gets the cheetah recall in, gets basically a free reset to pick up a cull. And Pop, well, they will be one camp behind, not probably too dissatisfied from it, given, as you're saying, that they have that slower clear. At least they get that steal to keep things even.
It depends what they're able to do to Chentang here, because essentially there'll be 2 camps behind by the time the scuttle's cleared out by Gadunica, which we're just seeing now. So I do think the trade is very nice in favour of Gadunica early on. You'd expect that out of the Udyr over the Poppy, but Poppy is also the one who's been forcing the early plays, looking for that early gank, going towards Vladimir now.
But then remember, it's level 4, you have the pool available, gotta see what happens. It looks like the flash is blown instead.
Yeah, if I'm having to flash out of that dash from Porp, so really nice early pressure being put down by the Cabbage Family's jungler, but losing out so much in terms of CS comparisons so far.
So what I really want to see now is what's happening in this top lane today. So we've seen Evan have to play flash, probably use the W a little too aggressively, trying to trade out. Need to see if Alphamos can now hold the flashless Vladimir in front of turret, because that could be a return gank angle. Yeah, that's a pretty stacked wave. Evan is trying to crash it back in. See how much HP he has to take for that, because Poppy is still on the top side, wasting a lot of time. But if they get the kill, you're very happy with it.
Same song, different chorus. Ifan will have the pool available. Is it enough, however? Porp trying to bait out the pool, doing so. We are going to see Ifan yet again escaping with their lives.
What this does mean, okay, Poppy's actually not going to be caught between 2 people.
All sorts of troubles. We're seeing the flash away from the Tiger Stance in Gadunica.
They are, so the ward dropped. Poppy's not going to be able to clear that out too. Gdunica has an individual lead. Poppy and Porp has gone for the very high risk,
They're
but
meeting.
potentially high reward play. Gets the wall stun.
Gdunica might have gone in too deep, however, Porp so healthy on this. Poppy flashed over the wall from the Tiger stance, and it is going to be a quick old run out on definitely not Uda.
So QR does have a teleport, doesn't have level 6. Gdunica still trying to just mess with Poppy, trying to get in there, trying to steal some raptors.
He's playing with fire, trying to steal this one away. Porp and QR perhaps going to turn this one around as the stun connects onto Gdunica, but the tether is not quite going to land onto Porp. QR, now having stepped across, has to be very careful themselves. Don't have the ultimate available. They get caught by the stun. So much damage coming from Chentang. Nibble is here as well, potentially looking for a dive. QR able to escape.
This is such close run stuff. Poppy and Porp, as I was saying, very similar to what happened in Game 5 of the Newell Finals, where Porp comes in and goes for a very risky path, trying to blow open the lanes as early as possible, but falls behind individually for the cost of it. Once again, Bristol Whipped in this series do not get caught out. They don't find themselves dying across the board, and Poppy, as you're saying, has to find a way back into this game.
Grumpy just going to land a little bit of damage onto the Nuxas. The Dragon already secured for Bristol Whip. That will be an Infernal going to their pocket. Cloud Dragon next up. So we're looking at either Ocean or Mountain Soul. Definitely something we'll keep our eyes peeled on in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Things look like they're going very nicely for Bristol Whip. They've only found a 300 gold lead. We've not seen First Blood, but it feels like in terms of sort of micro map management, they're doing very nicely.
The one thing which I'm actually quite worried about now is this top lane, though, because Alphamos, who got the early lane pressure, is down about 10 to 15 CS. And we saw it happen in the, well, let's be honest, the 2 games where Evan got ahead were the 2 games that they ended up winning. There was the Mordekaiser game, and then there was one of the Scion games too, where Alphamos couldn't really be an impact on that game after that point. The bot lane lead, which Gregors and Grumpy have, is going to get somewhat evened out after this point too, because the wave is crashing into tower. But at least QR is keeping relevant on the Kassadin. And actually, that's one thing to take into factor as well. If you have a Kassadin, you don't exactly expect to be doing well early. You do expect your jungle to get pushed around. Cabbage Family, not been too bad on that front considering that.
Casting essentially guarantees that you've got a big old late game. However, the last time we saw the casting, we didn't get to the late game. That was where Bristol Whip forced their advantages. An advantage I'm surprised we're not seeing forced more, however, is this Samira Alistair kill lane, who haven't really found any pressure onto the Sivir Seraphine just yet.
They didn't find, unlike the Nautilus game, that early trade to then kind of pressure out the Enchanter, though, because Seraphine, Karma, similar kind of thing. If you don't force them out early, they're just very happy to sit there and go, all right, cool, I'll just poke you out. You need to try and get a hard trade early. Hex Flash over the wall.
Porp is coming in. Grumpy's lurking on the sidelines. QR steps forward, but Chentang is out to safety yet again, not even having to trade a summoner.
Chentang has forever been Mr. Reliable in the mid lane. Went to UEM in 2020 alongside the rest of the squad. Nibble, the only member that wasn't there, actually went in to replace Longstaff from the 2020 lineup. And Chentang is just so hard to kill. He's so safe, so respectful, but also keeps up pressure when needed. He performs the role that he needs to. As opposite number, the Castin is going to pick up the blue buff from his jungler. And once again, we'll leave ourselves in a bit of a lull state, waiting for the next hammer blow to fall.
For all the excitement we've potentially seen, the fact that there's not been a kill just yet and no significant CS advantage apart from what we see in top lane for Vladimir surely plays into Cabbage Family's hands with the scaling potential of Sivir and Caston.
But then there's the scaling advantage of that person with the lead, who's the Vladimir, and Vladimir really scares me because I mean, honestly, when I play into a Vladimir and solo queue, I pick Caston into it. That's my pick into it too. It seems to be somewhat of a publicly accepted kind of counter. Gonna have ourselves a bit of a flash in that bot side.
Yeah,
That's not wanting to tangle.
Yeah, but he's going to give up a Herald over on the other side for the gank. So Porp has been gank heavy, farm heavy, and objective heavy. Gdunica, however, has quickly traded things back, but this could be our first blood. Gregors does get tagged, but Nibble and Benuxas are being aggressed upon. Booting away Nibble is perfect for Cabbage Family's name. Now turn all the aggression towards Benuxas, but he has the damage. Does not quite manage to secure first blood, as that one does go to the Sivir, but Poppy gives up their life, making a 1-for-1. The flash, the headbutt, the pulverize. Gregors in danger. Chentang, who came down with the teleport, trying to make it a 2-for-1. Forces the flash out of Gregors. The ignite no longer ticking. Grumpy getting tagged, but not enough to find the leash. QR coming back down to try and make Nibble and Chentang regret their life choices.
So, Gregors spell shields the last auto from the trample of Nibble, gets out. First blood narrowly goes to Gregors, but there is a return kill onto the Samira, and one of the things I was worried about is what happens if Samira gets a lead against this very skirmish-heavy, low-range composition that Cabbage family typically like to play. I think Samira could really be popping off against him. Gudonica, spotted on a ward.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. Alphamos will turn the attention as Paup has arrived as well, but Gudonica just turns tail and runs, but they run straight into a cast-in. Benuxas will be a little late to join this one. Udyr does get to the relative safety of their jungle.
The fact that Samira is walking up and sees the play, that it just scares me so much for Cabbage family, because Samira is this kind of champion that thrives when the map gets really broken. Has the Tabby that's going to help against everyone on the enemy team apart from, well, I mean, basically it's going to be the Sivir and the Gangplank and the Poppy, who are likely the targets that Samira is going to have. As long as Benuxas has kind of keyed themselves in, include themselves into the playstyle that they need to have in terms of let me get to the fight, I have the damage now, I can start popping off. That's very dangerous for Cabbage family.
Meanwhile, Grumpy yet again appearing in mid lane. Chentang again completely not bothered by this fact. Benuxas getting a decent amount of CS up, but hasn't been able to find much more than that early kill, which came in just too late to secure the extra gold. Gregors, on the other hand, with that extra gold, secures the Mana Moon completion so early.
That they do. It's not it's not nearly into the Muramana, which has caused a huge spike. Have to see which item is going to be, because it could be the Prowler's Claw. That's often what we're seeing from the poke. It's kind of moved away from Duskblade on the poke builds of AD carries right now. It's been, I mean, people have kind of discovered the Prowler's Claw tech and go, oh wait, lethality is really nice. I think that Greg's definitely needs a Serpent's Fang this game, though, particularly against that Karma. Might need a couple of supporting members, though. Grumpy, I'm not sure you want to be there.
Chilling Smite going to connect onto Grumpy. We're going to see a Bear Slap hitting as well. Grumpy trying to get the damage down, but Gregors has been taken lower. This is a 4-man dive between turrets. Gregors is the lowest target. The flash forward from Lunica enough to secure the kill onto Gregors. Loki barks her excitement from the other room. She was disappointed not to feature on camera, but she makes herself heard, and Bristol Whipped make themselves seen, securing the second kill of the game for themselves.
And again, this is the kind of playstyle which Bristol Whipped were aiming for with this composition. Lots of broken plays, have the Samira run forward on the front foot. Poppy does get there, but it's going to be really difficult now to start shutting down this Samira, who's in a very advantageous situation.
As the Herald charge comes in, the bop lands onto Grumpy. Headbutt and Pulverize both going to land CC. The turret not quite taken down. We're still between turrets, but it still doesn't matter as Gudonica takes down Grumpy. 2 kills coming in for the Udyr, who can now turn their attention towards a second dragon.
They can, and I mean, this is just really dangerous for Cabbage family. They're starting to lose control of the tempo of the game. It's Bristol Whip dictating to them the pace they want to play at. So Dragon being started, Cabbage family, I'm not sure you want to fight this.
Hex Flash over the wall, Paup coming in, potentially trying to steal this one away. Won't be able to do so as the smite is good for Gudonica. Now it's going to be Bristol Whip yet again, chasing into enemy territory. They decide to step away from this
Alphamos
one.
died.
All the while, Efan just bossing it against Alphamos, finding the straight out solo kill with a 30 CS advantage.
What is it with these 5-game series? Well, one of the things that it has to do with is Evan just being so irresistibly strong on the top side of the map. Didn't have the best first couple of the games in this series, but in the last couple, in the tail end, has started turning on the afterburners. QR now moving up towards Evan, but I'm not sure you want to do this.
Efan burned the flash already, won't have that available. Will have the pull, but they've already had to use it. Throwing down the Hemoplate, getting damage onto QR, already turning the tide. Flashing forward, Efan in a bit of a bad way. QR trying to find the kill, goes to the safety of the turret as we see the Gangplank Cannon Barrage arrive. Paup will also arrive, trying to force Efan into said Cannon Barrage. Efan living by inches, dodging away from the final knock of Paup, and as a result, gets out with their lives. Gudunica's come up to topside. QR's in danger. That's going to be Gudonica taking turret shots. Paup thrown away by the keeper's verdict. Now Gudonica has to turn tail and run, but Chentang's arrived at the party. It is not a party in the USA, it's a party in the old top lane. Chentang flashes the wall, finds the damage onto QR, who will die. Chilling Smite onto Paup. They fall as well. 6 kills to 1 for Bristol Whip. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the Encore connects onto Nibble, who still finds the headbutt. Pulverize still has the ultimate available. Greg is taking damage, trying to kill off Benuxas, unable to do so. Grumpy needs to find something, but can't find anything but deep, deep sadness. Bristol Whip to dominant.
They tear apart the map, top playing with everyone roaming up apart from the duos, which go the way of Bristol as well. This is not just a Bristol whipping, this is slapping the Cabbage family across the face for just trying to fight back at this point. I can't help but feel like Cabbage family have picked fights far too early into the game for their composition. They've tried to fight before they have a Muramana transformation, they've tried to fight before they have any items on this Kassadin, and all the while they're falling behind in the individual lanes.
5,500 gold lead now to Bristol Whipped. Will they be the first team in this series to win on blue side? Right now, the odds certainly will be favouring them. QR going aggressive, going over the wall, trying to find a pick onto Nibble, denying the Blasco, knocking the cow straight up in the air. The stakes are high in this match. Nibble is no more as QR finds that kill.
Okay, Kassadin is on the board. That's certainly something to be happy with for Cabbage family. Question is, with all the fights that have gone wrong already, with so many mythics completed to none on the side of Cabbage family, is it enough? Honestly, at this point, it's not. You need to find more of these kind of against the run of play kills. Try and shut down this Samira. But the problem is, you try and do that, there's every chance she pops off with the shield bow shield. They're gonna try it though.
5 versus 2. Benuxas gets caught out, gets stunned, gets obliterated. Porp finds their first kill of the game, one they desperately needed because they've not completed that mythic. They're 60 CS behind, and Gadunica comes to make their power shown. They kill off Grumpy in no time flat.
Oh my gosh,
Gregors
so
gets
much damage!
absolutely eviscerated by Efan, who finds a double kill. Porp now channeling that keeper's verdict, does manage to knock away the Vladimir. Gadunica might be left without a leg to stand on in just a moment as chop, chop, chop goes Cabbage family trying to find yet more, but in goes QR and dead goes QR as Chentang take down the rival mid laner. Alphamos sent scurrying for the hills, trying to get out to safety, but caught by the headbutt, the pulverize, and a hell of a lot more damage thereabouts as well. Gadunica on the killing spree they so wanted in this final game. Efan staying safe, pulling underneath the turret. Porp just has to watch their team die.
What a perfectly played game from Bristol Whip against this style of team of Cabbage family. They've always been the team, as we said, to roll with the punches, make it up on the fly, and hope that you just don't react quick enough because they're so like synergized with each other. But they have the team which spikes earlier. They believe in this Vladimir against the Gangplank matchup. And they have the Samira now that is going to be the late game insurance if Cabbage family fall too far behind. They very nearly got themselves into a bad position underneath that mid lane outer turret. Luckily, they shut down the Samira, but at what cost? It's at the cost of this Karma and Vladimir combo running down everyone else.
You've talked a lot about times about plays that narrowly went right or went wrong just on the tiniest little fraction. So we see Gadunica potentially getting caught out, dodging away from the Seraphine CC. It's going to be flash forward from ult forward from QR, trying to find the damage, able to find the shutdown onto Chentang. 5 versus 4 brewing as this third dragon spawns. QR is a little bit low, has to be careful, but the root connects onto Banux as the damage is put down. Kastin starting to come online as we've seen Alphamos picking up the kill with the cannon barrage. Gadunica will be joining the fight, but most of the team's already dead. Efan gets good damage down, but not enough to pick up a single kill. This time it's Cabbage family who have come to play, and they shut down Efan. They will secure their first dragon of the game, and they will get crucial kills and crucial shutdown goals.
Just as I give my damn monologue about Bristol Whipped and how they've managed to put together a composition which works so well against this Cabbage family team, they come out with a fight which I just don't think is possible. Actually, with the dragon picked up, with all of those shutdowns and the waves that they're going to keep putting together, there's actually a way that maybe they come back into this game, but Alphamos is now caught out.
Gadunica versus Alphamos, and it feels like there's only one winner in this one, and it is not the Pirate. It is going to be the onesied bear running off towards the Herald with another kill in the pocket. 4-0-4, the scoreline for Udyr.
The legends foretold of the Magi's Udyr long past in League of Legends. It's come here at the 5th game. We saw the Dark Seal picked up by a couple of different junglers in this one, but we hadn't yet to see it be upgraded into the full Shinigami Death Note. Gadunica gonna get that extra move speed and a lot of extra damage on that Phoenix stance.
And the Herald will easily be secured as a result. They lost out on their third dragon, which I'm sure they would have loved to get so early, but Bristol Whip get themselves a quick objective and a quick kill on the back of it too. This Poppy that you spoke of earlier on, it's lovely to see the way Port plays it. I'm always excited when it's in game, but it is nearly 80 CS behind its jungle counterpart. We saw these sort of these issues early on in the game with CS being focused down by Gadunica and Porp opting into a few ganks that didn't yield kills.
Yeah, he
now
threw
they're
down the
really paying the
gauntlet.
price.
He threw
Literally.
down the gauntlet. Literally, the buckler came through and he was trying to make an impact early. Exactly the same as game 4. Oh my god, that's the first Udi!
Fan with the flank is going to try and get the collapse. Gadunica coming onto Grumpy gets knocked away by the blast cone. Fan gets caught away from his team and Porp finds this kill with the Divine Sunder. A teleport will come through from Alphamos. Let's see if Bristol Whipped are able to get themselves out of this or Cabbage family pick up yet another kill.
Okay, so killing the
What?
Vladimir again on the flank gives us some options!
Straight into Gadunica, who's got a huge shutdown on their head. Alphamos, of course, is with the team. They have the option to try and explode some of these barrels, but it looks like Bristol Whipped have found the relative safety of their turret.
So, 20 minutes, Baron's now spawned. The next big fight could end up bringing Cabbage family back to even or into the game.
Gadunica?
Gadunica finds Porp!
Does he find Porp or will the Cabbage family team find Gadunica? Nibble gets
Nibble!
absolutely eviscerated, pops the ultimate, stays alive just long enough to buy his team time to do something. Cannon Barrage yet again raining down, Nibble flashing themselves away from it. Gadunica being charged down, being stunned. That is going to be shut down goal. No, it's not. Efan's arrived. He's teleported in. He hasn't got the ultimate available. If he had, that could have been Cabbage getting wiped.
Oh, Karma keeps Bristol Whipped alive. He keeps them... Well, Chantan keeps them fighting. All of those shields are so important, and we've yet to see a Serpent's Fang come out of it. I think when we get that item breakpoint, we'll have to see how the fights happen at that point. Porp is... Oh, no, you do not want to be there.
That is not a Hex Flash you wanted to take, Porp. Try and chase down to Gadunica, but I think Porp is going to be the one giving up their lives. And with the jungler dead and the Baron spawned, Bristol Whip may have found themselves a big old opening. Gadunica and Nibble are fairly low. Alphamos, QR, and Grumpy trying to do everything they can to stop Bristol Whip's push. Gregors will be arriving momentarily. The Herald has been spawned. It will go topside as this Baron starts off. Here comes Grumpy. Here comes QR. Big damage will be there, but it's Nibble who finds the engage. The big old target on the head of Grumpy, who tries to get out to safety. Flashes over the wall. Foul floats. Throws down an encore. The catches onto Gadunica, catches onto Chentak. Alphamos doing what they can, but going lower and lower. Flash forward from the Gadunica. Will find yet another bit of damage. It's for Nuxas who goes forward, finds the flare, finds the S rank. Now QR is left in an awkward spot, running away from Gadunica, trying to rift walk out to safety, trying to get away from the bear slap, takes the blast cone out to safety. The same cannot be said for Gregors, who flashes out and lives on 1 health.
He's so low, and Cabbage family try and pick up the pieces from one of these, again, almost patented skirmishes across the board. But Bristol Whipped are just there earlier. I mean, it reminds me of my favorite game of all time, Combat Evolved. You know they've always been faster. They just have the edge this game. And this is the game which matters. It's the one left on the table. It's the one which Bristol Whipped are trying to flip the table.
But Alex, here's the thing. Yes, there is a 5,000 goal for Bristol Whipped, but that gold lead had recently dropped down below 4,000. It was at one point over 6,000. Cabbage family are keeping themselves alive in this. We saw it in game number 2, which they did eventually lose. They still managed to find fights even when they were so far down. And if they can turn the tables at the right moment, perhaps they still win this one. Perhaps they still go to UEM. A crucial keeper's verdict from Porp there, just about denying Gadunica another pick.
Just about, but it's an ultimate for Udir's basic abilities for a Karma Shield. This has forever been the problem of Udir. He forces you to use important cooldowns for not important cooldowns of his own. We have another fight brewing.
Porp again goes in with the Hex Flash. This time it is not quite such a dangerous game they're playing. Dragon has yet again spawned. This is the 4th Dragon game. Would be a 2nd for Cabbage family if they secured it. Gadunica goes in deep, finds QR chasing him. Shields for days from the Karma.
They just don't have the items. They don't have the brunt, the bite. They don't have the Serpent's Fang. Certainly don't have themselves a dragon. I think it's just as well they didn't choose to fight for that one. We've seen what's happened when they've been less wise about that in previous minutes and previous iterations of this map state. Gadunica is so fast when backed up by Chentang. There's almost no safe place to stand unless you have 3 people with you.
Bristol Whipped are playing Elton John. They have decided that Friday night's all right for fighting. And they just want to keep on doing it. And right now they go on to Grumpy. Yet again, headbutt pulverized. It's going to be Seraphine left without a leg to stand on. No flash to get over the wall. Gadunica finds that kill. QR goes golden. Chentan goes low, but not low enough for a kill to be secured. Benuxas takes down 1. Benuxas takes down 2. Finding the double. Finding the triple onto Gangplank. The quadra kill for Samira. Benuxas may have just cemented Bristol Whip's legacy and their place at UEM.
Taxes are due, and Nuxas has come to collect. Stand and deliver, Cabbage Family. 9-3-0. This Samira, which we were so afraid of for the team from Ken, has put them in such an awful position.
Such a bad position indeed. Efan able to just continue that push to mid lane as the Baron is secured. It will be for all 5 members of Bristol Whip. They made the fight work on their terms. It was not the Sivir go button. It was an attempt to escape instead from the on the hunt. But Bristol Whip now 10,000 gold up with the Baron buff on all 5 members. Surely there is no stopping these cogs.
At the 10th time of asking, they finally find a way to win against the side choice. It's been 9 games of side choice winning, but Cabbage Family with their bold, innovative early game plan cannot keep the wheels rolling in the momentum that they need. This Poppy very nearly came out with a kill onto mid lane to get the casting rail rolling. Very nearly got some kills into top lane to keep the Vladimir down. Well, now you've got a 3-1-11 Karma, a death cap, and a proto belt onto Evan's Vladimir. Evan, one of the hardest carries the Newell has ever seen.
Screw all that, Alex. Gadunika's got 25 stacks of Medjais and is running into the opposition as long as they want. Pop loses so much health. Teleport comes through. That's going to be Evan right in the middle of the fight, putting down huge damage onto Greg as the heal comes in. It's enough to save him for now, but not for much longer. Evan finds the kill. 1 for the Vladimir. Udyr makes it 2. But Nuxas gets yet another kill as double kill for Gadunika. The Udyr is the difference. I question the decision to opt into that instead of the Karma, but it looks right now that the one constant in all 5 of these games will be that the man bear Tiger Phoenix reigns supreme, and it's Gadunika in these last 2 games who has been absolutely dominant on the Udyr. The Nexus turrets are under threat. Your UEM 2021 last chance qualifier winners will be Bristol Whipped. They will represent the United Kingdom on the grandest stage of European University Esports. They will take down their ancient rivals Cabbage Family, and they will preserve a phenomenal legacy.
Welcome back to the mountaintop, Bristol Whips. We've missed you. Enjoy your stay.
Boy, oh boy, what a phenomenal series. We talked about maybe players being left with regrets on whoever was on the losing side. However, I don't feel like there's going to be a huge... Well, there will be, because these players will be hypercritical of themselves. I know what it's like to be competitive, whether it be in sports or esports. They'll look back on this, they'll be disappointed by certain things that went wrong. But that was not a game of Cabbage Family throwing, of massively messing up.
No.
That was Bristol Whipped playing their comp to perfection.
It's... again, it's bittersweet. Bristol Whipped, once again, back at UEM, representing our nation, and this time as the last hope since the other 2 teams have been knocked out in the previous stage, and they are so deserving of that honor. But Cabbage Family, they have been such a stalwart of our scene for such a long time, such charismatic, fun, interesting teams. It's so sad that we don't get to see both of them, and it's so sad to say goodbye to the Kent team. We hope you've enjoyed your time here at the Newell, because we certainly have.
I absolutely have loved casting every single one of the games that we've had the opportunity to do, both this split and on previous ones as well. They have provided so much entertainment, as you say. It's a legitimate moment of sadness for me to see them go, though I am delighted for Bristol Whipped, and I can't really find enough words to say how sad it is to have to say goodbye to one of these teams.
It's just such a, because this is like between Newell, between NSE, these teams have played hundreds of games. Cabbage Family come in as NSE champions, coming after being so dominant this split, challenged by DMU, another team which I've got, which will be actually continuing on with a lot of more of their members into the next year. But these 2, this is their last hurrah. We won't be seeing these teams again in the university scene, most likely. I'm so glad we managed to have this series to cap it off. I do think we do have an interview after this, so we're waiting around for that, which is going to be awesome to speak to one of these Bristol Whipped players. We talked to Evan in the finals of Newell the last time, and that was really cool to get their perspective on everything.
It sure was.
Yeah.
Give me a little breakdown of that 5-game series, and at the end of it, give me an MVP for the whole series.
Oh gosh, that's a hard one. So, game
That's
1.
why I gave it to you instead of me.
Game
You're
1.
just going to chill and wait here.
Late game slugfest. lacking engage from both sides apart from Evan's Wukong. It was all about sidestepping, skill shots, correct vision play, and playing around the late game objectives. Cabbage Family managed to come out on top. Game 2, again, we saw a lot more of those poke champions come through, but Bristol Whipped came out to an early lead, did not stop with the zigs, they crushed through bot side, and just put them to the sword. Game 3, though, Cabbage Family came back, and once again, it was a bit more of a frenetic affair, but they managed to... Actually, I'm trying to remember the drafts from Game 3 in that one. I think we got back to... Was that the Varus game?
I think that
was that another Cogmore game?
Back to Cog.
Yeah, okay. And,
First pick on red side.
for sure, yeah. And Cabbage Family ended up again scrapping through to a win, largely due to the Viego plays as well. Yeah. And there was the Viego available to him, mostly Grumpy Seraphine. Game 4 and Game 5, you just saw that Bristol taking back-to-back games. The MVP for me has to be Gadunica. I think Gadunica was, when push came to shove in Games 4 and 5, the difference maker on the Udyr. He was everywhere. It was between Gadunica and Evan. I will say that. And Evan had some top diff games, and the Mordekaiser was disgusting. But I think the ability to turn the series based and just say, look, you know what, don't pick for me, pick away from them, was so important to this team. Gadunica has been the shot caller for Bristol Whip for quite some time now, and their shot calling was immaculate in Game 4 and 5. They just caught Cabbage Family flat-footed when they were trying to make aggressive plays time after time. I think this jungler has been such a bright, shining star for the university scene of UK.
A well-deserved accolade coming from an average caster. But so no, I love the breakdown there. Loved even more Loki's little smile. She's full of smiles today, and frankly, it's what I live for. Wow, what an absolutely amazing series, and yet again, a real pleasure to get to cast it with you, Nightmare. A big thank you to everyone
pleasure.
Involved with the production of this. To be able to bring you this last chance qualifier is absolutely awesome. A really cool team behind it, and a really cool team's been behind this entire nil split. And I'm sure that the same is true for NSC, even though we've not been directly involved with that ourselves, Nomera. Now we get to look forward to UEM. We get to look forward to watching this team who's provided such entertainment on their home scene, hopefully giving us the same thing and giving us a team that gets out of group stages at UEM. It's not even group stage anymore because it's just knockout straight away, isn't it? That's basically, maybe this is the secret for the UK. We've dodged the group stage and now it's all about the knockouts. We're good at knockouts, right? Yeah. England win penalty.
Oh no. Gosh. That's a bit of a rough one. Well, at least we do okay in rugby. Maybe we'll talk about that one. It's less topical than the Euros, obviously. But
we definitely did well in the rugby in Six Nations this year. That was a real strong.
See, I can claim my Welsh heritage from that, as I always have, and as can Evan with that Welsh name too. So I'm Borada, love me some rugby. I believe that we do have Nibble coming in for an interview. Actually, it'd be fantastic, which is really good. Yeah, because our first series together, actually, our first final series, was with Longstaff, not Nibble, on this team. So when we went on to cast, winter and then spring this year, we're looking at this Nibble character and saying, all right, you've got big shoes to fill. Let's see how you do it. And it's been really awesome to see how they've rose to prominence in the UK university scene.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be bringing them in for an interview in just a moment, and I'm going to recreate in an equally embarrassing but hopefully less embarrassing for me personally moment an intro that I gave to another individual a long time ago. I'm sure we'll be able to work out who it was, but here we go. Look up to the skies, look out for drizzle. Here he is, it's Lethal Nibble.
Hello.
Oh god,
I'll just move this way a bit.
Great to have you here, Nibble. What an incredible performance and a great series overall. How are you and the rest of the team feeling?
Pretty happy. I mean, for me personally, I haven't been to UEM before. 2 years ago, obviously we didn't make it because we lost to Exeter in the finals, and then last year I was benched. But I think the whole team's really happy, especially with our performance.
I have to say, I'm quite intimidated by being on an interview with someone who actually has more magnificent hair than me. That looks absolutely crazy. You've gone the distance with Cabbage Family 3 times, this split coming from Newell and then coming into this as well. There was the 5 games in the series, 3 games in the upper bracket of that last split too, and then the 5 games here. What is it like playing so many games against the same team, working out their personality and their play style? Because it seemed in that last game you had them read so well.
Yeah, it was pretty. It's kind of crazy actually, like to play against them so many times, and then like it's always so close. But I mean, I think by the end we kind of had them figured out, kind of, I guess, because like we understood like the Corki is really powerful, and if they have another champion, especially with that, that allows them to have strong zone control and fight for objectives and dragons, like they can just kind of destroy us. Whereas I think individually, like we edge out on top, so that if they don't have that, and like we have what we want, then I think in most cases we win. So
I've got a real tough question for you, and I'd be interested to hear how you answer it, or if you're even able to. Obviously, I imagine this is a really high moment for you and the rest of the team, and absolutely a great event that's just happened. Hopefully, many more exciting moments coming with your journey in UEM starting up shortly. But with this team that's been together for so long and has played in so many both Null and other tournaments and done so well, is there a particular one highlight that you and the team have together?
I don't know really. I think because I while we did lose, I think I'd probably say it was New Live in like 2019, because I mean it was amazing to win the finals, but when you're actually there at the live stage, there's an audience watching. You know, you've traveled all the way to London, and then you're just like you're in this sick arena, and it's just like it's a completely different experience. I think even though we didn't win, it was probably the high point, I'd say. Yeah.
I totally get that. I mean, it's one of my main memories of your team. And
Oh yeah,
it's
everyone choose the moment I wasn't there for. Yeah,
shut
cool.
up, Nightmare. No one cares about you. But it's like for me, it's a real. It's a sadness of sorts that your team is. It's wonderful that you've had this couple of years of dominance where you've been so excellent and performed so consistently in these finals. But it is sad that you've not been able to have things like the Null Live events and Insomnias and the like, because of what's been going on with the global state. But a huge kudos to you for the way you've made things work, and the best of luck going into the UEM games. Nomera, I can see it on your face. You've got another fantastic question.
Oh,
coming.
I've got so many different questions. It's actually quite hard to choose between them. I suppose my last question for this is, most of the time throughout the time that we've seen you on Bristol Whipped as us two as casters has been you making huge engaged plays on stuff like your Alistair and your Bard. You played a couple of games of Senna this game too, actually. How easy has it been you, and actually as the team as well, because often teams will develop a system where they need one person to really be the engaged player because they're just used to listening to that person's calls. What's it been like for all of you adapting to different players playing different roles and responsibilities within the teams?
I think it hasn't been that hard, to be honest, but because like I think our best play style is definitely it becomes a lot harder, I think, when our jungler Gadunica isn't on like an engaged champion. Like, I mean, generally our best we do have like our kind of bread and butter combo, right, where we have, you know, we just have a whole strong team, and then we just have engaged jungler, engaged support, and then we just kind of roll over every team. But I think like with the first two games when I played Senna, it didn't feel too bad actually, not playing an engaged champion, and like I think it fit the team fine. It was just like, especially in the first game, it was mainly like the Cogmore rather than not having the support, not having the engaged support. But I mean, we can play different styles, but generally we don't change that much, I guess.
Okay, I've got one last question if I can sneak it in here. Have you actually managed to watch much of UEM? And if so, are there any teams that you're very excited to face going into this next round?
I'd say there's at least one team, because
Is it the Aggressors because they were in your group last year?
no, I can't remember. I don't actually know what the team name is, but I'm the sub support for Bulldogs in the UKLC.
Oh yeah.
And I believe one of the other support on the main roster is actually attending the last chance qualifiers as well. So it'd be interesting to play against them, that's for sure. And it would definitely be it'd definitely be cool for our team as well if we could beat the previous champions, who our team managed to take a game off last time, but unfortunately I wasn't playing. So
Well, with KTSC White and the rest of UEM just waiting around the corner for you guys, how confident do you and the team feel? Obviously, you've still got to sort of absorb this win that you've just had, but going forward, how confident do you feel of, bringing it home?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Like, I've heard that the UEM teams are very strong, and there's quite a few of them who have like ERL level players who obviously it will be very tough, but I haven't actually personally seen most of the teams, so I'm not really sure what to expect. But I feel like in our current state, if we don't get caught out by kind of weird, unexpected picks and we just play to our strengths, I think we can go pretty far, to be honest.
Well, I wish you the best of luck for that tournament. I will certainly be cheering you on with absolutely no caster bias
Absolutely.
whatsoever. And yeah, so to you and the rest of the team, well done. Please pass our congratulations on for their win today, and looking forward to seeing your journey continue. Yet another step forward. You seem so close to retirement from the university scene so often, but you keep on pushing forward, and we'll see more of you soon. Thank you so much for joining us, Neville.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's it, Nymera. We now know who will be flying the flag, and hopefully hopefully they won't get nil point when it comes to UEM. It is going to be Bristol Whip representing the entirety of the United Kingdom, our university scene as we go towards UEM very, very soon. Stay tuned on Newell social media, myself and Nymera's, and also at UE Masters on Twitter if you want to know when those games are going to be going ahead, because there's going to be some absolutely awesome games. So many great teams from so many countries representing, all fighting it out for that top title. Nymera, any final words from you? Good. So,
No, it's been a pleasure as always, Stan. Of course, we've been casting together through so many of these university series. I think this was a really special one. I think we got to see so much of the character and playstyle of both of these teams, and I love them to bits, and it's sad to see it end here. At least we get a little bit more Bristol Whipped. Can't wait to see how far they go.
I do as well. One last thank you from me to round things out to Amazon University Esports, to Unite Students, and to Logitech for being our sponsors, to the fantastic team here at Newell, and to those at NSE who have made these two tournaments work so beautifully, even this last chance qualifier today. Massive thank you to all the teams who have participated at the university level here in the UK that have led us to that one team Bristol Whip that will represent at UEM. And thank you to every single one of you out in Twitch chat. I am Stanley Greyheart Barker. It's been my pleasure to be joined by Thor and also by Alex Nymera Hapgood. We will see you guys at UEM. Goodbye.
what you need.